Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Yes, it's that time again on a Sunday afternoon, the best time of the week to just sit down, do nothing, have the telly on and get inspired with some wonderful crafting between now and 6 with Hobby Maker. I'm Dave and yeah, with you for the whole 5 hours. And we've got some great shows lined up. Joanna from Time for Tea is back with us. Haven't seen her for a couple of months. Lovely to have her back. The brilliant brushes are here. We'll talk more about those in a second. And sloths. Do you just love a sloth? That's me. I'm a human sloth.
Are you really?
I am a human sloth. There's Joanna. Good to see you again.
Yes, good to see you too. It's been a while since we've worked together, isn't it?
Looking,
so it's nice.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, later on we've got, you heard Carol say actually, if you were watching Jewelry Maker, we've got some polymer clay coming up. Abby, who's a new guest to us, she's going to be showing us what you can do with polymer clay, whether you're using molds or making jewelry or whatever it is. That's coming up later on at 3. 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, lovely Pauline Wheeler is here with 2 different shows. Brand new duo pads from Hunkydory. Looking forward to that. They are stunning and you get 1 free if you buy 3. And a bit later on, we've got some brand new adorable scoreable in the later show as well. So lots to look forward to this afternoon. Get in touch with us. I know Pauline, by the way, at 2 o'clock is going to be inviting you to craft along with her some bit of paper folding origami. So if you fancy going to get a square bit of paper for the 2 o'clock show, do that now and we can have a little bit of a craft along together at 2 o'clock. Okay, first things first, if you want to order, you can either use the phone or you can use the website, hobbymaker.co.uk, or the free phone number, free phone on a landline and a mobile, 1 P&P all day, but I'm sure you know that by now. No matter how many things you buy, no matter how many calls or how many orders you make on our website, it's 1 P&P right the way through until midnight tonight. So you can really fill your boots and enjoy the great savings. And you can get in touch. You can email the studio and send in your makes if you want to, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. And also you can send a message via the website as well. And then Laura can put it on the screen so you can get involved, which is nice. Right, now, first things first. Joanna, you're a small business.
Yes.
You design your own stamps and dies, which is fantastic. You won't find them anywhere else.
No, you won't find them anywhere else but here because they're all hand-drawn and designed by me, so yeah.
And we're going to look at the sloths soon,
yes.
But without a shadow of a doubt, what Joanna is famous for more than anything else are the brilliant blending brushes. And we've got a new set for you, new colourways for the spring. And we've got 2 options. You can either buy the brushes on their own, individually, buy them as a set where you save money, or you can also buy them as a set with the carousel, which is the perfect way to display them.
It is the perfect way. You can see there we've put, the bundle comes with the 5 brushes and the caddy there, and it spins so you can rotate it to pick the brush that you want, but it actually holds 10 brushes. So like you said, Dave, we've been here before with our brushes. They always do so well. They're so popular. So you may already have some of those, but you may not have the caddy to go with it, so it's perfect time, great price on this today for you to be able to fill that with your existing brushes, and it fits all the sizes of brushes that we bring to you here, so
it does.
It's
and
a great tool.
They went to vast lengths to put this on a lazy Susan, but I think the batteries have run out, so I'm having to do it manually, flicking it with my finger. There we go. Let me just show you these brushes. You've seen, obviously, Joanna use these before, but you've probably seen lots of other of our fantastic demonstrators swear by these, because if you struggle with blending, when you look at this, it actually looks like it's a foam block, and that's what I thought it was when I first saw them. But if I just show you, every single one of these very, 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 very fine bristles, they're so tightly packed together, it means that you get an absolutely seamless blend, no edges, no harsh lines or anything like that. And it's a good idea, isn't it, to have like each brush dedicated to a certain colourway?
Certain colourway, yeah, absolutely. There are some, you know, that you can cross over. You might cross over your blues and your aquas, maybe your greens and your yellows, but I like to keep to 1 brush per colour family because I think that really works well. And because they're, you know, they're coloured, they're easy to spot which one that you've used. And I mean, the key to them really are those bristles that you're expertly demonstrating there.
Thank you.
Because that is what makes them so special. The handle design as well, which I'll come to, but the bristles are, like you say, very densely packed. They're curved and they're white, which you don't often get the range of colours that we bring to you with the white bristles, and that really helps when you are when you're crafting, because you're going to see instantly the colour that you've used.
Sure.
If you have the brown bristles, sometimes it's very difficult to determine which colour was the last colour that you used.
And they also come with their caps, the
They
protective
do,
caps.
yes.
So that's basically all you need to buy to get seamless blends every single time.
Absolutely.
Are these the medium size or large size?
They're the large
Right.
size. The midi size is the black one. So in this combination that I've brought to you today, you've got 4 of the large size and 1 of the midi size. And the midi size is a really versatile one because you can still cover a good amount of space with it, but you also can get into some of the finer detail if you're using some of the stencils that we've brought with you today.
Now, we have got new stencils. We've also got the stamps and the dies with the sloths coming up as well. But if you want to get hold of these, if you struggle with blending with conventional like daubers and that sort of thing, these are going to be so easy. 5 brushes, 4 of the large, 1 of the midi, £35. So we've taken 16 odd pounds off that price if you'd like it today. And honestly, maybe start a collection today. You'll probably want to add more to your collection if you want to. If you want to fill up the actual caddy, so get another 5 brushes, they are on the show. They are individually available and you can choose what colorways you want. You can choose what sizes you want as well. But this is 5 brushes. It doesn't come like that. That's actually fully loaded. The one that you're going to get has got the 4 large and the 1 midi for £35, okay? And you won't look back. Blending will become such a dream.
You absolutely won't. So many people have said to us when we meet them at craft shows and things, just how much they have changed their view of ink blending. I myself, once I discovered these, it completely changed how I craft, because before then, using the traditional daubers that you've mentioned, I just could not get a really good blend. And I thought, it's me, I'm not good at this is not the craft for me. But then when I used the brushes, I realised it was the tool that was holding me back.
Now, just to let you know, if you want to get another 5 brushes, we have got a bundle of 5. Bearing in mind a lot of you will want to fill the caddy. If that's what you want to do, but you don't want another caddy, don't buy 2 of those. Buy 1 of those, and then you can buy a set of 5. And that's OM3790. Or maybe you don't want the caddy. Maybe you've got an organiser already, you just want the brushes on their own. £25 for 5 of those brushes. Again, 4 large, 1 midi, £25. You get all the brushes without the caddy, but that will then fill up your caddy, won't it?
Well, yes. And like I said, we've bought other sizes to you before, so it will fit all of those brushes. And I've actually got 2 of these on my desk.
I'm
brought
not
one with me
surprised.
today, but I have got 2 because I've got different size brushes, I've got different coloured brushes. So, you know, once you start, you're going to want more.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is handy to have somewhere to keep them safe.
Do you have to clean them?
So the cleaning of them is so easy, and it's a really good question, because I think a lot of people think, oh, maybe you need to wash them. I've never washed mine. I just use a microfiber towel and I just rub them.
Have you got your Hobby Maker microfiber cloths there on the website?
Oh,
Yeah,
there you
branded.
go. And it's so easy to do. If I'm using maybe the same colour family and I'm going from a lighter shade to a dark, I might not even clean it in between. But if I know I've used a lot of ink, then I might just give it a quick clean off before I finish, pop it in the caddy, and it's ready for next time.
Can you show us how brilliant they are? Can you do a little bit of a demo?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I thought that I would start with just doing a little bit of ink blending, because that's what everybody wants to see, isn't it? That's what we want to do. And sometimes we just don't have time to show everything. So I'm starting with a little bit of Distress Oxide ink, and I'm using the raspberry colour brush. This is just an ordinary piece of white cardstock. And I'm just going straight onto the centre of my card. Now, this is something that would probably terrify you if you'd got a regular...
the dauber.
The dauber, yeah, because you'd be getting harsh lines straight away. And you can see there just with a few... I'm using a circular motion, but you can see there just a few layers, and we've got this lovely airbrushed effect around the outside.
Because there isn't an edge to the brush.
No edge.
It's rounded. That's why you don't get the lines.
And you can see that this is a well-used brush.
Yeah.
So this isn't a fresh out of the packet, you know, it's, you know, this is being well loved. And it means then that any, you know, you've got basically any colour of cardstock that you've got inks for.
Okay.
which again is one of the things that I really love about this particular style of crafting. I've got a fair few inks, and I know there's some more inks coming out. You've got inks later on. You can use these with any kind of ink. I just wouldn't mix maybe oxides with your regular inks, because they're a different formula. But it means then that if you've got loads of different colours of inks, you can then make your cardstock bespoke, so everything matches.
Well, more demos to come with these fantastic brushes and using the brand new stencils as well. £35 gets you the caddy and 5 brushes, which is great value for money, because the caddy itself is normally about 20 odd pounds. So to get all the brushes and the caddy together, I know we've got a special deal going on with the caddy that makes it actually only 10 quid. If you buy the brushes, it's 25, so the caddy's only costing you 10 if you buy the bundle, but they are normally more expensive than that. And it's branded Time for Tea as well on the top. It does come flat. You do have to slot it together, but it's dead obvious and very easy. It's
so easy.
Dan, our director, put one together earlier on, in seconds. Okay, now, right, now I want to introduce you to our sloths, the really cute sloths. I can relate to this. Anyone that knows me will say, yeah, I get it. Who doesn't love a sloth? They just hang around, not a care in the world. I've got some here that you can see probably a little bit easier. And you've drawn these, haven't you?
Yes, they're all hand-drawn. And like you say, sloths are so adorable. And yeah, they're very popular as well for crafters. So I designed my own little family of them, and they are adorable. And the set itself comes with a number of different sentiments, which means then that you can use it for all different occasions, which is something that I really try to do, is give you an opportunity to, it's not just necessarily for birthdays or one particular event, you can use it for a number of different things.
You are going to get the stamps, but you're also going to get the dies to cut out the images of the stamps as well. So it's a die and stamp set, but look, you've done a little kind of a board for us to show you what they stamp like and what they look like when you colour them in. They are absolutely gorgeous. Are you looking at the screen on the TV at the moment going, yeah, I can relate to that, that's my other half, that's my best friend. I just love the little verses there as well. Don't worry, be slothy, relax. You've got the Z's for dozing off, obviously. Let's hang out. What does that say? Sorry, it's late?
Sorry, it's late, yeah. With it being a sloth, you see, they'll probably be late.
Yeah, they miss the post.
Yeah, they'll miss the post.
Yeah, they would miss the post. I just think they are adorable, just hanging around there, just relaxing on the branch, hanging off the branch as well. You've got like a little, almost like a little dream cloud above the one at the bottom there as well, but aren't they gorgeous? We counted up earlier on, I think there's 19 stamps in that set. And then you've got the dies at the bottom here as well. If I just bring the dies over so you can see, they are perfectly sized to cut out the clouds or the dream cloud, to cut out even the I think some of the verses you can cut out.
You can, the relax, there's a die that cuts out relax and the Z's as well.
Right.
And then for all the tiny, you've got your little star, your little butterfly and the flower, they cut out all of those smaller images as well, which just makes it so much easier for you, so you don't have to fussy cut, especially if they are smaller images, they can be really tricky to cut out. So having the coordinating dies is a really big advantage for that.
Absolutely.
And they all fit in a smaller die cutting machine as well. So
okay.
Again, that's a real big bonus.
I mean, you brought your tiny die.
I brought my
die
little
cutting
one,
machine.
yeah, which they all fit through that.
Now, £27.90 would be good, wouldn't it, for a stamp and a die set? But that is not your final price. Remember, whenever you come in and purchase anything from us at Hobby Maker, if the price drops like it is now, you all pay the final low price. £9 for your stamps, £9 for your dies. Absolutely brilliant value. And who doesn't love a sloth? I mean, this is perfect for everyone. The kids are going to love it. The adults are going to love it as well. Male, female, it just ticks the box because we can all... Maybe Sunday is your sloth day.
Yeah, it is mine usually.
They are £3,725, £18, and you won't find these anywhere else because actually Joanna has actually drawn these herself. So you know where the artworks come from, which is fantastic. So be slothy, stamp bundle with the dies included as well. You'll get both of them together for £18. I think that is an amazing price and a great theme too. I mean, have you found that sloths have been some of the most popular characters?
Yeah, they are. There's certain characters that, I don't know, seem to appear each year that are the character that everybody wants, and sloths is definitely still right up there for something that everybody wants.
How do you colour them in? What do you use?
So you can use whatever medium is your favourite. I use alcohol markers. brushes,
Okay.
but you can use your watercolours, you can use your pencils, or anything, any medium that you prefer to colour in. They look great in all of those. It just depends then on what ink that you might use. So you might use a slightly different ink to stamp the image that works with the medium that you're using. But yeah, they look great however you want to colour them.
They do look fantastic. So at that price as well, you cannot go wrong. Before we go on to do another demo with the stencils, I'm going to show you the stencils quickly because they are new for this year. And these are just beautiful everyday stencils you're going to use again and again and again. Now you've got the four-leaf, is it four-leaf clover?
It's called Flirty Flowers.
Oh, Flirty Flowers, okay.
But they depending on how, this again is why the stencil, I love stencils so much because it depends, you know, you change the colour of ink and they become something completely different. So these can look like four-leaf clovers. They're actually made up, if you look closely, as a series of hearts. So you can use them for maybe Valentine's Day. Or you can just use them as flowers. So colour them in you know, different colours and make them into little flowers.
Well, that one's your Flirty Flowers. That one's your boho, your boho tile.
Tiles,
then you've got that dandelion clock.
Yeah,
so
the dancing dandelions. Yeah, and this is also a really fun stencil. Great for the springtime. Really whimsical. And again, just depending on how you colour it, will completely change it.
And then you've got your stripes, which obviously that's what they look like. So they're basically stripes that go horizontally. But then, of course, you can turn it whichever way you like to make a check, which is what Joanne's done here. Now, all four of these stencils, I always rate stencils so highly because you could do so much with them.
Yeah.
£4 each is what we're going to do them for today. £16. You know, they don't have a theme, so they are really useful for everyday crafting, whether you're using a bit of it, using the whole of it. £4 a stencil, 16 for all four. CO3730 is your product code for that. And I've got some finished cards here with the slots, which I've just realised. I'll have a look at those in a second. But £16 gets you all four of those stencils, CO3730. Do we want to do the dies before we go to demo, or should we do a demo first? Let's do a demo.
Okay, so I've already started a little bit of this demo. Like I said, it's good to really get started with some ink blending. And I'm going to use the Flirty Flowers over the top of this. And I'm just going to change up to a slightly darker colour. So you've already seen I've done my background in just a paler pink. And then I'm going to take one of the MIDI brushes and add some of my ink to that. And then I'm just going to push that colour through my stencil. So if you want, this is also a little tip, if you want in a lighter application, hold your brush a little bit further down the handle. So we didn't really talk a lot about the handle initially, but the handle has been produced to be flexible. It's really comfortable to hold on to. So if you've struggled with the traditional sort of tools in the past, because they can be quite tough if you've got any issues with your hands or your wrists. These are much more comfortable to hold and to use. But if you want a deeper impression, I hold my the head of the brush between my finger and my thumb.
I mean, that bounce and that flexibility is important. It just helps you get an even blend.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a 6x6 stencil, and I'm working on more of a slimline shape, but because it's a pattern that will transfer, so I'm just going to line that up with some that I've already added ink to.
I mean, think about what you want to use the stencil on. You can use it on furniture, you can use it on walls, on windows.
So many different things, isn't there? Stencils are, you know, I think for a long time they've been a bit of a forgotten craft, but now you can use them in so many things, and effectively making your own patterned paper.
Well, I hope this makes sense, but I don't like stencils when it looks like it's been stenciled. Do you know what I mean? Because sometimes certain stencils you can tell, whereas your stencils, you don't think, oh, that's a stencil, it's a pattern.
It's a pattern, that's right. And I think that's, again, it looks like it's being handcrafted. So I think that, again, that just really adds to it. So I've got my slimline card base, so I'm going to add that to my background. But I've also used one of those dies that we've not quite got to yet, but to show you what they look like. This is the horizontal one, and it cuts out 3 of the tulips. And they've all got a stitched outline around them. But it also cuts out the centre with a stitched outline as well.
Right.
So you can use the negative space as well as the bits that come out.
So there's no waste.
No waste at all. So this I'm going to pop on top of our stencil background, and you can see that bit of pattern popping through, which looks really, really pretty. So let's grab some glue, and we'll get this stuck on the background. And that was such an easy thing to do, so quick to get that pattern on there. And again,
you like your cosmic shimmer glue, don't you? From
I do.
Creative Expression?
Yes, yeah, that is my go-to, I have to say. It's never let me down. So pop that on there. I've already added a bit of foam tape to the back of this, so that we can stick this on to our background. Ooh. And I think this, you know, one of the things that I, as a crafter as well as, you know, I started the business because I'm a crafter,
right?
And I love to craft, but sometimes I don't have time to do the crafting that I want to do. So having something that's quick and easy to do
and a bit different too.
Yeah, is really, really beneficial. So to save time again, I have already die cut some of my images here. So I'll just grab these out of here because it does save us a little bit of time if we do some of these bits beforehand.
Do you colour them before you cut them out then, or?
I do.
Right.
Which you could say is a little bit dangerous, because if you don't die cut it right, then you've kind of spent all that time colouring and maybe you've wasted your time. But yeah, I tend to colour first and then die cut, because it's sometimes a little bit tricky to colour in once you've already die cut your image.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just going to pop him there.
He's adorable.
And I've just added foam tape to the back of these, and you can see that the die cut just leaves that nice little white space around the outside. That helps you line up your die, but also makes it look really crisp and professional. So I just pop him on there. And then we've got that little dream cloud, because they're having a little snooze. So they're just having a little dream.
You could put a little verse in there. You could handwrite something in that. It could be like a little speech bubble.
Absolutely. And the Zs do fit in there.
Okay.
If you wanted to stamp those in there, they do fit. So there's also, like you mentioned, there's actually 19 of the, I think we counted, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Of the stamps that are in there. So you've got lots of different little accessories that you can just use to decorate the front of your card. And then we can also put on, shall we do, so I'm just using my little pickup tool, because sometimes with my nails it's a little bit tough to pick these up. So
Don't worry, be slothy.
Don't worry, be slothy. I think that's what we're going for. We'll go for a don't worry, be slothy. So just arrange your, your extra little items on the front, and you can have a good little play around with where you want things to be. You could add a bit more, a bit more foam tape to your sentiments if you wanted to. But we're just going to pop these on here, nice and easy.
We do various picky up tools, a bit like you're using. They'll be on the website. I know Dreamies do one. I know
they're so
Woodware
handy.
do one.
They are so handy because...
I use them for model making. They're brilliant.
Oh, yeah, what a good idea. Yeah, definitely you need it. Or some little tweezers are sometimes a good idea. So there you go, a really quick and easy card.
Love it.
I just turn that round. And again, it's different because you've got that slim line, you've got the tulip apertures, and again, it's just really adorable images as well.
Now, those tulip apertures, I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this in all the years, and I love them. They're dead simple, but they're different. And, you've got the positive and you've got the negative. Now, we've got the horizontal and we've got the vertical, and they're both going to be the same price. But like Joanna was saying, you've actually got the faux stitching on the outside edge and also on what it's cut out as well. And these are so affordable. QA3747 is the product code. Let me just take it off the stand. So this is the horizontal one, isn't it? There we go. So there's your horizontal. You probably want to go for both actually, because the vertical's really handy to have too. But this is the horizontal one, so it stays in the cardstock. All the cutting is around the actual edge of the tulip. But use them as windows, use them for shaker cards, use them to put photographs behind. You know, we're thinking spring, we're always a season ahead, or in some cases, some crafters are 2 seasons ahead. So we're looking towards the brighter, sunnier, warmer days, please. $9.99 for this, and that's a lot of metal, and also really lovely large tulip images there for that price, under a tenner. QA3747 is the product code if you want the horizontal one, okay? And that's QA3747, under £10, £9.99. And then exactly the same design, but this time going vertically. If that's more to your taste, if you're more of a DL card maker, you like the vertical rather than the horizontal. But not just for DL cards, for any size of project. Great for scrapbooking, you know, having those large tulips across a scrapbooking page would look lovely. $9.99 for that one. Different product code though, it's DG3782. And it's got to measure, what, a couple of inches across each tulip? Roughly?
Yeah, the horizontal and the vertical ones are slightly different sizes, which I'll be able to show you in the next demo. They're just slightly, the vertical is slightly narrower.
Right.
Just because of how they're positioned along the orientation. So.
Okay, but there's not much in it.
No, it's a tiny amount of difference. But
Yeah,
that means
it's a slightly bigger one on the vertical, slightly smaller on the horizontal.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, but same price, £9.99. Very different, DG3782. Now, if there are certain dies or certain stamps or certain stencils that you want, we have got them individually available. So if you just want the sloth stamps and not the dies, you can buy those on their own. But to be honest with you, they're so affordable anyway. To get the dies that cut them out just makes life so much easier. But all the individuals will be on the website for you. And it is the best saving to go for both of them together as well. So what is it you're after? Blending brushes on their own, blending brushes in the carousel, or the sloth stamps and dies, or maybe those tulips. Whatever you go for, it's from Time for Tea. And we only see Joanna here once a month, so take advantage of the fact that she's only here for this one show today. So we don't see you enough as far as we're concerned. But anyway.
No, I wish it could be more, but there's only one of me.
I know, and that's what we love, because yes, we have the big companies like Hunkydory, Crafters Companion, Creative Expressions, and that's lovely. But it's also lovely that we get the independent small businesses.
And it's great that we've got this opportunity to be able to come and bring this to a different audience. Because, you know, sometimes I think, well, everybody's seen the brushes, but they actually haven't. No. You know, there's new people that see them every time we come here. And I feel that we're introducing them to something that's really going to enhance their crafting. So it is really great.
And also, we got lots of people maybe that had hobby maker gift cards at Christmas time, and they're thinking, okay, what do I need? What do I really need to kind of up my game with my crafting? Those brushes, you won't look back. You'll be absolutely hooked. If you want to already maybe just buy a couple or something like that, they are all on the website in different colorways as well. You can buy them individually, but the deal is if you buy the carousel with the 5, that's a great deal. You're only paying a tenner really for the carousel, which is worth an awful lot more. Or if you want the 5 brushes on their own, if you've already got storage, you don't need the carousel, you can buy those on their own for £25. That's 4 of the large ones and 1 of the smaller brushes. They've all got the same bristles up. There must be thousands of bristles.
Oh, thousands. I wouldn't like to hazard a guess how many there are. There are thousands, and they last for, you know, I've got the same original set that I had when I first started using them. So and that's nearly 3 years ago. So yeah,
I'd love to see how they're made, because
yeah, I don't know how they do it, because they don't lose bristles either, which which is also awesome. I would recommend that you don't wash them, because that will mean that they keep their bristles, you know, for as long as you're using them.
Just use your hobby maker microfiber cloths. You'll find those on the website. They're still available.
I wish I'd got one.
Well, we'll sort you out with some. Okay, what's next?
So I'm going to go back to some ink blending, and we're going to make a background. I'm going to show you how to use those tulip dies a little bit differently. So I'm just going to use a few. We're going to do a little bit of a rainbow, because I do love a rainbow. And I'm actually going to use my green brush to start with a bit of yellow. So again, we're going straight onto our cardstock. Just an ordinary piece of cardstock. It is a smooth surface cardstock. Yep. If you use a cardstock that has more of a texture to it, you will see the texture, which again is another beautiful thing with the ink blending, is that if you're using textured cardstock and you add ink to it, it just really brings out that texture. It looks gorgeous, but you won't get any harshness. So your ink blending will be perfect. So I'm now going to go from using this bright yellow straight into my green, which you might think, wow, that's absolutely not the done thing, but I know that it's going to work absolutely fine.
So you can use the same brush for yellows and greens, no
and
trouble.
I didn't even clean it in between.
Right.
I'm a very lazy crafter, but that's why I'm a sloth crafter. But that's why these brushes are perfect for me, because I want to be able to just craft and go. I just want to be able to do it. I don't want to have to, you know, go clean my brush, replace the top of it, move on to another one. I just want to be able to just do it and do it easily and quickly. And
I wonder how long sloths live for.
that's a very good question.
You kind of think that they should live a long, long, long life because they're very, very slow.
Very slow, yeah.
I'm not sure if they do or not.
No, that's an interesting. We need to know that. That's definitely a fact that needs to be found.
That's a definite Google question.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I'm now using the MIDI brush, and you can see there that I covered a great deal of space very, very quickly. I'm not worrying about blending in between, but if you did want to do that, very easy to do is to just overlap those colours. So I'll go over with one colour and then take the brush that I was using with the green and just work that into the other colour.
15 to 18 hours a day they sleep, sloths.
Do they?
Like my cat.
That's I was going to say, isn't that the same as cats?
Yeah, I think it is.
So you build up those colours and you get a blend. But the reason that I'm not worrying about that at this stage is because we're actually going to take one of those dyes, which I've popped under here somewhere.
Well, look at that for a seamless blend. That is flawless.
Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And it looks, I always liken it to an airbrush effect. It doesn't look like you've brushed anything or you know, it just looks like it's been sprayed on. So we can then add our dye over the top of this and cut out those tulips in whatever colour we want. So I'm not going to do that now because obviously that'll take a bit of time, but what you'll do is you'll build up your rainbow and you'll cut out your tulips.
I know
with
you
that
didn't intend this, but I'm just thinking from a kid's perspective, if you turn those tulips up the other way, they could be like little space invaders.
That's cute, yeah.
Little monsters.
They could also be almost like a cracked egg.
Yes.
Couldn't they?
Yeah, they could be. Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, there's, you know, there's
Yeah, you
so
can have a
many
little chick coming out of, put it on its side and
yeah, so many different ways of using them. If you just use your imagination, there's so much you can do. So, I've just thrown something off the side of my table. So these are ones that I've already pre-cut in different colours, and I've added a bit of foam tape to the back of those. So we'll come to those shortly. I'm using a square card base, so I've cut another piece of white cardstock that I'm going to layer onto the back of there, and I'm going to add a little bit of pattern to this using my dancing daisies, dandelions, sorry. So I'm going to line that up over the top, try and get that straight.
that's childhood memories right there.
The dandelions, I know, and again, they are very popular for the, you know, coming into spring, and they're just such a pretty fresh design. So again, I'm using my my fern-coloured brush. With
And
some
all
of
of the inks that Joanne's using in the show are distress oxides, by the way.
They
You're
are.
Thinking, what are those colours? They're all on the website. We stock them here at Hobby Maker. So.
And of course, you don't have to use the exact colours that I'm using. You can make it so that it matches the colour scheme of the card that you're making. And again, like I said, that's the beauty of this style of crafting. If you've got some stencils, you've got some white cardstock, you've got some inks, then you've got everything you need, really. Add a couple of sentiments to it and you're good to go, aren't you? So I'm just pushing some of that colour through. I'm going to be covered in ink now, but when I reveal that,
Wow.
we've got those pretty little dandelions.
Beautiful.
You can add colour to the back of that and obviously stencil on top if you wanted to, but I wanted the white background because I think that really pops. So I just pop that back down there. And then we'll
I mean, it's important to point out, although you're using distress oxide, you can use any
Yes,
ink, can't
yeah,
you? Any
yes,
ink.
sorry, I should have said that. Yeah, you can use any inks that you've got. Like I say, the distress oxides are a slightly more chalky finish than other inks. So they don't really blend that well with other inks. So it's not the brush, it's the ink itself.
Yeah.
So I would probably keep those separately.
We're getting lots of messages from viewers, actually. Thank you for your
yay.
messaging in. Average life of a sloth, anywhere between 20 and 30.
Really? Oh, so they live quite long then, don't they?
That's good.
Maybe that's the key, just lots of sleep. You need lots
Evidently,
of
one
sleep.
did live to 43.
43?
Evidently, yeah.
Wow.
Thank you for all the info.
Yeah,
Much appreciated.
thank you.
Every day's a school day.
Exactly, that's it. We would have been thinking about that, wouldn't we, all night?
Yeah.
So, we can now add onto the back of here these tulips. What I've did on the previous one is that I did add them to this background before I added them to this, so that I could just trim them down. But you'll forgive me.
Oh, this is the best type of spring card, isn't it?
Isn't it cute? So now we're just adding these onto our background. Like I say, I'm not worried that they're overlapping the edges because we can just trim those down. So just pop those on. And I've gone for, kind of a pastel kind of a colour theme, but you can make this whatever colour scheme you like. And then any bits that are hanging over the edge, can just trim those down.
In an upmarket card shop, that will be a fortune, that card.
Yeah, because it's got all the dimension, it's unique.
It's classy.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? So this, again, like we're saying, is very versatile in terms of what you could do. You could just add a sentiment on there if you wanted to, but I'm going to obviously mix this with our sloths today.
Okay.
Because obviously, why not? So let's have a look. Where have I put all my sloths? Here we go. In fact, I will show you one of the sloths stamped out because we've got a little bit of time, and I'll show you how I coloured him in.
Okay, great.
So I know I have die cut him already to save a little bit of time, which is not what I would normally do, but just to show you how easy these are to do.
I think you've got to know someone quite well to send them a sloth card.
Have you? Do you think?
So.
Yeah,
It could be- yeah.
Well, that's
You're
it.
saying I'm lazy.
Well, or you're saying yourself
Yeah,
is. But yeah, so I'm just using alcohol markers like I mentioned before. And I think sometimes people are a little bit worried about colouring. Sorry if my finger's getting in the way, that's the only danger of die cutting them first, so I need to be able to hold them down. But because they are small images, you really don't need to do an awful lot.
No.
And colouring can be so relaxing.
Well, I think more and more people are getting into colouring.
Yes, because of that mindfulness that you get with
Yeah.
it. So I like to stamp a load of my images out. I typically use 2 or 3 shades of the same colour to get my, a bit of dimension. And I do Facebook lives and YouTube lives each week. So we go into a bit more detail about the colouring. So if anybody's interested in, finding out a little bit more about colouring.
So what do they search for on Facebook? Time
Just
for Tea?
Time for Tea Designs.
Okay.
So we're Time for Tea Designs on everything. And like I say, we do a live every week. And it's great to just, people ask questions and, ask me to demonstrate certain things. And so it's great to be able to do that. Because sometimes when we're here, we have to do things quite quickly, don't we? So you don't really get a chance to explain everything that you're doing. But it is, again, I just love to just spend a bit of time with loads of these images and my colouring pens, and we just colour them in.
This is why it's the best way to buy your crafting goodies from us, because you see the people behind the products, and you're not just buying it off a shelf.
Absolutely.
And then you're not left high and dry, wondering how to use things. There's communities out there of fans of certain brands, and you can get involved.
Exactly, that's it. It doesn't end, when you buy the products. You've got all of that support from us, online. So yeah, and this is why, like I say, that I got into this is because I love the crafting. I love to teach it. I love to talk about it. My other half is sick of me talking about craft.
He's watching today though, isn't he?
He is watching today, yes, he will be watching with our two cats who are probably asleep.
Probably copying the sloth.
Probably copying the sloth, yeah. So I'll just colour in his little face so that you can see him. This is where you really see the images come to life. And this, again, is why I like to be able to just have a bit of time to do this, because it does, it does really, bring them to... Seeing a line drawing, sometimes you think, oh, am I going to be able to do that? Am I going to be able to make that into anything? But they are so easy to do. So that's our little sloth coloured in. And I might need him, actually, so I might have to colour in his little tree. Where is he? Let's have a look. We'll colour in the little branch as well, quickly. And then we can stick these down.
I mean, everyone in the office today, young, old, male, female, everyone loved the sloth.
Yeah, that's it. They are... it's a very... I don't know, it does... Everybody just... goes, oh, look at the sloths, it's great. They are one of those characters that everybody's drawn to. Okay, so we've got a few of these little characters here, so let's just add these on with a bit of glue. And
do you, with your other half, do you kind of show your designs to him and get his...
Yeah, I do. And, I've mentioned this before as well. I sometimes ask him for advice, which is probably not the best idea, because I think, right, I need to come up with some sentiments, some good sentiments, and is never appropriate for family viewing. So yeah, so he's now not called upon as
Well, if ever we do after dark craft hours,
that's it.
After the watershed, when maybe we can get those in.
Yeah, he is definitely in the market for an over 18s. Yeah. So yes, we've got our little images on there, and then I'm just going to pop. So this is a really good sentiment to use if you're just wanting somebody just to, just take a bit of time and relax. They've had a bit of a tough time lately, then this, I think, will just cheer them up no end.
Yeah, if you know someone that works too hard, never has a day off, always kind of running at full pelt, that would make a great card for them, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Chill out a bit, take a day off.
Just relax.
Okay, now let's recap the details for the sloths. I've got some other cards to show you here as well, which I missed earlier on. Now, the best way to buy the sloths is to go for the bundle, because you're going to get the dies that cut out the images that the stamps stamp. £10 saving on this as well. And remember, this is the first show from Joanna of 2023. First time you've seen Time for Tea. The last time she was here was middle of December. And we know that in that month, maybe you got lots on and you couldn't watch the show or whatever. It was a very busy show, but first one from Joanna for this year. And what a great introduction to Time for Tea if you've never seen it before, with the cute sloths. 19 stamps we counted, all the dies. Now, the dies actually come attached. Is the idea that you snip them off?
Yeah, so if you've got some like little jewellery snippers, you can just separate them really easily. And that really is just from a transportation point of view, keeps them all together. Yep. So yeah, they come apart so easy.
£18. And how cute. I mean, if the reaction here with everyone in the building was, oh, the sloths are lovely. Imagine if you are selling your cards, how popular they'd be, because everyone knows a sloth. That's the truth. Every family, I'm sure, has got one. Mine has, and I'm that sloth. VR3725, VR3725. My other half will be the person that gets the card to slow down, take a day off, don't answer your phone after 5 o'clock, all that sort of thing. So, the sloth can mean different things to different people. It really can, but so cute. Free phone number to order. If you've never ordered before, give that number a call. The guys in the call centre are fantastic, guys and ladies. 0800 001 4433. They'll give you membership. They'll set it up for you absolutely free of charge, and just say that you like this, VR3725. And also on the website, if you will go to hobbymaker.co.uk, you can just put your email address in there, make up a password, and that's you. You're a member of Hobby Maker with 1 P&P every day of just £3.95, no matter how many times you order between midnight and midnight. Now, the tulips, these are really different. And, just when you think you've maybe seen everything in crafting, something very simple but very different comes along like these. They're going to cut out apertures. So you're going to have kind of tulip apertures if you want to use them maybe for shaker cards or put pictures behind them, put the character of the sloth behind the aperture, you could do that easily. But then you've got the solid that it's cut out. And you've got a double tram line of faux stitching. So you've got the faux stitching on the cutout and you've got the faux stitching on the aperture as well. And they're brilliantly priced at $9.99. And there's no cutting edge around the outside of the metal. So it's just basically the cuts are where the tulips are. Okay, $9.99, and that one is your horizontal, so that's the one that's there. And then the other one above it is your vertical option, slightly different in size. So I suppose if you wanted to, the one that's bigger, you could actually layer the smaller tulip in the middle of the bigger one.
Yeah, you could actually, yeah. And they do, you've on the card that we just made, the different sizes on there, so it means that they all fit together quite nicely. They all kind of nest together. So yeah, and I think the fact that it doesn't have the cutting line, again, is a really important point around the outside, is that you can then fit that into your slimline card shapes or any slimline nesting dies that you might have. But you can also then just use two of the apertures. You don't have to use the whole thing. No. So it's a really versatile die, both of those.
Well, $9.99 each. If you wanted both of them, so you've got the vertical and the horizontal, that'll be less than £20 and only one P&P to pay of £3.95. So those are really unusual. Not seen anything quite like it before. Can I quickly show you the finished cards of the sloths, because I missed those earlier on. Let me just show you these, because these will give you more ideas and more inspiration. Look at these. They are just so cute.
And I think the sloths do work really well with a slimline die. So I don't have any other examples of the tulips, unfortunately, for these samples. But you can see that most of the design team have used them in a slimline variation because they hang all the way down the front of the card, so they work really well together.
And the wording stands out really well there. That's actually with white embossing powder.
That's right, yeah, that's embossed onto some black cardstock. So yeah, again, you can use all different mediums to stamp out your sentiments.
So that's the whole family there, having a good old chill out session. And there's just one on its own with a little bit of die cuts in the background. Really beautiful. £18 for the stamps and the dies. And let's also, nothing to do with sloths, let's show you these fantastically versatile stencils. They are made from mylar, as most stencils are. And you've got your lines, you've got your dandelion clocks, you've got your beautiful tile over there, and then you've got your flirty flowers.
Flirty flowers.
Made up of little hearts, which are lovely. Now, you can't really see them that easily on the packaging, but if you look over here, the line one is a single horizontal line, but of course that means that then you can play with the stencil. You can make it go diagonally, you can make it go vertically, you can make it crisscross, so that's going to be a really useful one to have. There's your dandelion clocks, which we used in the demo. There's the tile, quite a Moroccan style, and then you've got your flirty hearts or flirty flowers at the top there as well. And it is a repeatable pattern, so if you want to make it longer, wider, taller.
That's right, yeah, you can just move it along, line it up, move it along, and you can use them to make it on a slim line.
£4 each, £16 for the set of 4. Are these individually available as well, Laura? They are, okay. So if you just want one, £4.50 for one, but you save £2 by buying the bundle of 4. That makes sense. Okay, got time for another demo?
So we'll do a little bit more ink blending, of course. So I'm going to use a little bit of salvage patina, and I'm going to do that to create another background.
We've just been told, actually, the brushes on their own are doing very well, actually.
Oh,
£25 for 5, 4 large, 1 standard, or Diddy. And that probably means to me that an awful lot of you bought the caddy before with 5 brushes, and you want to fill in the gaps.
Fill up the gaps, yeah, which is, that's totally understandable, because we have obviously we've brought the caddies to you before, and they've been so popular. So, but also I think if you're not sure whether this is the craft for you yet, and you just want to test it out, I think the brushes, as in that bundle, you're getting a good mixture of colours, as well as that different size. So it's a great starter set for you to just try this out.
And they do come boxed, by the way, as well, so you can, if it's a present, wrap them up easily.
So these ones don't come in the box. The caddy comes in the box.
Oh, the caddy comes in the box. Beg your pardon.
Yeah,
right.
But they do have the hoods on, the little helmets on, because that means then if you're going to transport them anywhere, then they're not going to get damaged. You're not going to transfer ink
No.
either from one to the other. So that, again, that's a really great thing to have. When they're in the caddy, you don't need to put the little hats on. So I haven't done that, but you can if you want to.
I mean, I must admit, every time I've used a Dauber, not dissing Daubers, there's a place for them and they are good, but I always end up very, very covered in ink. Whereas
Yes.
with these brushes, you're not getting it everywhere, right?
I am not a messy crafter. I don't like to be covered in all kinds of things. So yeah, it does. I think this is much cleaner craft.
With the Daubers,
you're
you have to
right.
kind of rip off the discs,
You
and
do,
that's when you get
and then
covered.
you get covered in them, yeah. And another tip as well, if you don't like getting ink on your fingers, is to just use a little bit of washi tape when you're holding down your stencil.
Oh.
So I just rip a bit of that off and pop that onto my fingers, and then I can hold my stencil down.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And then I'm not going to transfer ink, which, you know, if I wasn't being trying to do things quickly, I would probably secure my stencil with a bit of washi tape anyway, so that you're not having to hold it down as firmly. But because we're doing things a little bit quickly, then I've not done exactly as I would do if I was crafting at home. So again, this is a pattern that you can move on. So you just have to line that up. So
Dead easy to line it up.
yeah, just find the pattern that you've already done, and then add a bit more ink through there. So you can see I'm using the midi size brush here as well, because that's got the smaller head to it. So if I'm using a stencil that's a little bit more detailed, then that really works. So we've just got that beautiful pattern now.
Like that.
And I think the tone on tone works really, really well with this kind of stencil. It looks so pretty. And you can use this for, you may have got stamps in your stash already. You may have got other stamps from us. You might have got, you know, sentiments that you want to use. Adding that to your background, you've got an instantly beautiful card there. But we're going to do similar to what we did before, but the other way around.
Okay.
So I've got already added my background to my card here. So this is a standard UK size DL card.
That's a massively popular style of card.
It is very much so, and that's why these are so popular as well. Because anything that you can do that's a little bit different on a slimline card, but that makes it a little bit easier, is just perfect. And I think as well, this design feature works with your smaller stamp images, because we tend to work with smaller stamp images at Time for Tea. So because we've reduced effectively the amount of space we've got to fill, because we've got these little apertures, it means then that you can use your smaller stamps to great effect. So again, because we're always short on time, I have already stamped out these, and I've also stamped out my my sentiments as well.
Yeah.
And I've just backed them onto a bit of cardstock, and I've used my inks to colour in my cardstock. So again, I'm using my inks and my blender brushes to make my own bespoke coloured cardstock, which is a great thing.
Of course, you know the colours are going to match because you're using the same ink.
Exactly. So again, that's one of the things that, you know, if you're looking for something that's going to help you, you know, save a little bit of money, be a bit more, use more of your stash, which I think again is a thing that we're all very conscious of at the moment, isn't it? Is using our stash. Then this is really going to help with that. So again, bit of glue, really easy peasy. And pop him on the bottom of there, and then we'll have. Oh, come on, glue.
I'm so glad you're loving the sloths as much as we do. I just think they're perfect.
Let's hang out and take it easy. So again, this is, you know, for somebody who's just, they need a little bit of me time. And then that's really, really easy to do. And again, you can just add any of your other little embellishments that you've done, which again is another reason why I think my little picky up tool's gone under my table. So
oh, that's what fell on the floor.
That's what fell on the floor, but never mind. We'll improvise. Hopefully, it'll not stick to my fingers.
I mean, it's been really obvious to us since the beginning of the year. So many of you have decided to start a new craft, whether it's you've been a crafter a long time but haven't actually tried card making, or whether you've never crafted before but you've been inspired by a TV show you've seen, or just by tuning into us and maybe tuning into us by accident, finding us on Sky or wherever you're watching us, thinking, oh, you know what?
Yeah, that's how I got into crafting, was watching it on TV.
Was it?
Yeah, I just happened to turn over and it was there, and it's like, oh, what's this? I like this. And then, yeah, I've been hooked ever since.
Brilliant.
And now, you know, to think that, you know, it's actually be our fifth year this year, and to think that it started, you know, so small and, you know, all them years ago just from watching TV. I'm now here.
Actually, there are so many of our guests that are the same as Joanne, have been viewers and customers.
Yeah. And
they get into it and then develop their own businesses.
Yeah,
right.
it is, you know, sometimes I have to pinch myself and think, you know, is this real? So yeah, you can just add a few. You just see I've just stamped a couple of little butterflies flying around. You can add as many embellishments as you want to that, but that's our completed.
There you go. Lots of inspiration and ideas from Joanna today. Remember, we've got the brushes on their own as a set of 5. We've got the Time for Tea caddy as well. Now, if you want the caddy and the brushes together, that is going to be the best buy because you're only paying £10 for the caddy. The brushes are £25, which is brilliant value. With the caddy, £35. The Lazy Susan's batteries have run out. Mine haven't. So I can just kind of give it a twirl for you. There you go. Look. And the Time for Tea logo is just up there. You can't really see it, but yeah, fab. So if you want to fill the other 5 spaces, we have got a set of 5 brushes available. That's 4 large and 1 diddy for £25. So that would be then £60 complete, wouldn't it? For 10 brushes and the caddy and 1 P&P of £3.95. And they're going to last you years.
Yeah.
They don't shed. I mean, sometimes other bristle brushes bristles can come out, and if that's got ink on it, it can, you know, leave a mark on your project. It can be really frustrating. That doesn't happen, okay? RV3702, if you want to try them, you will love them, believe me. Now, what about the sloths? Let me remind you of the sloths. The sloth stamp set and the sloth die set. The bundle, I'm not surprised you're loving the bundles. That's where the best value for money is. And if you're going to buy the stamps and cut them out, fussy cut them, why bother when the dies will do it for you and give you a professional finish every time. And even some of the words have actually got the dies to cut out, the Zs and the word relax as well. So Joanna thinks of everything. £18 for the 2, £9 for the stamps, £9 for the die. I think you'll agree that is incredible value for money and a theme that all of us love. No matter age, sex, whatever, it doesn't matter. Everyone seems to love the sloths. So if you're making cards to sell either for profit or charity, I'm sure they're going to fly off the shelf. And you'll have a smile on your face when you're making them as well.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's an enjoyable thing to do, to be colouring in a load of cute little sloths, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I can't think of anything better to do on a Sunday afternoon, to be honest.
It's an absolute perfect Sunday image, isn't it? A sloth just chilling out, hanging around, relaxing, taking it easy. Now, please check out. We've got lots of you with them in their baskets. These are the people that have actually got them checked out and confirmed. Kim, Lynn, Vivian, Donna, Carolyn, Jane, Margaret, Katie in West Yorkshire's loving the sloths as well. Loads of you putting them into your basket right now. Barbara, Helen, Gloria, Paulette, it's all there. And if you just come in or just finished dinner, put the TV on, oh, I've missed Joanna. You can watch it back. Shortly after the show's ended, you can watch it back a bit later on this afternoon, or maybe after we come off air at 6 o'clock tonight. VR3725. Joanna, great to see you.
Yes, you too. Thank you so much.
See you hopefully next month.
Yes, next month I'm here.
Fabulous. Now next, we've got something brand new from Hunkydory. The lovely Pauline is here on this Sunday afternoon on Hobby Maker. See you in about 3 minutes.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker. Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Very exciting times here at Hobby Maker. We're looking forward to this coming Thursday at 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock for brand new items from We Are Memory Keepers. I'm going to be joined by the brilliant Carla Bagshaw, my very good friend, the UK ambassador for We Are Memory Keepers. We're launching the Crocodile at 2 o'clock, not to be missed. And at 4 o'clock, the envelope punch board with many other brand new items from We Are Memory Keepers. See you on Thursday, 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock.
It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
With all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag #NewYearNewHobby.
And watch us every day from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 a.m. and 1 to 6 p.m.
And 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
My name is Anne-Marie and I am the creative manager at Hunkydory Crafts. Hunkydory are the UK's premier papercraft manufacturer and we design and manufacture all of our papercraft goodies back at home in Preston. We do lots of papercraft products as well as moonstone dies. We have our prism range of colouring mediums like watercolour pencils, alcohol markers, waterbrush pens, and we also have our very own range of stamps called For the Love of Stamps. We're really looking forward to bringing you all of our brand new product launches as well as our inspirational demonstrations, which we just know the audience love.
Everybody's got a real spring in their step today.
Sun's out.
Is it?
Sun's
That's
out.
why. I'm in here, I can't see it, but that's why then. And we've all got a day off tomorrow. That's probably another reason.
And me.
And you. Great to have your company this afternoon. It is Hobby Maker, Sunday afternoon, perfect telly, a little bit of crafting for you with this lovely lady. Now, I did mention when we started at 1 o'clock this afternoon, get yourself a piece of square paper. Doesn't matter what it's like, any size, but as long as it's square, because you're going to be doing some...
Little bit of, you join me for a little bit of origami paper folding.
When we do it, and you do it alongside Pauline at the same time, take a picture of it and send it in. We'd love to see what you've done. And you can send it to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. Now, something that Hunkydory do regularly are bring out these new duo design pads. They're beautiful. The quality of the paper and the imagery in these pads is just superb. Absolutely lovely. And as ever, the deal we do here at Hobby Maker for these, if you buy 3, you only pay for 2. So they're $9.99 each, okay? $29.97. Let me show you what they are and I'll flick through. You've got this one, which is Colour Kaleidoscope and Sensational Starbursts, okay? Now you can get an idea of what's inside the paper pad by having a little look on the front. Oh, this is right up my street.
I know, it's fabulous. So what's great about these, called Duo Design. So they're double-sided.
Yeah.
But from one side you see that, and then if you turn them round, you can, no, just turn it over, Dave. That's it, easy for you, there we go. So there's all your other designs.
Oh, wow.
So Starburst in all the, now just one of those Starburst pages with something in the middle.
Yeah.
So behind it comes that starburst.
It's like the sun's rays or an
Fantastic.
explosion or a firework
very,
going off.
Very psychedelic as
Very
well.
60s.
Very 60s, very 60s.
Very
Remember
Carnaby
it.
Street.
Remember it a little bit. Remember
That's the first one, okay. I'll flick through them in a sec and you can see them in close-up. Next one we got for you is Spring Fling, oh yeah, and Gorgeous
Yep.
Gingham. Spring Fling and Gorgeous Gingham.
We like it when spring has sprung.
Yeah.
And then look at that.
Now that's picnic time, isn't it?
Picnic tablecloths.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
But what
spring,
about as
spring.
well, if you've got a little die cut, you can die cut a little girl's dress.
Yeah.
But paper folding for these are just,
made for it.
amazing.
And then the last one in the set of 3, and you're going to get, how many sheets in each one, is it?
Is it 48?
Yeah, 48 sheets. So 48, 96. That's about 144 sheets in total. This one is your rainbow honeycomb, like that. I love all of these.
Because it goes like an ombre effect through
does.
it. So each sheet isn't just one colour, it's shaded.
And
then
candy
this
floss
is all that inking that Joe's just been doing. We've got it all done for you on a piece of paper.
And if I start to flick, when you see, the minute you open up the pad and you just see and feel the quality of the paper, look at this.
That's
Perfect
like
for
your
paper folding.
apricot colours there. But you can see the tones coming through and how they mix and match together. No more searching around for a matte layer.
No.
You've got them here.
I mean, there are
Perfect.
so many people that are massive fans of the Duo pads. Those cloudy ones there,
Yeah.
they're going to be so useful. You know, it's a sky at different times of the day or different times of the year.
Now, you can heat emboss on these,
Okay.
or you could use a stays-on
Right.
ink pad.
Yeah.
But because they're a slippy, shiny surface, they are harder to stamp on, but you can do it.
It's got the right ink.
But your ordinary dye inks won't dry on there.
Okay, so you've got to make sure you're using the right product if you want
Yeah.
to overstamp. Okay,
I
now we
love
are
this.
getting that price down. Remember, you're going to get 1 free if you buy 3, so you're not going to be paying $29.97.
This is so pretty.
Which one's the free one, I wonder? Could be this one. $19.98 for all 3 for 144 sheets, double-sided.
Look at the ducks.
Oh, yeah.
Quack, quack.
Oh, adorable.
Or as my baby granddaughter says, cack, 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 cack.
Then you've got the Swifts, I think they are. Beautiful. Love Swifts. Stunning, isn't it?
It is. It's such a pretty book and so spring-like.
Absolutely. So that's the second one, and I think this one's going to be my favourite. Without seeing
this
it
is gorgeous.
first, I've just got a feeling. Oh yeah, it's like we've gone next door and magnified one of their amethysts.
Yeah. Now, this is great, I think. If you're into journaling, mixed media, and you can use this in your journal books, I think it will look really good.
And that one in particular, that starburst, is
colour's
going to be so
amazing.
useful. Like you said, put an object or put something in the middle of it,
Yeah.
and it's like the sun's rays
Yeah.
from behind it.
Go to one of the lighter colours,
Yeah.
and I'll just show you.
What, the yellow one?
Yeah, the yellow one, great. But look, in the middle of the...
Oh yeah.
See?
Yeah.
It just is a colour burst
And
from...
that whole
from
pattern
that.
to me just says happy.
Yeah.
Happy.
Yeah. Or a
absolutely.
word. What about a word going across there?
Yeah. Congratulations. Boom.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a firework going off.
And don't forget,
Celebration.
they can be cut down. It doesn't have to stay 8 by 8.
Ooh, Valentine's.
You can use your paper trimmer to measure up equally so that you get that still in the centre.
Oh, look at that grey. Isn't that
Yeah,
gorgeous?
I love that.
That's like you're looking into a flawless diamond on one side.
Yeah.
That's my favourite, absolutely, without a
gorgeous.
shadow of a doubt. Now, you can buy them on their own for $9.99 if you want to maybe buy the same one twice or 3 times or something like that, if there's one favourite that leaps out to you. But if you buy the set of 3, this is what we always do with Duo Design pads, we'll give you one for nothing. So which one's your freebie?
Bargain.
You choose. Yeah. IXHD06. We're busy already for this. Free phone number 0800 001 4433. You can use your mobile. It's free on that as well. Our www.hobbymaker.co.uk is the website. You can order there as well. And if you bought something already today, this is a delivered price because you've already paid your $3.95 P&P. But these are the sheets you're going to be getting. Whatever you use them for, whether it's mats and layers, whether you're going to be using them for paper folding, die cutting them, inking them, as Pauline said, you'll have specific ink to work with these because it is a glossy paper. But the paper is superb. Top quality. This is what, you know, Hunkydory do the best. Paper, card, the quality of their printing is second to none. Brand new today. If you've got a collection of these and you build up the collection and buy each 3 as they come out, today's the launch of these. That gemstone. Oh.
I know, it's wonderful. You imagine you've got some jewellery you're showcasing. That would look great at the back of that for doing your photographs.
And just to give you some inspiration, we're going to do a demo right now, but just to show you some finished cards quickly. Look, cutting into the honeycomb, die cutting it. Honeycomb bubbles.
That's got a bubble die on the top of the circles.
Yeah.
So it's just perfect.
Look at this. Oh, wow. Look at that colour combination.
See, and that's just half a sheet.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
you
it
could do the
does
same
look
again. You
amazing.
could make that twice with one of
Yeah.
those sheets.
Yeah.
Then going a little bit more kind of spring countrified with this one, using the gingham and some of those lovely spring images on the other side of the
Now
pages.
that's one of our banner punches, and then, or not punches, or dies. I think that's wider, so it's probably one of our dies. But then a circle cut out of it as well.
Yeah.
And then a circle made with the birds.
Now, hang on.
Oh, look at this.
What's in here? What's in here?
Oh, look, this is amazing.
Oh, wow. That is cool. It's like you
Yeah.
opening your wardrobe door.
Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
it?
yeah. Yeah, with nothing in it.
And lastly, quickly, there we are, look. Honeycomb gingham and floors.
It's so pretty.
Beautiful.
I want to say with that one, can I have a pea, please, Bob?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
The youngsters probably don't know, but it's our young
generation.
Yeah, yeah.
Blockbusters. Yeah. Right, now, Pauline, what are you going to do first? Are we doing
Right.
the folding first or later?
No, I'm
All
going to
right.
give everybody a chance to have got their piece of paper.
Get a square bit of
first.
paper. Could be
Doesn't matter
photocopy
what
of paper,
size.
whatever.
Yeah, don't go too small, because you want to, they even want to craft along in the gallery.
Laura, and I've not introduced you today. I forgot to do that. Let's just show hello to Laura. Also, Dan, he's our director. Laura's our producer. They're going to be paper folding with us as
They
well.
don't want to be left out.
Alex with his fab beanie. Here he is. He's on the floor with us today.
Do you want
Callum.
here you go, take them some out of there if you, okay? We can't leave them out.
Let's all craft along. And then
Yeah.
when you've done it at the end of the show, or after you've actually made it, send it in, send a picture, and we'll give you a little credit. We're not giving anything away or anything like that, but just for fun. Yeah, send in
Yeah.
your pictures to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Okay, well, we are going to make a card to start with.
Okay.
Okay, so I've picked the spring and the gingham because I think it's crying out to be Easter or Mother's Day or that kind of thing. And this is a real simple card, really simple. A little bit of cutting, but you can do that in your own time. Now, I'm using Adorable Scoreable, but I'm using one of our pre-folded cards.
Ooh.
So I've got a 6-inch square in the blue, which is really, really nice, spring-like colours. And I'm going to get my glue. Oh, I went up a bit then.
You did
That
then.
glue. Sounded like I was on a pantomime. Right, okay. So, oh yes, I did. You can imagine what's, yeah. So we've got the one with honeycomb. Now you see, this is where, look, you could put the honeycomb with the squares. You can put this one with this one. Personal choice, but they all go together.
Yeah.
So I've got the 6-inch square card. I've trimmed this down to 5 3/4. I'm going to pop this on. Now this is a great, again, way of showing off the glue.
Well, I was going to ask you what glue you recommend because it's a coated paper, construction glue.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's from Hunkydory.
Tape if
That's
you
on the
want.
website.
Tape if you want, but you know,
The
it's
award-winning
just-
construction glue.
yeah. You see, look, it even won an award for the product here in the New Year's Eve rewards. So there you go. So that's, you can't even see a wrinkle or you can't see a wrinkle because there isn't one.
No.
Then I'm going this. So this one now will be 5 1/2, and this one. Look at the little birds.
Cute.
They are so lovely.
You could fussy cut those out as well. if you
Oh,
wanted to.
definitely, definitely. Right, okay, so we're going to pop that one on next. Now, if you remember the other day, I launched a new Trim Me sentiment pads.
I was with you.
So I'm going to bring one of those in as
We
well.
got those on this afternoon too,
Yeah.
a bit later.
Now, with this blue card that's already made, in the Adorable Scoreable, the blue matches. It's the 2023 colours, so you know it's going to match as well. I've got another little bit of the plain, and we're going to pop that on.
And you're also keeping the weight of your card down by using the paper rather than card all the time.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So that anybody who is concerned about posting, the paper pads as backing is, you know, much easier. And then the measurements are now gone off the back, but we'll show. We've got them at 4 o'clock, so you'll see them. So this is like for anybody who hasn't, a sneaky peek. And I've got, I hope this card will brighten your day and help you feel better in every way. Oh. Now, that doesn't have to be a get well card.
Nope.
It can just be a feel good card.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to pop that onto there. Let me just make sure I've got
Sometimes
it the right way
they're the best
around.
cards to receive when you least
There we
expect
go.
them, you know.
Yeah. So again, with this, the glue works absolutely fine. We're not to... There is somebody who I am wishing well, and that is my mummy.
Yeah, bless her.
Who is in hospital.
You going to take that to her?
Do you know what? That would be nice, wouldn't it?
I think you should.
That would be nice. Right,
Can
okay.
we all sign it as well?
Oh, she would be thrilled.
Let's do that.
Absolutely. Now, I've got this sheet of paper. Now, this is spring flowers and Mother's Day personified. You've got pansies, you've got like primulas, polyanthus, that kind of thing, and butterflies. And it's so, so pretty. So ahead of time, I've cut some out here, okay? And I've cut a butterfly out, and I've cut a butterfly with a little bit of, I think they are forget-me-nots. Okay. So I just want to cut, so...
I'm not very good with my flowers.
So I just want to cut another, I'm going to go for this yellow butterfly here.
Using the Hunkydory scissors that we have as a set of 3 with that beautiful, I suppose it's like an oxidised blade that you've got on there. It's like oil on water.
Unicorn.
It's really cool. Unicorn, yeah.
Unicorn scissors.
And titanium blades.
And if you're crafting by a window, every time you move them, the light shines and you get all different colours. That's so pretty to work with. And this is the smallest pair, usually used for my ribbon, but the other 2 are a bit sticky at the moment because I've really gunged them up. Oh. Been doing some messy work. Right, so we're just going to go round.
How do you ungunge your scissors then? Do you have to use like a solvent?
Just wash, just wash them.
Wash them off, okay.
Yeah, it comes off really easily. So we've got another butterfly there. Okay, so let's assemble this real easy card. And then, of course, later I can put a proper sentiment insert in there. Right, so...
Because actually you've made that into a topper now. It's not an insert anymore, is it?
Yes, that's right. So let's put some pads on the back of these. Got some little pads here that will work lovely. So just a few on here. Don't need many because it's very light. You don't need a lot. Let's put one down there. Another one there, and let's put a little one.
And all those essentials, the foam pads, Hunkydory foam pads, you'll find those on the Hunkydory brand page on our website, remember?
Now, before you stick anything down, it's best to see where you want this to be. And I think like that will look pretty good. Yeah?
Yeah, I agree.
Like that. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to pop this down flat. We've got the flowers raised. How simple is it, Dave? It is really, really simple. So that down there. So we'll pop this one first. So let's take those off and then decide, and I think that way. Mm-hmm. Come over this a little bit because it's going to look really pretty. And then this one.
You know what, with the imagery in these pads and everything Hunkydory produces, you can't go wrong. You can't make a bad card. No,
you can't. You really can't. And these are so nice. So then, let's get this one. And I'm going to bend that wing up, but I'm going to put a pad on just the other side. Okay? So, pad on that one, but bend that half a wing up. And we're going to pop that there. Okay? And then with this one, we're going to put a touch of glue, just a touch, on the centre there. And we're going to have this one up there. And then the little one, which I cut off the flowers, actually.
I mean, if you think about how many pages are in the books and how many images, like butterflies and flowers, are on each page, I mean, you've got a lot of elements that you can cut out.
And let's put that one there. Okay? And that's there. And then that is a very pretty card from just... You see, now what you'd do is you'd sit on the sofa watching your favourite programme, hobby maker, and then you would sit and cut those out, put them in a little envelope, keep them. You can cut so many out of these sheets, you really can. So, you know, just think how many cards you can make. And that was just 2 little bunches out of there.
Honestly, if you're a paper fan, and that may sound a bit of a weird thing to say, but people love their cardstock, people love their papers, you're going to be in absolute heaven with this. The quality of it is just superb.
It's like a satin finish.
It is, absolutely. Now, let's do them individually. If you do want maybe one of them twice or 3 times or whatever, which one do you want first? Starbursts first. Okay, that's this one. So your colour kaleidoscope and sensational starbursts, $9.99. If this is the one that's really doing it for you and you're thinking, well, I don't want the other 2, I just want this one. Okay, under £10 and it's yours. JLHD 40. This has got the diamonds or the faceted gemstones on one side, which is very appropriate for where we are in this building. And then you've got the starburst on the back, which is my favourite. I've always been a sucker for a starburst. If it's been a stencil or even a die, it's always something that I've kind of gravitated towards. It is quite dramatic and it's celebratory. And so is that really. Faceted gemstones, that's what it's like. You're looking into the most beautiful citrines or topazes or amethysts or whatever, emeralds, rubies, garnets. It's just stunning. So JLHD 40, if you want that one, $9.99 individually. If you want that a couple of times, that will be less than £20 for 2. The honeycomb one on its own, which is so different. I mean, who would have thought about printing a honeycomb design?
It's lovely. But to die cut the honeycomb,
yeah,
it's just perfect.
And you can actually, if you've got the time and the energy and the inclination, you can actually cut letters of the alphabet out in honeycomb shapes for you know, people's initials or numbers, you know, for birthdays. Just follow with your scissors. That's a good way of doing it, making use of it. But lovely. And again, that well-known quiz springs to mind whenever we see the honeycomb. But maybe you've got some bee dyes and stuff like that. Perfect for that.
I love that colour.
Me too. And this is, you know, a fierce cloudy sky, possibly. Smoky atmosphere. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful images. $9.99 for that one. That one, if you want it, is called your Rainbow Honeycomb and Candy Floss Clouds. And then the one that Pauline used in the demo was this one, which is your Spring Fling in Gorgeous Gingham. So basically one side of the paper is full of spring flowers. I can think of
a country kitchen, and this is the curtains, and the apron.
Yeah.
And, you know, and all the matching kitchen paraphernalia.
So you've got flowers on one side and the gingham on the reverse. Beautiful. I mean, that's like the old-fashioned kind of kitchen diaries, isn't it?
Yeah.
With the
beautiful Edwardian lady ones.
That's it, yeah. Look at that, the little ducks. Oh, the ducks are so gorgeous. And you do get, is it 3 of each design? I think it is.
6.
Isn't it? 6 of each, right.
6.
Look at the swallows.
Is it 4?
I'll tell you.
Oh,
1,
Dave, I've lost track.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4.
Yeah.
4 of each.
It's the little books that are 6.
Yeah. Isn't it beautiful though? Yeah. And again, if I just let the light hit it, can you see that lovely silky sheen coming off the pages? Same on both sides. Top quality.
Gorgeous.
They're all gorgeous. Absolutely.
But you know, going back to the honeycomb, if you make your own, if you've got your own bees and do honey, you know, you could do labels with it and all sorts.
Sky's the limit.
Yeah.
Well, that one on its own is the Spring Fling and Gorgeous Gingham, $9.99. MYHD74 is the product code for that. So there they are individually. The deal, though, is that you get one of those free if you buy the set of 3. So it's buy 3 but only pay for 2. And that's the best option, and it's $19.98. You'll get all 3 of them in the post, and 1 P&P charge all day long of £3.95. We have got other options from previous releases. They're behind us and over here. Have a little look on the website. Are they loaded to the web at the moment, Laura, or not those? Okay, we'll put them on now. Okay, brilliant. So all the other options that you may have missed from months gone by, we'll pop those up.
Okay, you're going to make one as well?
Yeah.
Do you want to pick?
Can I have a yellow one?
Out of here? Okay.
Is that right?
Whatever you want.
Does it matter whether does it matter if I use the starburst or the?
You can use whatever you want.
Okay.
So, are you sitting comfortably?
Nope.
Then we'll begin. Sounds like
I'm stood.
Snoring.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So, what you want is have the paper that you want. If you're using a double-sided, or whatever you want to be your box, have that on the bottom. So I'm having that as my design.
Right.
So turn it over.
So I'll turn that over. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Are you with us in the gallery? Okay, right.
Are you really?
It sounds like I'm in charge.
Can we see you? Show us what you're up to.
Have you got your paper? There we go.
Blimey, Dan's directing and doing origami at the same time. This is going to
Multitasking.
go
Well,
horribly
do you know
wrong.
what? Right, okay. So this is an 8-inch square. As I say, you can do this with any size as long as it's a square.
Okay.
So we're going to take it up. I'm doing this, I've got to remember how to do it.
Don't forget now,
We're going
please, Pauline.
straight up and we're going to crease it. Nice. Now with origami, your creasing is important.
Yeah,
Okay? Open it back out.
yeah,
Turn it round.
yeah.
Okay? And we're going to fold in half again the other way.
Okay,
Okay?
easy so far.
Yeah? Okay. Turn it over and you're going to open it up, not turn it over, and you're going to fold your corner to the point,
To the centre,
yeah, and you're creasing,
right?
okay?
Yep.
Turn it round and you're going to do every one of those. Now, just take a moment and make sure, I know this, you're trying to keep up with me. I'm trying to do it in real time, but this is your template, okay? This is what you're then going to do. So don't worry if you don't get it spot on.
So it looks like we're making an envelope at the moment.
It does, yeah. Okay. Right. So again, if you've got a paper scorer,
Bone folder.
yeah,
Yeah.
just, use that.
That's my
Okay.
bone folder, my finger. Again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we all right at home? Everybody
All right in the
all right
gallery?
in the gallery? Okay. Now, you've got your point here
Yeah.
in the centre, right? You're going to take this edge that's nearest to you and you're going to fold it to that point. Now, this is where it gets a little thicker because you're going through so many layers.
So that's why it's good you're using this paper, because it's not too thick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay?
Right, yeah.
Turn it round and you're going to do the same again.
All right.
It should meet exactly in the middle. Okay?
Perfect.
Okay?
Yep.
Right. Open those two out, but make sure that those 2 points are back in the centre.
Don't let them pop up.
No.
No.
They will while you're doing this, and then turn it so that the sides you've just folded are that's
Vertical.
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 Yep, okay. And you're going to do the same again. So you're going to take this one and you're going to fold it to the centre. Do you know what? It's got to be 25 years since I've done this.
Is it?
Yeah.
I remember as a kid sitting in front of the TV watching Tony Hart doing things like this.
Right, and then we're going to turn it round and we're going to do the same again. Okay?
Yeah.
I should probably get letters saying, I don't know what you've made, but it's nothing like what I've made.
No, you're a good teacher.
Okay?
Yep.
There we go. Right. Are we ready?
We're ready.
Right. We open those out again, leaving everything in the middle. Yeah? And then open that end, left and right, open those, leave those in the middle.
Right.
Deep breath. Okay.
Get the sweat on.
Yeah, it's fine. This could be really good telly or it could be like the end of my career.
That's good so far.
Right, okay, so we're going to bring that side up and that side up. Yeah, just a little bit. And then lift up your ends. And as those are up, when you lift that end, that should go in the middle, right? Can you see that ends in?
So do the corners go in?
The corners go. It might be better if you turn it, vertical. Yeah. So there goes in. Yeah. And this one pops up, and those go in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Come on. Come on. Come on. Right. Okay. Okay. Right. And then that folds over there. Hang on. Right, just give them, look, give them a little press, right? Give those a little press in, yeah? And then when you pop that up, yeah, that folds over there. You press those in, that folds over there. Right, we'll recap in a moment. Okay, and then pop that over, Just make sure those folds go in, right? And that in, and then you have a little called Musso box where everything meets in the middle. And then you have, so you'll have that at whatever size. Okay, right. Pull those out.
Pull those out, yeah.
Yeah. Make sure that those corners are going in. Right. Hang on 1 minute. Those up and those in. That there.
That one and that one.
Yeah.
Like
that one there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
And
like
fold that over.
And then that folds
Got
over.
it. Got it, got it, got it.
Okay. Shall I undo it and do it again? Right. Okay. Okay. Let's go over again. I think she's got it.
I think we're there.
Okay, mine doesn't want to come back out. Okay, right, let's start. I've ripped that one, but never mind. Let's start from the beginning. So that is the side that I want it to be.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm turning over and starting on this side. We're going to take, fold over in half, open it out. We're going to fold that side, open it out. We're going to fold each side up to the middle. Yep. Okay. We're going to turn it so it's like that. We're going to take this edge, take it up to the middle. We're going to turn it round. We're going to take that edge up to the middle. Yep. Mm-hmm. Open those out, leave those in. We're going to take this edge, fold it up to the middle, turn it round, fold that edge up to the middle. Okay? Then we're going to open just up like so and bring these two sides out. Yeah? So you've got those
Done
ready, yeah, to go back in. And when you pick those up, those will go in and those will come up. Yeah? Mm-hmm. And then you bring that one up and over.
We've all done it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And you just make sure that those creases come in, up that, over there, and there we go. And that is called a Musso, M-U-S-O box.
A Musso box. We've both got our Musso boxes.
There you go.
Hey!
And as I say, you can do whatever side of paper you want and whatever size of paper you want.
Now, if you've done it, take a picture of it, send it in to us, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, because that will get you in the draw and you might win yourself a £100 credit at the end of January on your account, because it could be anything that you've made. Share your
If
mates.
it didn't work, I didn't show you.
Oh. Hey, yeah, Laura, yeah, Dan,
Have
yeah.
we got them in there? Yeah,
We've all done it.
gallery.
What a teacher. Fantastic. Yeah, get your pictures in and we'll show a few of them maybe as well. And you'll be, importantly, into the draw. Our £100 credit gets given away in the last show of the day on the last Saturday of the month, every single month. And you can then put that towards maybe some Hunkydory goodies.
Yeah.
That was good. That was good. Love it. Okay, now, should we do some other pads that are available? Now, before that, we've got over here the tartans, the brush metal, these three here, I think it is. Yeah, let's grab these. Let me grab these.
Oh, the rosy gold is just beautiful.
Now, honestly, anything rose gold, I'm there. The rosy gold brush metal. So this is the previous release. It may well be that you bought this last time and you want to buy it again because you love it so much, or you missed it last time, because this would have been December, wouldn't it?
Oh, don't do dates, Dave. Don't do. I don't even know. Is it Sunday today?
29th of September this one came out. Okay.
Look at that.
Oh, hello.
The brush metal. Now, you imagine making your little boxes in there. Of course, if you wanted to seal down, to glue down the insides, You know, but they do fold in quite nicely.
Doesn't that look like brush metal?
Yeah.
Really effective, beautiful. And if you've got your flaps in the middle of the box that are sticking up a little bit, just use a little bit of craft glue or a little bit of construction glue in there, or put a bit of red liner tape.
You imagine making a jewellery box and putting that as the lining inside.
Oh yeah, because this looks
Now
like
that's sequins.
sequins. Yeah, millions and millions of little sequins. Stunning. But it's all in the rose gold finish, which is the colour everyone seems to love at the moment. It may not be your favourite, but for most people I know, rose gold is the go-to colour. Everyone seems to love it. Very romantic, very beautiful, very elegant. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Yeah. So that's that one. That's your rose gold and brush metal, rosy gold and brush metal. Totally different is the tartan.
Yep.
North of the border, here we go.
Now this is really, really good because you've got the beautiful
Decking.
wood effect in there, and then those gorgeous tartans. So with the tartans, you're thinking Christmas, you're thinking golf, you're thinking paper folding for making shirts,
Yep.
and kilts and dresses, and you know. And don't forget your rosettes with this paper. It makes beautiful
Perfect.
rosettes. Use the Hunkydory scoreboard.
Yep.
And you can make fantastic rosettes.
How rich
But
are these
Christmas colours there, look.
Yeah. I mean, get these pads, they'll be your best friend for the whole year round. They really, really will. Wonderfully rich colours in there. That one's called Traditional Tartan and Rustic Wood. And then this one is your floral scrapbook and music paper. Now, anything with like writing or script or music or vintage maps or anything like that, I'm there.
Yeah. Now, you've got more designs in here, as in for cutting up. So you could lay a little bit of decoupage if you wanted. You could cut corners out of that one. And then look at the colours, they are beautiful. So everything coordinated. Why don't you cut the floral out, lay it on top of the music?
Yeah.
That's so pretty, very vintage feel, but then we go a more contemporary again.
And if you can play the piano, give it a go.
Yeah.
I don't know what tune it is, but...
All I know is music paper's the right way up, is the treble clef.
Yeah.
If I've lost that bit, I'm lost, gone.
That's one of
But
my
the
biggest
colours in
regrets,
there,
not learning
beautiful.
music. I bailed out when I was younger. Should have kept on with it. But there we go, all three of them. 3 for 2 again on this one. They are again available as individuals. If you just want the rosy gold one, for example, $9.99, that'll be on the website. GIHD54, okay? GIHD54. For all three, you only pay for 2. Very nice. Can we show the map one, Laura? Are we able to do that? Because this is my favourite.
Yes,
my
of all
absolute favourite.
time.
Yeah.
This one just deserves to be put in a frame.
Yeah.
But you imagine, do you know someone who's going off travelling? You could put this on a board and pinpoint where they're going.
And it's
the
maps.
UK is on there as well.
Yeah, it's maps from different eras, different times.
And the colourways have been so sympathetically done. Like, who would think pink on a map?
I know.
But it looks so good.
I mean, if ever I walked past, like down in London at Christmas, there was a Christmas market and they were selling vintage maps of any part of the world you wanted. And I was just drawn to it.
Yeah.
Instantly drawn to it. So,
Perhaps you've got relatives in Australia.
Yeah.
Send them a card with that on. I mean, it's just so nice. This is one of the best sellers.
I mean, this is, what's this? Australia, is that the North Pole? I'm not quite sure. But again, it's a geography lesson as well. Okay, some of these maps aren't as accurate maybe as they are modern day, because some of these are vintage, you know, going back many, maybe even centuries, some of them possibly. But yeah, really lovely, gorgeous. I could sit and look at this for hours. There you go. That one is United States. There's the UK, look.
Yeah, we're on there.
Yeah. Beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful.
Well, imagine you're giving someone tickets to go off on a holiday somewhere, and you could, you know, wrap it in these.
Brazil, Argentina, Rio de Janeiro, fabulous. So that on its own, it's not in a set of 3, it's just on its own, $9.99, and you can see why it's been one of the best sellers. So many people absolutely adore this, and you can use this, of course, in your home decor as well. If you've got, could you use like your decoupage glues with this or not? Does it have to be absorbent to be able to use decoupage glue? Because this is an absorbent. Isn't it?
Because it's coated,
You could use the construction glue to put it on objects like MDF and stuff like that.
There's probably a Mod Podge somewhere. Mod Podge. I always say that wrong. But because it's got a sheen on it, I don't know.
No.
I haven't tried.
No, it's not absorbent, so it may not be okay for that. But
you might be able to put a spray finish on.
oh yeah, Yeah, and then you can trim it if you're covering like a box or something like that, or anything MDF. Yeah, but show it off.
I've put it on MDF, but I've not put anything on the top, and it's been absolutely fine.
Brilliant. Okay, $9.99, 48 sheets in there, remember, and you get 4 of each of them. If you love your vintage maps, ZDHD 43, ZDHD 43, £9.99. Always a bestseller, and it's here if you want it in stock right now. I go for a couple of those. That's me. Right, now one more. Blossom and Blooms, Distress and Doodle Dots. That's down here, I think. Yes, it is. We've got them dotted all over the place. Here we are.
Have.
Now, this one, first of all, is your Delightfully Distressed and Colour Craft. Okay. There we go. We'll do 3 for 2 on this as well.
This is lovely.
Ooh.
This is your grunge.
Oh, yeah.
It's absolutely gorgeous. So these are real inky surfaces where you've got like a verdigris or a rusty patina on there, and the effects are amazing.
How would you create that effect any other way?
Oh, it takes ages with lots of inks and lots of techniques.
Oh, like chipped paint here? Love that.
Yeah. It's really, really lovely.
Images are wonderful. They really, really are. So this one is...
You know what? I would love to just die cut letters with that and put it on the backgrounds.
Yeah, good idea. If you've got letters of the alphabet, numbers and that sort of thing. All the distressed brickwork. Love it. Really useful, really handy. Looks like graffiti.
And sometimes don't look at the whole piece. Just when you've die cut, especially areas of it, or perhaps a strip of it, rip and tear it.
Yeah.
You'll get a nice white edge if you tear with your right hand towards you. You'll get a nice white, which you can then ink because the top coating has gone.
Yep.
So you can ink then.
Blossoming Blooms and Lovely Lace.
This is really pretty. So you've got real proper florals, quite vintage, and then the beautiful lace.
And although that flower pattern is quite bold, it doesn't show through on the other side. If you've got something quite light on one side and bold on the other, it doesn't actually transfer through the paper at all. So you can use whichever side you want. Again, fussy cut those flowers if you want to. Wonderful bright colours.
I mean, there's lots of flowers there that can be cut and layered.
Absolutely. Isn't it gorgeous?
Lovely, lovely colours.
Wonderful.
I think if you put a photograph on one of those as well, put it on a scrapbook.
Yeah.
Would be
So that
really
one is
pretty.
called Blossoming Blooms and Lovely Lace. And then this one, again, completely different. This is your Doodle Dots and Sketch Stripes.
Yeah, we're going a bit contemporary with this one. So your stripes aren't pristine stripes.
No, they're
a bit wibbly wobbly.
Yeah.
And the dots are wibbly wobbly too. And then you've got different sizes, different colourways, a much more upmarket, upbeat,
More
kind of
contemporary, more
effect.
modern look, definitely, yeah. Well, this one is going to be a free one, if you're thinking about it like that. 3 for 2, you're only paying $19.98 for 3 pads, 48 sheets in each pad, which makes 144 sheets in total. So they're always on this special offer when they come out. The new set, though, that's brand new today, we'll do another demo with this. And here we've got this one, which is your Kaleidoscope and Sensational Starburst. That's my favourite. Absolute favourite. Do you love your gemstones? Do you love anything that sparkles? Well, you've got the faceted stones on the left, you've got the sunburst on the right, or starburst on the right, and whatever you put in the middle of that, it's just going to really draw the eye to it. It's like an explosion of happiness and colour and achievement, maybe. Someone's got a new job, a new home or whatever, and that just says, yay, it kind of shouts, yay, doesn't it? Really beautiful. So there we go. That's that one. This next one is your Spring Fling and Gorgeous Gingham. That's a mixture of flowers and rabbits and all flowers to do with the spring and summer. And then the gingham, of course, you instantly think of like tablecloths and picnics out by the river or the back garden on the grass.
Do you know with that one, if we could go back a little bit?
Yeah. To where?
Where the one, carry on a bit. That one.
That one?
I would, you see where the arches are?
Yeah.
You could cut strips out. You could go round, fussy cut round the strips, and you could have like a piece with something, the gingham at the back or something, and have that on top of it.
You could.
Really pretty.
Really, really lovely. All of these pads are beautiful. So that's the one that's got the kind of spring theme, and there's the swifts, like swallows and amazons. Lovely, isn't it? Love it, absolutely love it. So you've got little birds, you've got little rabbits, and butterflies, I think, in there too. All spring flowers. There's the butterflies. Look, beautiful. That was the one that you used in the demo,
It
wasn't
is,
it?
yeah.
That one there. There we go. And then the last one is equally as striking and beautiful. This is the Rainbow Honeycomb and Candy Floss. So there's your hexagons and honeycomb.
I love that colour.
Yeah, and this is just so dreamy. You know, if you've got maybe some angel dyes or anything like that, or just some, you know, some beautiful florals, that would look lovely. It is a dreamy sky in all sorts of different effects. That's a kind of Caribbean blue sunny sky, isn't it? Definitely. Then you've got the slightly murkier colours, the red sky at night.
I love the way it's not one solid colour as well on the honeycomb. It really is an ombre shaded effect on there.
Beautiful. So there we go, 2 or 3 for the price of 2. One of them is an absolutely free offer today because they're $9.99 in anybody's money any day of the week. You get 2 of them and you get 1 free on top. So $19.98 for 3 pads, 144 sheets, IXHD06 is your item number there. Okay, Pauline.
Right, should we do another demo? Okay.
Why not?
I've got a 5x7 card here, and in my prism brush markers, these are the dye-based, water-based inks. I've got my brush, and I'm going to, no, I can't, I keep saying I can't draw. I have to say, not say I can't draw, but this is, bear with me, right? We're going to do a stem. We're going to do, okay, I mean, look at that. That is like really
You can draw because you
terrible.
don't.
I know I do my stamps, but okay, so it's just a random, okay? So, and it really is random. Then you would put a sentiment or something on there. But this isn't about the card. This is about what we're going to do on it. So I've taken a gingham and floral. Now, this could be any of them, okay? And this can be a die cut of any size. I've done it because I want small on here, okay? You take your scissors.
So have you used a round die to cut
A round
that out?
die,
Yeah.
So I'm going to go in and we're going to cut a spiral. So we just keep going round, okay? Keep going round. Don't worry if it's not level. This really doesn't matter.
The flower police aren't going to
go
trouble
round.
you.
No, I'm not checking. As long as you've got that. And then you'll find here, you've got a pointy straight bit.
Right.
We're going to cut that off. So don't worry about that. Okay. So we're going to cut a spiral with, we've got a little bit on the end. Now that pointy bit, where that was where you started, just take that off.
Right.
Okay? Now, if you've got a quilling tool, use that.
Right.
I've got some tweezers. These ones are what reverse tweezers, so they stay shut until you press them open.
They're good, they are.
The pointy end where you first started, just pop your tweezers and hold on to that. I'm left-handed, you would do it the opposite way. And it doesn't matter because I've used them both ways up. So what you're going to do is roll, and you're just going to keep rolling. Don't worry if it's not level. For this, it doesn't matter because this is only rolling, it's not quilling.
Have you ever seen a level flower anyway? All flowers are pretty random, aren't they?
They are. So you see, you just keep going round and round and round. Doesn't matter if it's not level, till you can go no further because you've got that at the bottom.
Right.
Release it. If you do it too tight, it doesn't want to come off. And then let it go. And then when you let it go, it actually forms into a lovely little flower.
I wanted to burst into song
Okay,
then when you
let me
said
put
let
that
it go.
on there. Okay, so then for quickness,
So how many flowers could you get out of a sheet, do you reckon?
oh my word, depends on how big you want them, doesn't it? But quite a few.
Yeah, maybe a dozen or more.
Yeah, and don't forget, you can die cut more than one sheet at a time.
Yep.
Right, so I'm using a little bit of glue gel on the bottom there. And then once you've let that go, it's relaxed. And then you pop that down on there and you've got your sweet little flower. Shall I put that on there so you can see?
That is
There
so
you
cute.
go. So it's a lovely little coil of flower. Now, that was the one way up. This is the other way up. Oh no, the other way. So you've got the gingham in, okay? So with this sort of real weird thing now, what we're going to do is we're going to put a little bit of glue gel, or it could be hot glue gun, and we're going to pop your flower on there. We're going to pop one on there. We're going to pop another, because I've got some I prepared earlier. Actually, that one's bigger, so I'm going to put that one on there. Okay?
Yeah.
And then we'll pop that one on there. And then we want, let's do another gingham one. Oh no, it's floral, doesn't matter. And then we'll pop another one next to it there. And we'll put another one just up there. And we've got
They
now,
look great, don't
a
they?
sentiment on there. But I mean, that's nothing, is it? That's made from nothing.
Do you know what? There's sometimes
You
the
can
simplest
do a
cards are the most
better
effective.
stem. I mean, even with we used the other end, and let's ground. Okay, I've used this pen so much. Right, let's. Okay, just ground it. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, you know, you can go to town on that.
To be honest with you, whatever you do with these pads, there's so many uses for them because the papers are so user-friendly. They're foldable, easily tearable, easy to cut. The quality of the finish, it's got that lovely sheen to it, which is beautiful. And yeah, who'd have thought? When you look at like an 8x8 pad, because that's the size of what they are, you kind of think, what can I do with that then? There's hundreds of potential uses for these pads. Whether you're just cutting them out with your dies and matting and layering them on a card to keep the weight of the card down, you'll have a lovely, luxurious finish without the excessive weight, and making little flowers out of them as well. And also making your very own, what was it called again?
Muso, M-U-S-O.
Muso box. Muso box. Just a little bit of paper folding. And remember, you send in your pictures. Take a picture of what you've made if you followed that with us. And that could have been any size of square paper. And if you were following with Pauline, just take a picture with your phone and then send it to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. And you could win yourself £100 in Share Your Makes. We do it every single day, every single week of the month. Last Saturday of the month, at random, someone gets chosen who's shared their makes with us, and you win £100 credit on your account. And we'll announce the winner of that on the 28th of January at the 5 p.m. show. Now, it is obviously the 3 new pads that you are loving the most. It's a brand new launch today. And maybe paper pads like this have never really been on your radar. I mean, yeah, hopefully with the inspiration that Pauline's shown you, the potential of what you can use them for is absolutely huge. I know lots of you collect paper pads like this as well.
Right. If you wanted to put a photo frame, okay.
Ooh.
So you would pop your photo under these corners.
Yeah.
And that is, but on the back, you've got that you can also put, so that's a double, don't ask me to do that one live on air, I can't remember. But that is another photo frame. I can't even remember.
Oh, it'd be lovely actually if we could get some origami kits on Hobby Maker. Well, that'd be great, wouldn't it? I think we all love doing that. But also, the World Wide Web's a wonderful place. You know, if you want to put a little search in to just search for origami, I bet there'll be loads of YouTube videos and all sorts of things there.
Yeah.
So
Just, or even if you just put paper folding rather than origami, because sometimes origami can be a bit, whoa, I can't, there's that many folds. But yeah, any paper folding, you'll probably find loads.
Well, these pads are perfect for that, absolutely perfect for that, because they don't get too thick. So if you've got to do multiple folds and multiple layers, you know, they're great quality, but they're not that thick. So you can easily do.
You've seen them, haven't you, Dave? I make my own paper roses.
Yes.
And put them on stems. And to have a double-sided paper is really good because you don't have to worry about the underneath when people are looking at it from different angles.
Good point. Bex has done this. Well done, Bex. This is I think that's my favourite card.
I think it's a stunning card.
It is beautiful, isn't it? Look at this one. This is probably my equal favourite. This is for a dad's card, using one of the Hunkydory sentiments, pop-out die-cut sentiments. But look, using this card blank and then covering it with construction glue and these papers, isn't that just beautiful? You've got some gold mirrored card that works beautifully well with that orange. The starburst, I think, is what does it for me.
It's lovely. It really is. And I love the colour that she's used on that.
Do you love quilting? Are you a quilter? Do you love Sewing Street?
Send that to one of your sewing friends. It would be lovely.
And that's actually from the floral one. That's not actually from the honeycomb pad at all. That's actually from the Spring Fling and Gorgeous Ginghams. But using like a hexagon die, or if you've got good scissor skills, you can cut the hexagons out to make a little patchwork effect. This is cute too.
And so simple. I mean, that is a circle and half a circle.
Yep.
For the birdie, and a little bit of a triangle, and then a little bit of paper to do a banner, and cut out, so it looks as if he's going in his nest.
It does, absolutely.
I think it's gorgeous.
And this is a lovely easel card using the hexagons again. You know, what do you see? Well, first thing I always think of, and Pauline's the same as the quiz blockbusters, but then is it the first thing that you think of when you see this bees and the honey?
Yeah, if somebody loves a
hive.
bee, I mean, that is a perfect card for them.
Absolutely. And you could have a little bee flying above there if you've got a bee die or something like that, and then you've got Bee Happy. Like it a lot. Then this one, there we are. Now, our producer Laura's trying to make a lid for the box, so I think there's a lot of paper folding going on
I think
today.
you'd want a little bit bigger than 8 inches to do a lid.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're going to, right, so she's going to make another one with the base smaller.
Right.
So she has the full 8 inches for the lid. Okay.
And Bex has done this one as well, and this is a card blank decorated with the paper. Construction glue, remember you can't see any trace of the glue.
Pretty.
It doesn't absorb into the paper like some paper can, show the glue. This doesn't show anything at all, and that will be rock solid within, what, a minute or two with the construction glue? Yeah. Beautiful. So these are the main deal today. Brand new from Hunkydory, the Duo Design paper pads. They are available individually. You can buy them on their own at $9.99 each, but let's face it, to get one of them free is it's a nice touch, isn't it? You know, $19.98 for 3 of them, IXHD06, IXHD06, and these are some of the papers that you've got within your pads. This is the Candy Floss Clouds one, and that one now is the Rainbow Honeycomb. So that's all in one pad, $9.99 if you just want that one on its own. That one, Spring Fling and Gorgeous Gingham, that will be $9.99 on its own as well. And then the last one is this one, which is your Colour Kaleidoscope and your Sensational Starburst, $9.99 for that too. So if those are the ones that you've fallen in love with and you want that twice or 3 times or whatever.
She's done it.
By Jove, she's done it.
She's done it. There you go.
Very perfect.
Well done. See, you know,
Hobby
we
Maker.
have such talent.
Hobby Maker is rubbing off on everybody, absolutely. Go for yours
gorgeous.
though. Now, what have we got? Oh, we've got loads and loads and loads of emails coming in with photographs of boxes. So thank you ever so much. We've left hardly any time to show it to you, but have we got any that we can show? Should we show them in the next hour?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll sort them out for you, and we'll show them to you in the 4 o'clock show a bit later on today. But thank you if you've taken part. Stay with us and join us at 4. What's coming up at 4 o'clock? Adorable Scoreable.
Adorable Scoreable and the new Trimmy pads.
Fantastic. The trimmy ones, now they're the ones that have got the graph on the back that give you all the different sizes, so you always end up with the sentiment in the middle. And that was one of the ones that Pauline used on the first demo.
Yep.
So that's one of the sentiments from the Trim Me pads. They are on the website now as well. We did do them the other day, but in case you missed them, we'll show you those at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Coming up next, though, we have got Polymer Clay, which is going to be really exciting, with Abby, brand new guest to Hobby Maker. And we're going to be making all sorts of things. You can bake it in the oven, you can make jewellery from it as well. So there's lots and lots and lots of ideas on the way with Abby. But remember, we're getting loads of hints and tips from you as well to how to put a lid on the box and that sort of thing too. But whatever you do, 4 o'clock this afternoon, join us because Pauline will be back with Adorable Scoreable. I'll take a break at this point and come back with Polymer Clay in a couple of minutes' time. Thanks, Pauline.
Okay.
Good fun.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker. Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Very exciting times here at Hobby Maker. We're looking forward to this coming Thursday at 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock for brand new items from We Are Memory Keepers. I'm going to be joined by the brilliant Carla Bagshaw, my very good friend, the UK ambassador for We Are Memory Keepers. We're launching the Crocodile at 2 o'clock, not to be missed. And at 4 o'clock, the envelope punch board with many other brand new items from We Are Memory Keepers. See you on Thursday, 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock.
It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
With all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag #NewYearNewHobby.
And watch us every day from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 a.m. and 1 to 6 p.m.
And 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky Hobby Maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random, and we'll announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
If you've recently missed your favourite show on Hobby Maker, it's really easy to catch up on our website. Simply visit hobbymaker.co.uk and click TV Guide. Here you'll be able to choose any show broadcast in the last 7 days, which you can watch, pause and rewind at your convenience. And to make shopping even easier, any items featured in the show will appear underneath. With Hobby Maker's Catch Up, there's never a reason to miss out, no matter what time of day. Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube. So you can watch at home or on the go.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Hope you're having fun with us this afternoon. We are. Thank you, by the way, if you sent in pictures of your box making with Pauline. We're sorting out all the pictures now and we'll show some of them, if not all of them, in the 4 o'clock show this afternoon. Not quite sure how many we have, but we did have a big response. Okay, now something new for you now. We've not done this on Hobby Maker before. We're talking about polymer clay. Now you might be thinking, okay, I like the idea of that. What do you do with polymer clay then? Let me introduce you to Abby, because Abby's brand new to us at Hobby Maker. Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Now, Melrose Makes is what you use your clay for. Tell us about what you do.
It is. So I specialise in jewellery making. So that's what I use my polymer clay for.
Right.
So yeah, costume jewellery, like you can see at the front here. But polymer clay is great because you can use it for anything. Jewellery is just what I choose.
Yeah. So we've actually got some moulds in the show as well. So if you don't want to make jewellery, but you want to make maybe some items for the home, for example, or to decorate boxes with. I mean, polymer clay is what you bake in the oven, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So you might be familiar with air dry clay. I know we spoke earlier, you've used that before. But yeah, polymer, you bake in the oven, and that's how you make it firm. And because it all comes out soft in these packets, but yeah, bake it in the oven, and that's what makes it usable.
And is it a really versatile medium to use?
Yes, that's why I picked up clay, because I'd dabbled with lots of crafts, but polymer clay, you can do lots of things with it, and it's suitable for all ages. So actually, you know, if you're making crafts and you want to do it with your kids, your grandkids, they can pick it up, but suitable for so many things.
Terrific. Okay. Well, what we're going to do is show you the clay first of all. Now, we've got some really great offers on the clay for you, and we've got various different combinations as well. Now, we've actually put together a collection of 11 different colorways. And full instructions how to actually bake it and everything will be on the packaging, but we'll talk about that in a few minutes' time. But we've got lots and lots of colours here. So there's 11 of them, and this is a really, really good price. It's not even going to be £30.39. SZXC14 is the code, okay? SZXC14. So yeah, 10 would be, what, £3 something per, so it's less than £3, about £2.72 at the moment per block of polymer clay. Is it a really easy substance and medium to work with and use?
Yeah, it is, and this brand in particular is fabulous.
Is it?
So yeah, this is my favourite brand to work with. It's really soft, it's easy to condition, which I'll talk about momentarily, but yeah, really easy to pick up and just get going straight away.
And the brand is?
So it's Sculpey, and then they've got their own kind of subs in that. So you've got Sculpey Primo and Sculpey Souffle, all slightly different textures. Some of them are metallic, but really great brand here.
Okay, you've got a black, a grey, a yellow, a blue, a lighter blue, a white, purple, orange, a lovely olive green down there, a burgundy, and then like a khaki colour as well. So this is a great, great introduction if you get a big bundle like this, and it's working at about £2.70 per block at the moment. That isn't the price though, is it? No, let's get that price down. We're going to give you a saving off that already brilliant price from £30 and a few pence down to £24.99 for all 11 blocks. Does it keep well? Is there any special way of looking after it?
Yeah, no, it keeps really well. So the only thing is, ideally you want to keep it in kind of a plastic container, so something like one of these ones, so one of these little airlock containers. But some of mine also I have just put in like the little cubby drawers or a craft box. It keeps really well, and as long as you do keep it like that, it can keep for months.
You don't keep it in the fridge, you just keep it?
No, just keep it at room temperature, ideally.
Okay, superb. So that's a set of 11, if you want to go for that, working out to £2.27 per block. And we've had a message come in already from a lady called Tanya. Hello, Tanya, good afternoon in Greater London. She says, studio, OMG, I just love polymer clay. It's been ages since I've seen it on Jewelry Maker. Thank you for bringing it back on screen. Yeah, that has been where it's been on before, but never before has it been on Hobby Maker. So we thought, let's get Abby on. Let's get Abby's expertise and ideas and imagination going and offer it to you today. We've all got an oven at home. You don't have to use fan assisted or anything like that, and we were talking before, it's about 110 degrees.
Yeah, so you can just use your oven at home, but on the back of each of your packets there'll be some instructions. So yeah, you just use it with the instructions on the back. Easy to follow. Pop it in your oven.
Terrific. Okay, so that's the pack of 11. Now we also have two smaller packs for you. We've got a pack of 3, which is going to give you the silver, the burgundy, and the kind of Air Force blue colour as well. So 3 of those. Now this deals is fantastic too. Okay, we're going to give you a lower price on this. It should be $14.99, so basically a £5 each, but we're going to drop that price for you in a second. And if you want a deal, go for the 11 or maybe go for the 3. £7.99 for all 3 of them. You can see the colourways there as well. So it's a beautiful silver, a gorgeous burgundy, and that lovely Air Force blue. All 3 of those for £7.99. And this is a first for us. Hobby Maker has not done this before, but everybody can use it. Not just for jewellery making, you can be using it for all sorts of things. You can use your cutters with it. We've actually got some cutters here in the show for you. We've got, if you've got any of those wonderful silicone moulds that I know I've sold over the years, thousands of them probably from various different companies, you can use this polymer clay in the silicone moulds.
Yep, so there's loads of uses. So if you think about anything that you might mould in any kind of other clay, so trinket trays, you can cover your crochet hooks, you can cover the handles to make them, you know, a bit more easy to hold, put it on mugs, you can make art with it, really versatile.
Wow, okay, so there are the set of 3. You're coming in thick and fast for these actually at £7.99. And then we've got the gold on its own. Now, it may well be you want to make lots and lots of things in gold and gold alone. Multi-order if you want to. You only pay the 1 P&P of £3.95, but there is your Sculpey Primo Gold, £3.99. Go for a few of them. I mean, that gold does look lovely.
I love the shimmers. So yeah, those colours you've picked out, those are my favourite. That dark pink, the blue and the silver, that's what I've used in my demo pieces today. But those metallics and that gold, I always go to them because they just add something extra with that like slight glisten.
And you were saying to me before the show when we were chatting earlier that, you know, there's lots of ways of adding extra to the clay. You can add, did you say glitters and micas and things like that?
Yeah, so you know, if like all of us hobby makers, you love dabbling in a bit of every hobbies. If you've got paints, alcohol inks, glittered pigments and dyes and things, you can try it on polymer clay. Usually general, if it's dry, it goes on better. But I've had success with alcohol inks and things like that. And, you know, you can use paints on them once the clay has been baked. Absolutely tons of things you can do.
Now, I can see we've got a big machine here in the studio. Do we need a machine or can we actually make things by hand if we don't want to invest in a machine like this?
You don't have to. So I use that because for jewellery, I want to create everything to have a smooth and flat surface of all the same thickness. But no, you don't. If you want to start with just grabbing some of the colours of clay and you want to start modelling, you can do that straight away. So you don't have to pick up the machine. But it is a fabulous piece of kit that you've got there.
So if you want your clay to be uniform and completely the same thickness throughout, then this machine will be your best friend. It is available on the show today if you want it. We'll put the details up for this fairly soon for you. But remember, the details on the screen at the moment are for the gold. If you want the gold, it's £3.99. £3.99 for the gold, UQTN 51. Okay, UQTN 51. All right, Abby, what are you going to show us? How are we going to...
Fabulous. So I'll give you a few tips as we go along about polymer clay and how to condition it, but I'm going to focus on stripes today. Okay. So I'm going to show you 3 different ways to make stripes with your clay, and I might also give you an idea of how to make some stripy beads.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. So yeah, what I'm going to start with is showing how to get going with that clay. So you've opened it up, what do you do with it? So opened up your block of clay, very helpful with these Sculpey ones. They've got little lines on them, so you can kind of select the amounts of clay that you want. But what we're going to do to get going is, I've already started this one off, but we're going to run it through this pasta machine, or what you can do...
Is that what it is, a pasta machine?
It is a pasta machine, yeah.
Okay.
It is. I'm going to call it that. I was, you know, clay roller, but it's a pasta machine.
But obviously, if you've got a pasta machine at home, it's always a good idea to have a dedicated machine for your clay and another one for your food. Don't mix them together.
So yeah, you can do this method. You can just roll out using your acrylic roller. But for that kind of consistency for thickness, as I said, I would run it through my pasta machine. So you would just roll it through. Now, when you're rolling through one of these machines, what you want to do to avoid bubbles in your clay, so you might see them sometimes when you've baked it, there's a few bubbles.
I've just realised the price, the machine, £14.99.
That's a very good price. That's a lot cheaper than what I paid for my original one.
It should be 30 at least. So we've got it today for £14.99. I was thinking it's going to be a lot more than that, actually. So.
Yeah, same here, same here. So normally it would come with a clamp, which would stop it wiggling around, but our nice desk is much too thick for that, so I am holding it.
It does come with a clamp.
It does. But yeah, so to avoid bubbles, what you want to do is you want to fold the clay and then put it into the roller, fold down. And what that will do is as you're rolling it through, it will just squish all of that air out of the clay. So you've got your black there. Just gonna rip it, and you can just rip it like this. You know, it will work out just the same. And we'll roll through some white. And when I'm saying conditioning clay, basically what you're doing is you're just working the clay, because when it's been in its packet, although it is soft, it will be a little bit thicker.
Okay.
But all you're doing is making sure that it's nice and soft to work with, and that when you bake it, it doesn't have any cracks. So usually what you'll have to do to find that is a good way to show you that it's fully conditioned is, 1, it's nice and soft, but 2, when you fold it, it doesn't have the cracks like it does now on these edges.
Right.
So keep rolling it through.
Okay.
Once all those cracks are gone.
Someone's just sent us an email asking, does it have a smell when you're baking it?
So yeah, it will have a slight smell in your oven, but what's great about polymer clay is it's non-toxic.
Right.
So that's not a bad smell, it just has a smell. Just
Right.
like any food would when you
Yes,
cook it.
yes.
But yeah, it does have a slight smell, but it doesn't mean anything bad. So the first way I'm going to show you how to make some stripes is the simplest way.
Okay.
And all you need is your 2 bits of clay and then some sort of blade to cut it. Now these are tissue blades, which are just flexible, or you can use like a scalpel or even a metal ruler would
Craft
do.
knife?
Craft knife, yep, anything like that. And we're just going to very simply make some little stripes.
Now you make jewellery as like a spare time, pastime, kind of second occupation.
I do, yeah. So, I mean, like a lot of us, you know, I have my job, which I love, but along the side, you know, I want to do something arty. I want to get my creativity out, but I didn't quite know how to do it. So yeah, playing with the clay, it worked for me because I used to decorate cakes. And if you've ever worked with fondant, this is quite similar. But yeah, it stuck with me. So
And is
yeah,
it proving popular, the jewellery that you make?
It is. You know what? Polymer clay jewellery's become very popular over the past 2 years as well. It's one of those things that's become, it's kind of blown up and everyone loves it. And I think with polymer, you can make jewellery which is like big and bold, or you can make things which are really dainty and delicate. So whatever your style is, you can make it work, which
Is it not
great.
heavy for earrings and things like that?
No, that's my #1 question I get asked. So no, very, very light. Even like these bigger pairs that I've made at the front here, you're talking a few grams. So I always use the analogy, it's less than a champagne cork.
Oh, that's all right then.
Yeah. So when you've cut all your stripes off, what you want to do is you'll get another piece of clay that you want to do as your base. So your base colour. And you'll literally just lay your strips on top, alternating the colours.
Do they automatically stick to each other?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's one of the things that's fabulous about polymer clay is you don't have to use glues really.
Oh, right.
So if you want to stick clay to clay, most of the time it will naturally stick. Sometimes you might need a little bit of help and you might need to kind of do double baking, but most of the time it will just stick to itself. Like you can see here, it is just sticking. So yeah, you lay out all your stripes, and then when you're happy, you can just do a bit of neatening up of your piece.
Okay. So that's not a sharp blade, it's just basically a solid metal
So
edge.
these ones in particular, so these tissue blades, as I call them, these are fairly sharp. They're not going to kind of cut you if you miss your finger, but they are quite sharp.
Right.
But yeah, you've got your stripes, and then you can use a cutter, pop out your piece, and then you'll have something a bit like that.
Wow. And that could be a droplet earring.
It could, yeah. I've made some at the front here.
And that took
So
next
these
to no
ones?
time at all. We're not even, 15 minutes into the show.
Yeah, exactly. So nice, easy. As I said, that's the nice, easy one.
Look at these.
yeah.
How cool are they? So that's using a different technique, same technique, sorry, with different coloured clay.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
So that's one technique for you.
They
And you
look
know,
like,
you can...
a bit like licorice all sorts, don't they?
Exactly, yes. And you can use all these leftover bits, you know, if you wanted to put them on different pieces of artwork, or if you wanted to make some studs or things. Always save your spare clay is my top tip as well, because you never know when you're going to need it.
Absolutely. And we have got some cutters in the show, if you're in the market for them. We've got some rectangles, which is this one just here. And they're in various different sizes, as you can probably see here. So these are your clay cutters, 52 to 13 mil. So there's 5 of them, these cutters. And these are only, they should be £11.99. We've got them for £2.40. Is that right? GVZX37. So these are for clay. Don't use these for food. And as we said before about the pasta cutter, if you've got a pasta cutter at home that you use for pasta, don't use it for clay. Get another one, especially at this price today, and use that dedicated for your clay, and then keep the other one for food. Never mix them.
I was just going to say that, you know, if you don't have a pasta machine, you can get one for your clay today and one for your pasta.
You can? yeah, why not? Yeah, because it is basically a pasta machine. So if you want your cutters, there they are. I don't know how we've got this price, but we have. £2.40 40, and they're not necessarily rectangle in that they've got slightly domed and rounded corners to them as well. So you've got various different sizes there. Maybe the larger one could make a lovely pendant possibly. I mean, we're talking mainly jewellery because that's what Abby does. But you know, you can make clay into any sort of ornament, brooches, home decor of course as well. Tanya in Greater London, she says, hi, I make fairy houses out of polymer clay. Well, great idea.
Yeah, fabulous. Yeah, I've seen people sculpt out of polymer clay and make candle holders, propagating stations for when, you know, you're doing your flowers and seeds. I don't know too much about propagation, but I've seen them.
Yeah, I'll give you a strange look on propagation.
You did.
What is that? But yeah, you can literally use clay for whatever you want. And the difference between this and air dry clay is that this you put in the oven, and the full baking instructions are on the back of the packet. But you've seen with Abby's demonstration so far, it's an incredibly easy medium to work with. It's very malleable. It kind of sticks to itself, which is great. And honestly, go for the collection of the 11 because you've got virtually every colour you could ever possibly wish for. One colour you don't get in the 11 is the gold, but we've got that available separately. But we haven't got much of the gold remaining, okay? So if you want the 11, let's just run through those colours again. You've got your silver, you've got your black, you've got your yellow and your blue, 2 shades of blue. You've got your white in there, lovely orange, deep blue, 2 shades of green, and then that lovely purple in the middle as well. Can you mix the colours together?
I was just thinking that as you're talking, so yeah, even though you see, you know, you've got your 11 colours, you can treat polymer clay like paint.
Okay.
So yeah, if you mix the colours together, you'll get something new. So if actually you're like, oh, that, you know, the pink's a bit too dark, I want something more of a baby pink, mix it together a bit of white, and yeah, you get a range of colours. So yeah, I constantly mix colours as well.
Wow. Now, someone who's never done this before is thinking, oh, I fancy having a go with this. What would you say would be a good first thing to do that's not too daunting?
You know, you could start with a few different things. So you could start with sculpting. So if you've picked up Play-Doh in your life before, or you do it with the grandchildren, just, you know, get a few different colours and start sculpting something. So anything your imagination's got, flowers, animals, whatever you fancy, you could just give that a go for sculpting.
Have you got a certain amount of time to be able to work with it before it becomes unworkable? Or?
Not really. I mean, you can't leave it for hours and hours uncovered, but all I would do is say you're doing something quite extensive, and I've done this myself. If you are halfway through a project and you want to come back the next day, just grab a bit of baking paper, pop it over the top, give it a little shove, and then that will keep it free of dust and it'll keep it
and just
dry
pop it in an
as well.
airtight container.
Yeah, I mean, you don't actually have to. If you're kind of leaving it just overnight, you can just leave it on the top with a bit of baking paper over it. I've done it for a few days, if I'm honest. But yeah, if you're going to be leaving it for a few weeks or months, pop it in an airtight container.
We were talking about sculpting. We do actually have some sculpting tools in the show, which we've got available today. I'm not sure what the deal is on these, but we're going to see any second now. And we'll show you a picture of them as well. They're only $9.99. The Etch and Pearl 3-piece toolkit. Now we've got the packet just here. These are the sculpting tools just here. Here we go. To get a set of 3 of them, there we go, for $9.99. $3.33 each. Now obviously that's the end that you actually do the sculpting with.
Yep, it is. So, I mean, I use these for making textures like hair and grass.
Yep.
So yeah, if you are sculpting figures, or I'll use it in my jewellery as well. So if I'm doing like a leopard print, I'll use those to mark in the clay to make it look a bit more furry.
Excellent. Brilliant. Okay, well, there they are. There are your sculpting tools. NYTN 87 is the item number. All right, Abby, back to you. What do you want to show us next?
Fab. So yeah, just another way to make stripes. So this one is with strings. So the first one was with strips, and this one is with strings. So there's a couple different ways you can make strings with clay. And a bit like I was saying earlier, if you've ever used Play-Doh, probably the simplest way you can do it is, you know, grabbing a bit of the clay and kind of rolling it with your fingers. Mm-hmm. Or you have got the snake maker tool, which you've got today, which I've got for you. And you can literally roll this on top. And the great thing about that is it will be nice and consistent, and it will make all these little strings.
Okay.
Another tool I'm going to show you is this extruder. And
now, the snake maker tool, sorry to interrupt, Abby, is there on the screen. £2.49. It's about 10 by 15 centimetres, so it's basically an acrylic block, isn't it?
It is, yeah, but it's so fabulous because it gets that consistency of the shape, which, yeah, is just a great way to do it. Another tool is this one, which is obviously a bit fiddlier to put together, but this is a clay extruder, which you pop your clay in at the end, and there's little discs, and you give it a little turn, and eventually all your clay will pop out the little hole, and it will make, because I've got some that I made earlier, all these little strings.
Oh, wow.
So however you make your strings, if you did it by hand, if you use the snake maker, if you use the clay extruder, this is another great way of making stripes.
Now, you've got our snake maker, that's why I couldn't find it on the table. So
Yeah,
can I just borrow it?
you go ahead.
Yeah. This is it. So it's like an acrylic block for stamping, basically, but it's obviously perfectly sized to roll your clay underneath to get that perfect kind of tubular effect. So that's the snake maker, as it's called. That's it, 10 by 15 centimetres. If you want that, £2.49. I dare say if you wanted to, you could use it as an acrylic block as well for your stamping, but it's there. And that's OBTA10. OBTA10 if you fancy putting that in your basket. Jolly good.
Fabulous, yeah. So all I'm doing now with all of these little strings is lining them all up. Again, on a piece of clay that you want as your backing. I've just used a bit of scrap clay here, but if you want to use a colour that coordinates with what you're putting on top, that would be nice, particularly if you're making jewellery. But again, very simple, you just press it into the clay.
I love the fact you don't really need many tools. There's not much of an outlay to get started.
That's one of the best things about polymer clay, is you can literally get going with this craft with just the clay. Obviously the tools help. You know, I love my clay roller machine here. That's probably the thing that I do use every time to get that consistency, but you don't need it.
And at the price we've got it today, it used to be £30. We've got it, was it £14.99 we did it for? £14.99. It is a pasta maker, a pasta machine, but brilliant for your clay.
That's a bargain at that price, yeah. I mean, you might as well get going. So yeah, if I could recommend everything, it would be, you know, get your clay, get your machine, and then just have a play with it. I think that's what's fun about this medium, is it does feel a bit like play. It's a bit nostalgic. It is like going back and, like I said, playing with Play-Doh, and these are a bit like, you know, when you used to press it down and the hair used to come out.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can have lots of fun.
I think a lot of people are going back to their childhood when you're talking about that.
Yeah, definitely. But I've used these colours of that pack there, which is that blue lagoon, the dark pink, and the gorgeous silver.
Okay, the pack of 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've added a bit of orange in, just for a bit of difference. But yeah, I've mainly used those colours just because I do love that silver. The silver is just stunning. Any of those ones with the glitters, like the gold or the silver, just really pretty.
And why not do like Abby's done? You know, I don't know whether you're thinking of making jewellery or whether you're thinking of making something completely different. If you've got any of the silicone moulds, over the years, as I say, I've presented many silicone moulds from lots of different companies. You can, of course, put this clay in there as well, take it out of the mould, pop it in the oven. Even though silicone is oven safe, you'd take it out of the mould first though, wouldn't you?
Yes, yeah, you can do, yeah. So yeah, with the silicone moulds, there's a few things you can do, because really, if you think of them, they are also like a stamp. So you can use that, roll your clay across, and then your clay piece will have that pattern on it. Or you can use it to imprint. So if you press your clay across that, and then put another piece of clay on top, it'll pull that pattern out. So there's a few different techniques you can do with it.
Brilliant.
But yeah, this is just a nice, simple one. So obviously it takes a little bit longer than the thicker stripes that you've got at the top here, but nice and effective. So with that, you know, you could trim it up and you could stick it on something else if you're thinking of making artwork, or if you're thinking of making some sort of sculpture. You know, you could use this as a background. You could use all these. You could make grass and hair, as I said before, or as I would today, I would cut it out to then make another piece of jewellery.
Is your imagination running wild? Are you thinking, oh, I could do this, I could do that, I could take that to the craft fairs, I could sell that in the spring fairs coming up in the next few months?
There's so much you can do with it, so much. But already, you know, we've got a couple different ways of making stripes there. And when you were talking about oven baking, all you would have to do is put your pieces that you've cut out, pop them on any sort of standard baking tray. Do keep them separate from the ones you put your cookies on.
Yep.
You don't have to put anything on the bottom of the baking tray. I tend to put a bit of greaseproof paper. But then, yeah, you just put it in the oven according to the instructions on the back of the packet. Low and slow is my top tip with polymer clay. You're better having a lower temperature for a longer time. If you do put it in at a too high temperature, it can burn, so it'll just have a little bit of a brown tinge.
You said to me earlier on you prefer to be like 100 to 110 degrees for about 50 minutes?
Yeah, I do mine a lot longer than a lot of people, but I find for what I work with and anything that I put on top of it, that works better.
Right.
So you can put lots of different things in clay, as we said, so shells and flowers and things like that. So yeah, I tend to do 110 degrees Celsius for about 45 to 50 minutes, but it does depend on your oven, so it's best to have a bit of a play.
Does it depend on how much you've got in the oven, or is it, is it the same if you put one piece in or if you put 20 pieces in?
Not really. I mean, I tend to only do one sheet at a time, but what I would just suggest is try with do some testing. So, if you've cut out one piece, don't put all of your pieces in together. Just do a little test, just so you can get your oven spot on, and then make a note.
Now, we've actually got this little tool available as well. Now, this is the bead baking rack, and as you can probably see, the idea is that you've got these poles, these metal rods that you can see there, that fit into these grooves that allow you then to put that directly into the oven. So is this for bead making, yeah?
It is. I'll show you how to do some beads in a minute after we've done the final stripe technique. But yeah, you can use those for making beads, but they're also great if you can bake on the bottom of that. If you got a smaller oven, not much space, you can use it to bake on as well.
Okay, we'll come back to this in a second and after we've done the final stripe demo, but there it is at £6.99. I don't know how many rods you get with it, but there's quite a few in there, I think.
It's a lot. I think it's about 10, but
Right.
I've never run out, let's say that.
So if you fancy that, if that's what you'd like to make your own beads maybe, if you're normally a jewellery maker viewer, they're on the air every day, of course, 8 until 1. This originally debuted on there, but we've got it now on Hobby Maker as well, if you'd like to give your own beads a little bit of a try. That is, I can't believe the prices of these. I'd have thought that would have been like £15, £20. No, £6.99. UCR 14. Okay, Abby.
Fabulous. So yeah, now we're going to do the final technique. So we've done strips, we've done strings, and now we're going to do a stack technique.
Okay.
So this is probably the more complicated one, but it's also quite a versatile one because you can roll it really thin. So what I will show you is how to make a cane stack.
Okay.
So a cane just means something which you can cut into and shows a pattern.
Right.
So yeah, we're going to start with our black and white clays. So these are the ones which are already pre-conditioned, so rolled and made nice and supple. And all we're going to do is cut out some chunky rectangles. So make sure all of your ends are nice and trim, so nice and square. So these are probably just under about 1 inch, but it doesn't matter too much how thick these are because we're going to trim it eventually anyway.
Do you find you make a lot for family and friends? Do you get lots of people asking you for certain...
Yes, quite often. So yeah, all of the time it's kind of, colour matching to an outfit is quite popular. So as I said with polymer clay, the wonderful thing is you can mix the colours like paint. So, if a friend's got, or you have got a particular colour of shoe or colour of bag, because we like to match, you can mix up the paints and, you can make yourself a pair of jewellery, pair of earrings rather, or a necklace or a bangle, whatever it is that you think, oh, actually I want to wear something that matches my outfit, you can. I've made bridal jewellery for my friends, so, earrings for wedding days, lots of things like that. So,
and you sell them to family, friends, and also online as well, so you've got a little business going on.
I do, yeah. Do you know what? It did start as a hobby, and it started as something that I wanted to, get that creative outlet because I just love doing the art. But yeah, it definitely started off that way, but it's become a bit more of a business now. So yeah, I do have a shop online.
Yeah, brilliant.
So fab, what we're going to do now is stack these up. So alternate colours, so it doesn't matter which one you start with, and just line them up as much as you can. Don't worry if they're a little bit higgledy-piggledy, it doesn't matter too much because we are going to cut into it. So we're just going to stack. And then when you've got all of your pieces stacked up, you can start cutting into them. So I've got a couple here. So I'll use one I made earlier because it's a little bit taller. and you will just cut down as neat as you can. So you can, depends how good your eye is and how steady your hands are, you can cut this as thick and thin as you want. But if you want to cut all the way down.
It's just fascinating to watch, isn't it? It's so simple with minimal outlay. Buy your clay, get a couple of tools, and you're off and you're running.
So yeah, there's your stripes. So what you can do, you've got this big block. Oh, that's the other bit I need for later. You've got this big block and you have all of these pieces. So, you know, if you wanted to chop these up and put these on something in the background of pictures, or if you wanted to add them to kind of these bits of jewellery, so, you know, you could add them here to add another dimension. You've got it open. But also what I was going to show you was how to make this into a bead.
Okay. But you could then put in the bead baking rack.
You can indeed, that's what we're going to use. So all you need to make this long strip of stripes into a bead is roll another snake.
Right.
So whichever method you prefer, either with your hands, with the snake maker, so the acrylic one, which you would literally just do this with to make it all neat and even, or the extruder. You just roll out a nice big thick bit of clay. So that's probably about 1/2 mil thickness. And then all you would do is take your little snake, take your strip and roll it up like a Swiss roll, if you've ever made a Swiss roll. So you would roll it over. And then when you get to the end of cutting it up, do a little trim. And then you just want to press these edges together. Now, as we've said many times, clay is malleable. If you've cut it too short, it doesn't matter because you can just push the edges together. And you just want to try and match those lines up.
Oh, I'm loving this.
Squish it all together.
How many of you at home are thinking, do you know what, I'll fancy giving this a go?
Yeah, do you know what, when you first see, say like a pair of earrings or even just beads or anything, you're like, how do you get a stripy bead? Well, this is it. Just nice and simple. You make those canes and then you've got your bead, and you can use your little clay maker, little snake maker even, just to make that a little bit even.
Yeah.
And there
The
you
snake
go.
maker, again, if you want that, the acrylic block, it is only a couple of pounds, £2.49 for that.
And it's fabulous. Like, look how many times I've used it already. And then so how you want to transfer to your bead maker. So as we've said before, you get these little pins. And all you want to do is take your bead and go right down the middle as best you can. If you go a little bit off, doesn't matter.
So that's just to make the hole, yeah?
That's just to make the hole. So give it a little bit of a twiddle. And then you hang it in these little grooves.
Oh, clever.
So obviously, you know, we get, you know, about 10 pins, but actually if you wanted to get loads and loads of beads done, you could fit a couple on that one.
Does it shrink when it's hot or not?
No, it pretty much stays the same size as long as you've got your temperatures correct and all of those different things.
Because I know the air
then
dry
you're
clay
absolutely
shrinks
fine.
down when the moisture evaporates, so this doesn't change shape at all?
Not really, no. I don't think I've ever had any kind of shrinking of clay. As long as you bake it correctly, you're absolutely fine.
And you don't have to invest in a kiln or anything like that? It's a conventional oven?
No, that is the good thing. I mean, I would love to do ceramics, but yes, getting started with that, I don't think I could do it. No, this one, you just need the clay, a couple tools which would help you along your way, and a conventional oven. But
It might be that if you're not too keen on using your oven that you do all your cooking in the kitchen for this, then why not get yourself a little desktop oven? That's what you said you've got.
that's what I've got, yeah. So like a little camping convention oven,
They're
basically.
about 50 quid, aren't they? Something like that.
Yeah, mine wasn't that expensive. I can't remember. I'll be honest, it was a gift. It was a Christmas gift when I was getting into this hobby quite a bit. But yeah, if you want to keep it all separate, you can get a little oven. They don't take up much space. That's what's great about clay. I mean, look at the little bits that I've got here. You know, I've been able to fit it all in one little artist caddy.
Fantastic. Well, that's how you can make those
stripes in 3 different ways. So
into beads as well.
And into beads. So yeah, so we've done stripes with using the strips, so where you just cut them. Then stripes using the strings, where you can use your snake maker, just putting them out small. Or, the cane method, so the stack. and then you can turn those into beads.
And of course, if you are tempted to do what Abby's doing and making beads and making jewellery and that sort of thing, remember our sister channel, Jewellery Maker, has got all the fixtures and findings for earrings and clasps and all jump rings, that sort of thing that you need. Have a look at their website as well, jewellerymaker.co.uk. But we're now bringing you the polymer. And of course, polymer can be used not only in the way that Abby's showing you and brilliant demonstrations, but we've also got, we've actually got up here, this mould. Up here, this one, this mould. Okay, let's show you this one. So this one, this is a bakeable mould, the Geo Butterfly Silicon mould. Now this will make fantastic butterflies that you can put maybe on a bracelet or something like that, okay? So you can use them obviously on picture frames, that sort of thing too, home decor, but they look great on strands when they're worn like that, they really do. And like you heard Abby say, they're not very heavy at all, they're strong.
Yeah, strong. So if you've baked your clay correctly, then yeah, it'll be strong and slightly bendable. But yeah, you could use one of these molds and you can put it on other things. So it doesn't have to be jewellery. If you wanted to make some of these things and stick it on a card, you can stick it on cards because it is very light.
Okay.
So yeah, you can use it for decorating.
Okay, well, we've got this and it's totally reusable and totally oven safe, obviously. This is only £9.99 if you want to go for the clay and go for that as well at the same time. And you just reuse it again and again and again. But just again, to show you some inspiration on the back here, this is an ordinary plain everyday photo frame, but with the actual baked clay butterflies, as you can see, they look spectacular on picture frames. They look spectacular when they're being worn. You can make them into brooches, make them into earrings, make them into literally whatever you choose. Home decor, lots of butterflies in a box frame looks fantastic. So, you know, you've got plenty of colours of the clay in the show. If the colour of what you've baked isn't right, you can, of course, use your alcohol pens and markers as well, and paints, I suppose. You could paint them.
Yeah, you can. So really, when clay is dry, sorry, you can pretty much put any of your wet things on it. So the general rule, as I said, is put dry additives to unbaked clay, but then you can put your wet things like your paints and your alcohol inks once it's dry. So yeah, you can use the molds to sculpt your butterflies, but then once it's baked, you can go in and you could paint them.
Cool, love that idea. And this is again made by Sculpey, so the same manufacturer of the clay has actually made this mould as well. We do have some other silicone moulds in the show as well. Now, this is one huge bundle, you get the lot. Now, I've got a funny feeling a lot of you are going to be in the market for this because it is exquisite. Shall I show you the bottom one first of all? Look at this. Now, if you wanted to do continuous strips of this incredible design, you could do. So yes, you can put, of course, your clay in here. I know lots of people use these sort of moulds for cake decorating and things like that as well, as you were saying earlier on. I mean, that wrapped around the base of a wedding cake would look absolutely incredible, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so they give a lovely lace effect, and I've used them for cakes in the past before, so using fondant. But that's what I've said with clay is quite similar to fondant. So if you do cake making and you sculpt with fondant, think of polymer clay in quite a similar way. That's where I've taken a lot of my techniques as my cake making days.
Now you might think £25.37 for that mould is a great price, and you'd be absolutely right. But this is not what you're going to get. You're going to get all of these, absolutely all of them, and we're taking that price even lower. It's not £25.37. You're going to get the whole set of 4 moulds for £14.99, including these flowers and the leaves and the foliage, including the butterflies that you can see here and this beautiful floral fancy border down the bottom there as well. You can get that one as well. This is silicone, remember. Then you've also got this one. You've got the round doily as well. So whether you're using polymer clay, whether you're using air dry clay, if you've got that at home, I'm not surprised they're coming in for this. 4 of these silicone moulds for £14.99. That is a crazy price. One of these for £14.99 is what I would be expecting, not all 4 of them. So have a think about it and think about where you're going to be using them. I mean, you can add these into your card making. That could make a fantastic topper. But the butterflies there just look fantastic. There's so many designs here. I mean, this alone, if this was just £14.99, hello. If you went to a cake decorating shop or something like that, I think you'd be charged £30 to £40 for that.
Definitely, yeah. I'm just thinking back to my cake making days, and I used to go to all those cake making shows, and Yeah, that's a very good price for all those. And that one you've got at the front there is beautiful because you have to use the whole thing at once. You could just take a section of it to decorate or to imprint. Yeah, so many uses.
I can't help thinking this is a mistake. I mean, I've never in all my years seen silicone moulds, the quantity of this. For 4 of them, you're only paying £14.99. Let's give you a name check if you're coming through for this. Michelle's already checked out, probably can't believe her luck. Susan in Essex, Tanya in Greater London, Gary in Gloucestershire as well. Hello to all of you. You've checked out and confirmed you've got 4 silicone moulds for what I would say the price of one should be. I reckon that for £14.99. Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, one of the smaller ones for sure.
For £14.99. You get all 4 of them. That would be in the region of £30, £25 to £30 anywhere else. I don't know how we've got these prices. Take advantage of them. Margaret in North Yorkshire's just come in. Eileen, Lorraine, Sarah, Jackie, Joanna, Elizabeth, Gloria, Jenny, Celia, Elaine, and many, many more. This is crazy value. And it's just the easiest way. I mean, what you've shown us, Abby, is amazing, and we all can do that, and I'm sure we will. But this is going to give you such a professional finish, provided you can roll the clay into the mould.
Yeah, so if you're not 100%, comfortable with sculpting, you can get going with, those. You could start imprinting it and putting it on different things, and that will just like those florals are gorgeous. Like just those imprinted into a bit of clay could be a pair of earrings on its own.
Now, sometimes, all the years I've been doing shows like this, I've said, you've got to have one mould for food, one mould for clay. Now, normally, you're thinking, oh, crikey, well, that mould there is like 30 quid, so that means 60 quid. Ooh, what do I do? With this, for £14.99, get 2 sets, because then you can have one market, one for food, one for clay.
Definitely, and it's the same with like the clay roller. I mean, in my studio, what I actually have is 2 of these because then I have one for my dark colours and one for my light colours.
Okay.
You don't have to because you can easily clean these because they're steel, but at the price that these are going for.
Nearly half the stock has gone, okay? BUXC35. BUXC35, it's going crazy for this. This is one of those opportunities that comes along once in a blue moon. It's a clearance by the sound of it. It must be, because how else do we get silicone moulds, even one of them for this price, let alone all 4 of them? We'll go back to Abby though, but just to let you know, a lot of you are going for 2. One for your fondants and that sort of thing. Cake decorators, grab these. Please, please, please do. But don't get them mixed up. Keep one for your clays, air-dried clay, polymer clay, and keep the other one for your fondants and your icings and that sort of thing. But whoa, what an offer.
It is, yeah. I mean, like you said, for cake decorating, if you're watching this, but actually you do more than one hobby. You do cake decorating as well, a bit like me. I'd be snapping them up for a bit of both.
Definitely. I mean, that one alone, just in the middle of a round cake. Maybe you offer that as a little bit of a secondary business to what you do normally for work. Or maybe you're thinking about going out on your own. You've had enough of the rat race or whatever, or maybe your job's changed over the last couple of years. Maybe you're working more at home, don't like it or whatever. You want to be more productive at home or whatever. This could be what you're after. For £14.99, well, a minimal expense and cap P&P every day, remember, of £3.95. Those moulds, just too good. I didn't realise they were that low, actually. I saw them on the schedule. I didn't look at the price. I thought they'd be about 50 quid, 60 quid for that. But no, £14.99 gets you all 4 of them. We've got Abby here, of course, from Melrose Makes. That's her jewellery business. And it started off as a hobby, and now it's, you still work full-time, but you do it in conjunction with that, yeah?
Yeah, so I do. I do work full-time, but I do this along the side because it's that creative outlet that we love. That's why we lean to these sorts of artistic hobbies. Do
you think it'll ever be your full-time?
I don't know. I'm not quite sure, just because I love that mixture of both. I like my job. I like that kind of challenge as well, but I always come back to making something. I've dabbled in so many different crafts, if it's paper crafts or paint. The clay is the one that's stuck, just because I'm constantly learning and there's so many different things you can do. But yeah, I enjoy playing with this.
I can see why you love it so much. I'll be honest, all the years I've been presenting, it's mainly air-dry clay I've seen. I've not seen an awful lot of the polymer clay. And I always thought it would be kiln-fired. I didn't realise you could actually do it in a domestic oven.
Yeah, that's what's so fabulous about it is, you can pick it up with little equipment. You can, it's a craft you can do with other people as well. So if you've got children, grandchildren, you can involve them, which you can't do so much with, ceramics and things like that. But you could sit down and do something simple like this with them, which is really fun.
Okay, we've got about 10, 11 minutes left. Do you want to show us something else?
Fabulous. So what I'll show you is how some of these kind of got into the jewellery and where they went.
Okay.
So just to show you some of the designs. So some of these with the kind of the strips, what you can do is turn them into something like this. So what you want to do once you've baked all of your pieces with polymer clay is you need to sand them, which is something new, I think. When you think of jewellery, you don't technically think of sanding, but what you want to do is sand your pieces. So once they are baked and they will be firm, all you need to do is something which you can do by hand. You can get some very light sanding paper, so something like a 400 grit, so quite a soft one.
Could you use a nail file, like a...
You could do, it might take you a while. Right. So it's easier if you can do it with something which is like a sheet or a block is fantastic, because then you can roll the clay, particularly the ones with the curved surfaces. Or if you're a crafter and you've got a Dremel or something like that, a rotary tool, you can use the cotton discs. Okay. So anything soft. So you don't want to go in there with a rotary tool and have sandpaper. You want to have a cotton disc. So almost
more
polish
like a buffer, yeah.
Yeah, so then you'll get a really smooth, soft finish for your pieces. And this one, you know, I've combined with some beads as well. So I've just made some kind of standard beads out of that blue lagoon colour.
Now, when it's actually been fired and it's solid, how do you attach the findings and the fixtures to it? Because obviously it's a solid thing.
So again, you can just drill in.
Oh, you drill it?
So yeah, you can see here there's a small little hole which I've just drilled. You can either use a hand drill, or again, if you've got a Dremel or a rotary tool, you can drill through. But the beads, what I've done with those is, so once it's all baked, you can take it off of your hook, your pins, and then you'll have your beads ready. And all you need to do is get something like a head pin, or if you don't have pins, you just have wire.
Could you actually put the hole in before you bake it, so you don't have to drill?
Yeah, so you, with the flat pieces, so you can do, it's not necessary, but if you want to, you can use a cocktail stick and push in if you want to. The only thing I'd suggest is probably doing it afterwards, is because if you do it beforehand, it might wibble a bit when it's cooking.
Right.
As it's melting. So yeah, you could use a pin and kind of push through, but it's better to do it afterwards if you can. And then with the beads, all you need to do is pop your loop in, and then you can loop it again, and that's how you can attach your findings. So very simple. Even if you did something like this, you know, you could put a hole in the top, you could add a hook, and you're done.
I'm dead impressed. I really, really am. I'm just thinking, if you like, I was thinking of you know, Prue Leith, the cook on the Bake Off. The jewellery that she wears, the earrings, the necklaces, all those chunky beads. I often say to myself, where does she get all that from? If you make it out of clay, you can make it as big and as bold, as chunky as you like. You know, and I bet she pays thousands for her jewellery. I don't know, but I mean, make it yourself. Make big, bold statements that you're famous for wearing or famous for selling.
Yep, you can make all different sizes and shapes of beads, and different, if you wanted to make something with a geometric flat surface, or if you wanted to make round beads. So I've made some round ones here at the front. There's so much you can do as well. But yeah, another thing you can do is, if you want to obviously have lots of stripes, is just cut loads of these strips, and then you can line them up. So if you wanted a really big stripy base, you could keep going like that. And then you've got even more surface. And then obviously that's all different sizes, but all you want to do is roller it down. Go in the direction of the stripes.
Right.
So you don't make your stripes all wibbly. But roll in the direction of the stripes. And then you'll have something, so a nice big piece of stripes there as well. So you can cut something out of that. But yeah, just experiment with it. You can really do what you fancy. Did you just kind of
make it up as you went along, really? Or?
Yeah, it was kind of like looking at different things that would inspire me. So if things in textiles would inspire me.
Did your trousers inspire this?
I did wear you can't see the trousers on screen, and I'm too short.
Black and white striped trousers?
Yeah, I did. They were purposely worn to coordinate.
I thought so.
But yeah, you know, have fun with it and experiment. Is there something in textiles you think you could recreate?
Did you ever get taught? Did you go to evening classes or anything like that, or not?
No, I think that's something, again, that's fabulous about this, is you don't need to be taught to do it. You can just experiment and kind of have fun with it. And something that I'm going to show you how to do here is how I've laid all those stripes out now, if you flip it back round and start cutting these strips into strips, and you lay them alternately.
Ah. You make little cubes.
You can make a checkerboard.
Checkerboard. This is great, isn't it? I never realised it was so forgiving and so easy to work with.
That's something that is great about it. It is very forgiving. So if you do something a bit wrong, you can start again, you can move it around and just experiment as you like.
And remember, the actual clay itself, you'd expect it to be expensive. I was thinking it would be, but it's not. And certainly the moulds, the silicone moulds we've got here, if you're thinking, well, I really appreciate Abby's talent, but I couldn't do that, I wouldn't know how to start, use the moulds. The moulds will make you incredible results every single time. The silicone moulds, will just give you professional results every time.
Yeah, and you can get going with little bits of equipment that we've got here. And yeah, you can just experiment and let your imagination run wild.
I suppose you could use, if you've got like cutters at home that you use maybe for cookie dough and that sort of thing that you don't want to use for food anymore, you could actually use those for this, could you?
That's exactly what I did. So when I decided that I wasn't going to kind of make cakes anymore, I went rummaging in my cupboards. I was like, okay, what can I use? And I found cutters and moulds and all the different tools that you have for cake making I found, and I was like, oh, I'm sure I can use that. Some things didn't work, some things worked really well that other clay makers don't do because they don't have that other experience. But yeah, just rummage in your craft cupboard as well, because you can put stuff into clay and you can mould it in any way you like. If you've got things that like shell I've done before, you can put that into clay and it looks really nice. It's kind of an endless list. But yeah, that was just a simple way of making a checkerboard.
I love that.
Which came from that clay stack that we did. So we just cut the stripes, spread them out onto the clay.
I can see Pauline Wheeler getting ready for the next show. I think another craft is going to be added to her list soon. Jewellery making with polymer clay, yeah.
It is a fun one. I think it's one of those ones that, as I said before, it has got that nostalgic feel about it, and it's so tactile that it's something fun that you can just play with.
And you're actually working on like a tile surface. Is that important?
So you can pretty much work on anything I would recommend anything that is a bit cooler and a bit
so a craft glass mat would be all right?
Yeah, or if you use, so I used to use acrylic mats, so a bit like the snake maker. If you've got an acrylic mat that you do things for, I've worked on stuff like that as well. But yeah, something like a tile. I mean, I literally just got this one from my local DIY shop. It was a couple pounds for a sample tile.
Yep.
But yeah, so this is what you can do. You can then cut your shapes. Let's cut that one a bit more.
I'm very impressed with this. Very impressed. We've still got stock of the clay. We've got packs of 11, packs of 3 and a pack of 1. The 1 is the gold. Have we still got the gold, Laura? Is that gone? That's gold. Okay, the gold's sold out. We've still got the pack of 3, which is Abby's favourite combination, actually. The silver, the burgundy and the blue. And if everyone checks out on the pack of 11, we're down to single figure stock, okay? And that's going to give you the most colour choices. You've got all 11 colours there. That's a lot of polymer clay, and that was $24.99. So if you've been inspired by Abby, as I have been, look at that.
Yeah, these little pieces look great. So you can do your stripes, or you can do checkerboards. I mean, that was just with 2 colours, obviously. But have fun with these colours. Like I said, I loved that silver that comes in that set is gorgeous.
Now, I presume, I'm no expert with this, so I'm presuming that the Sculpey glaze we've got is basically to give it an enamelled look.
Yeah, definitely. So if you don't want to get into resin, which you can use on clay, that gives a really nice glossy finish. But what it's also good with is, so you don't have to put a glaze on clay, which I think is great because you can just bake it and it's done. But if you're putting anything like powders or paints on top of your clay, put something like that on just to seal the paint or the powder, and you can have a nice finish with it.
So you don't bake that, you put it on after it's been baked?
You put it on afterwards, right. So yeah, once your clay is baked and cooled, paint that on and then leave it to, I think it's about 24 hours, that one in particular, to set, but it will give it a really nice glossy finish.
And of course, if you do want resin, we haven't got that in the show, but it is available on our website, The Craft Hut, of course, with Jo Jarrett. She does the resins, so have a little look there if you're in the market for resin to put onto your polymer clay. But if you want the Sculpey gloss glaze, that's available only $4.99 as well. And I presume you brush it on, do you? Do you pour it on?
Yeah, so just a nice soft brush so you don't get any brush strokes. But yeah, you could pour it on if you wish, but I'd probably suggest with smaller pieces like these ones to brush it on.
Well, have we still got stock of the moulds? Silicone moulds, are they still there? They're still available. 4 of them for $14.99. Don't miss out on that. That's a deal of the week as far as I'm concerned. When I saw that, I thought one of them would be at least £20–25. You get all 4 for cake making or indeed for your polymer clay. But remember, keep 1 set for food, 1 set for your clay. Abby, thank you. Brilliant demos.
Thank you.
Great to see you. I'm going to go and have a little search for Melrose Makes now.
Thank
and I'll see you here with Pauline after a break.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker. Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay 1 postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged 1 P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker. Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Very exciting times here at Hobby Maker. We're looking forward to this coming Thursday at 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock for brand new items from We Are Memory Keepers. I'm going to be joined by the brilliant Carla Bagshaw, my very good friend, the UK ambassador for We Are Memory Keepers. We're launching the Crocodile at 2 o'clock, not to be missed. And at 4 o'clock, the envelope punch board with many other brand new items from We Are Memory Keepers. See you on Thursday, 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock.
It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
With all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag New Year New Hobby.
And watch us every day from 8 AM to 1 PM on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 AM and 1 to 6 PM.
And 8 AM till 1 PM on Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
My name is Anne-Marie and I am the creative manager at Hunkydory Crafts. Hunkydory are the UK's premier papercraft manufacturer and we design and manufacture all of our papercraft goodies back at home in Preston. We do lots of papercraft products as well as moonstone dyes. We have our Prism range of colouring mediums like watercolour pencils, alcohol markers, waterbrush pens, and we also have our very own range of stamps called For the Love of Stamps. We're really looking forward to bringing you all of our brand new product launches as well as our inspirational demonstrations, which we just know the audience love.
How's your Sunday going? I hope you're having a lovely afternoon with us at Hobby Maker. It's going to get a bit cold in it in the next day or two, so wrap up warm. Yeah, stay in, keep us with you. We'll keep you warm and keep you hopefully entertained and all crafted up, basically. Pauline's back with us. We had a massive response to the, I don't know if you joined us earlier on, but
so nice that everybody joined in.
we had a bit of an origami session with Pauline in the
Yep.
2 o'clock show to make this out of one of the fantastic duo pad papers. And we invited you to do it as well with a square piece of paper and send it in to us. And if you do, you'll be in the market for a share your makes. And if you're the one that gets selected at the end of the month, you'll have a £100 credit. It's not, you don't have to buy anything. You know, if you've made something and you will send it in, take a picture of it, it could be you that gets drawn out of the hat at the end of the month for a £100 Hobby Maker account credit. And we had loads. We can't show all of them because we had so many, but we've got a few to show. So let's have a little look at what you've been up to. Bernadette, nice one, Bernadette. There's Helen watching on her tablet, having a go. Sarah as well.
Fabulous. I love that paper.
Absolutely.
Oh, look at all these. They're fabulous.
Andy and Tina. You're a great teacher, Pauline.
No, I don't know about that, but I'm a long-time teacher.
Sandra, Angela.
Oh, look at that one from Angela in that paper. But I love that they've got just plain paper and had to go. It's great.
As long as it was square, it would have worked.
all these.
Elizabeth, Susan,
I know we
Elaine.
can't show all of them. But look at the little ducks in that one.
Fantastic. Thank you ever so much.
We should mention as well, Dave, our lovely Laura, she wanted to make a lid. So she worked out that if you take 5 mil off 2 adjacent sides of the one that's going to be the base, right? So you've still got a square. And then keep the other one at the full 8 inches.
Then it'll be bigger.
It will be enough to go over the top.
Clever.
Well done, Laura.
And if you want to see how to make those little boxes out of paper, just watch the 2 o'clock show back a bit later on after we come off air at 6. Okay, now a different hat, well no, same hat, Hunkydory hat, but different product. And we've got Adorable Scorable. This is the brand new seasonal Adorable Scorable that was launched only a couple of days ago. 48 sheets at an unbelievable price. Now, Adorable Scorable we all love for one very good reason, bendy ink. Never get a crack when you score it, when you crease it. Look at these. You get 3 of each of the designs.
Demo with that one.
Demo with that
Demo
one?
with that one later.
All right. You get
I love that.
That country kitchen.
That is my favourite. That is my favourite.
Beautiful.
I just love that one.
That's one of my favourites.
And that is just, there are some amazing designs in here.
They really, really are.
Yeah.
Look at these. That is spring and summer in one sheet of cardstock, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
Now,
and
now
it's
whether
just like
really,
it's been like watercoloured.
Yeah.
Now this one I love as well.
Yeah.
Very, very nice.
That looks like it's been plaited.
It does.
Like raffia.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is a beautiful one as well. And that is just absolutely ditzy daisies, royal blue background, yellow and white daisies. Now that could be waves, it could be clouds.
Yeah, no, if it's clouds, it looks like someone's blowing them.
Yes.
You know, like the wind god is in the, you know, on the side there and he's blowing them.
You and I think alike. I was thinking exactly the same.
Yeah.
Now this is like...
or when I do the shaving foam technique.
When you do the, you do the shaving foam. Or what was the other, marbling? Yeah,
Yes,
that's another thing.
yeah,
Or it could be a slice
or
of...
if you've sliced
geode.
it, yes, there you go.
Now
And
that
look
could
at
be
that
that could be a stately home wallpaper, couldn't it?
It is, it's beautiful. Now that you could use for vintage, you could use, because can you see it's like a heart shape?
Yeah.
So Valentine's.
Yeah. I mean, you could cut that out as a diamond shape.
yeah.
So lots
Gorgeous.
of potential. There you've got your Harlequin in greens.
Get your golfing cards done with that one.
Yep. Then we've got, now this could be balls of wool, it could be leaves in a jungle, it could be all sorts.
Gorgeous that one is. It's really, I mean, it's my colour, isn't it, Dave? But the pattern on it, it's like you see different things every time you look at it.
You expect some to kind of peer through
Yeah.
the leaves like that. And then
David
this,
Attenborough.
yeah, I love this. The
Now,
honeycomb.
wouldn't that go with the paper pad that we had in the last show?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the duo pad. Oh, there we are. Another one. This is little.
that.
Now, I
Really
reckon if I
love
turn it up
that.
that way, it's like raindrops that way. But if I turn it that way, it's like millions of little balloons.
Yeah. But also, I'd get my glossy accents on that dimensional glaze, pick a few out. But I love the colourways.
Absolutely. I mean, it could be almost like little Smarties
Do you
on
know
top
what it
of a
reminds
cookie.
me of? Neapolitan ice cream.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. And then My favourite, one of my favourites.
Music.
Musical notes.
Gorgeous. It's as if you've put tea stain over that to age it.
Alex, you can read music, can't you? No? A little bit, okay. I was going to get him to sing it, but no, maybe not.
Yeah, but the trouble is, you never know what you're reading.
You don't. You don't. There's no words to
Not
it,
that
just
I
musical
mean,
notes.
Hunkydory would make sure it wasn't, but
You never
live
know.
on air, it's like, over to you, Dave.
Okay, 48 sheets of adorable scoreable, all A4, 350 GSM.
Yep.
And remember, for box making, card making, making them into your card blanks, die cutting, all the above, this is the card stock of choice for so many people. NC HD68, this only launched a few days ago. New for this particular season, we're looking into spring, into summer, $14.99 for 48 sheets. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Value for money. And delivered for $3.95. But if you've bought anything already today, and I know lots of you have, lots of you up for the moulds and the polymer clay, you don't pay any more P&P until tomorrow. Until midnight tonight, midnight to midnight every day. It's 1 P&P per day, no matter how many orders you have made. And it's free on the phones to order, free phone number from your mobile and your landline, and it's free to order on the website as well at hobbymaker.co.uk.
If you're going for your box making with this,
Yep.
what I would suggest is that you get the 2023 Adorable Scoreable
Plain
plain
colours,
colours
yeah.
and have the plain on the base and the
patterned
pattern
on
on
the
the
top.
top with a matching colour.
Good idea. Yeah, that's an absolute must. That's in the show as well.
Makes it go further.
It really does, yeah. And of course, the new 2023 colours, the block colours, look on the website, you'll see them there. I can't remember the quantity, but you get a lot for not much money.
Yeah.
Right, now the foiled edge-to-edge adorable scoreable as well. If you're treating yourself to that last set, why not
Yeah.
treat yourself to
These
this
are
set
lovely.
as well?
Now, I believe these are one-off sheets, but you get two designs of the same but different colourways.
Yeah, you do.
There you go.
Yeah, so one of each, but you do get two of the same pattern. Like this one here, blue and green.
Now that again, it's very golfy, but it's very Christmas.
Yeah, could be. Script.
Now, and with the script, I did this one and I cut the sections out.
Yeah.
I don't think I've got the card with me.
That was 2 days ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. So you can look on the show. I cut 3 sections. I cut 2 long rectangles and 1 shorter rectangle, and I put the 2 bigger ones down, small one in the middle. I put lime green dotty behind it.
You did.
And then a sentiment to match the colour out of the sentiment pad, and the card was done.
Beautiful. This is stunning. It really, really is.
That has got to be a box lid.
Purple and then the green. You've got, again, purple and pink. Same designs, beautifully foiled, professionally foiled by Hunkydory. I mean, their foiling is exquisite. I think it's the finest foiling you can ever purchase, to be fair. That's got swirls and flourishes.
Lovely.
And look at it in the pink. Isn't that lovely?
Gorgeous.
Then your dotties. In the green and in the purple. Then we've got butterflies. You could easily fussy cut those out if you wanted to.
Oh, don't forget you can colour them in with your Prism alcohol markers.
Yeah.
Because they won't cover the foil, but they will colour the colour.
Gold foil, silver foil,
Lovely, that one.
orange and gold.
Now that, you could cut it in strips with the dotty strip running through the centre.
Yeah, you could. Black and gold. What's it? Black and silver. Black and silver. Then you've got your beautiful Starry Night.
Put that one in your Christmas box.
Definitely. Then we've got, that's like a kind of a mustard yellow, really lovely. Then your champagne glasses. Cheers, Pauline.
Cheers, Dave.
There we go, in silver and in gold. Then you've got your foliage. Look at that colour. I love that
Lovely,
colour green.
isn't it?
And
Yeah.
that's green and gold, look. Now,
Looks
the reason
very expensive.
Yeah, the reason the foiling is standing out better when I tilt it forward is our walls in the studio are black and it's facing the wall. So when I actually kind of tilt it forward and it's reflecting the white of the back of the cardstock, that's why it shows the foiling up a lot better.
Cupcakes.
You won't probably have black walls at home. There's your cupcakes in silver and gold again. Then your love hearts. I love those.
Great, I mean, for Valentine, Ruby Wedding.
Yeah. And you get it in pink as well. And then you've got your floating bows, I think they are. Yeah, they are.
Bows, aren't they lovely? And again, you could colour those in.
That's like New Year's Eve in Times Square, all the ticker tape going on. There you go. $14.99. This is your foiled edge-to-edge collection, 32 sheets. So you get every single sheet is different, but you do get 2 of each design in different colorways. Okay, it's HMHD 85 for 32 sheets at £14.99. That is less than 50p a sheet for foiled adorable scoreboard. That's amazing. All right,
Fabulous.
what we're doing next then, Pauline?
Right, okay, I'm going with the spring collection.
Okay.
And I'm going to use 2 sheets of this, which is like whitewashed wood with the florals on. Now, you want to use, you're only going to use actually a whole sheet, but I want the 2 same pieces from the top.
Right.
Okay, well, it could be from the bottom. It doesn't matter as long as it's the same twice.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the piece that I've cut that I want to work on. So you want sort of 2 of those. Now, I'm going to use, talking about the adorable scoreable, this is why I picked it out. Look at the pink with that. You can see automatically that that pink goes perfectly. So I've got a 6-inch square card. This can be done any size to fit. Could be on an A5,
Okay.
bigger, smaller, as long as it's a card that the cardstock fits on.
And just a word about the 2023 block colours of Adorable Scoreable. They are basically looking at all the collections that are going to come out through the year, and any collection that's released by Hunkydory, the block colour cardstock is going to complement it. So you're not going to have any clashes whatsoever. They set the colours at the beginning of the year and then print the whole collections through the year with those colours in mind. So if you go for that collection, you're sorted then for at least the next year and more probably.
Yeah. Now, I've cut this 2 mil, see, 6 inches, but I've took 2 mil off.
Yeah.
You know, I can't, I'm hopeless, I know, but I have to do what works for me the easiest, because we have to do everything sometimes really quickly, and I haven't got time to measure and mess about. Right, so I've just got a tiny bit of white popping, which will accent the background on here.
Yeah.
So what I've done, I've taken, let's say, this is now 5 3/4. I'm going to pop that on there, right? And I am doing some card cutting, but you do it on a cutter, straightforward, no problem at all.
Are those stripes on there? They're actually pre-printed. You haven't drawn those on at all?
No, they are on the card, which means I can just line them up on my cutter and do it. So that's the base of our card, okay?
Yep.
So then I've taken the other piece of card. I've actually cut, you see that little bit of strip off there? I've cut that off. And then what I'm going to do is cut some strips. Now, I'm looking at the design.
The Hunkydory trimmer?
See, yeah. You see what I've done here? Let me make sure I've got the right bits. Where am I? There I am. Okay, so that is that one there. Can you see I've put pads on the back? That is that one there. So I've missed one out, another one out.
Is there a name for that? It's not triptych, is it?
I'm going to put a few more on yet. I've no idea what this is, Dave.
Triptych's 3, isn't it?
I've made it up as I've gone along. So I'm going to take, I want that one. Shall I miss that next one? Yeah, because I want that one there. So I'm going to take that one, cut those 2 away. So I'm having, can you see how the lines go exactly where I want them? So we're going to put pad on that one, and that one's going to go in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm going to do this one here.
So you miss one again and then, yeah.
Yep. So I'm going to do that one there. So I'm going to take that. Now, you can do another card using the bits that you're not using. Okay?
Yep.
So let's have a go at this.
I like
So
this.
pop this out of the way.
It's giving height and dimension to it.
Yeah, yeah. It
Without
is.
interrupting the
I
picture.
want, see if I can got some thicker pads. Yep, there we go. I've only got the short ones left on that one. So that one on there. And then I want one on there.
And don't forget, you don't have to wait to see Hunkydory shows. All our brands that we have here at Hobby Maker have their own brand shop. So if ever you're in need of something like foam pads, construction glue, adorable, scoreable, just head to our website, hobbymaker.co.uk, and go to the brands and you'll see it all there.
Yep. So that one's going on there, and this one is going on there. And you can see now how that has raised.
Yeah, I like it.
And you see, like, it's probably got a name, Illusion or something like that. So you can still see what, I'm going to turn this so that I can get it, you know, always turn it so it's the best angle for you, because you want to make sure that they're in the same place and line up. The lines on the cardstock is great because it helps you to do it all.
Say, these particular sheets of cards you've chosen are perfect for this.
Yeah, yeah. So.
But you can do it with any of the card.
Yes, you can. But I really like this one.
The lines on it made it easier.
Yeah. So this is the one in the middle there. Okay, and one at the end. There we go. And as simple as that, we have, I'm going to call it an illusion card.
That'll do for me. A Pauline illusion card. There you go. Love it.
So when you look at it, you know, from that you can see that you've got that depth.
And you've still got plenty of strips left
so
over
good.
from that one sheet of A4 that you can do another one.
I reckon you could get another 2 out of that.
Out of the one sheet? Or 2 sheets?
Yeah, because don't forget, I've still got all that from the other one.
Oh yeah, true.
See, we've got the 2. I've got those 2 pieces not even used.
Yep.
Plus.
Yeah, you could get 3 out of it.
Those.
Wow, I love that technique, definitely. Using the brand new, only a few days old, adorable scoreable. And there's a bit of everything for everybody in here. If you're not really into your country gardens, you've got the very geometric, like gemstone effect on that one. You've got florals, you've got your ditsies, you've got your plaits, you've got your very kind of beautiful kind of, almost like sea stripes on that one, that nautical blue. That's the word I was looking for, nautical. You've got your really funky purple leopard print on here. But remember, the big news is adorable scoreable. If you are new to crafting and you're wondering what on earth I'm talking about, adorable scoreable? What are you talking about? It is bendy ink. When you score something using a scoreboard and then you crease it to make a box or a card base or anything like that, other cards can sometimes crack if the ink isn't flexible. Adorable Scoreable's got flexible ink, bendy ink, so it will not crack and you're not going to ruin your project, which it's so easy to do that. Now, another thing that we launched the other day was the Trim Me's. Now, the Trim Me's, these are brilliant, actually. We've got 1, 2, 3 options. So we've got celebrations, first of all, which is what we're going to do. Now, we've got gold or silver. Now, the gold is the most popular one, I believe. Now, the Trim Me celebrations, this has got Believe, Achieve, Succeed, You're Amazing. Life has brought you a special gift to fill your heart with joy. May this new chapter of your life be full of wonderful surprises. Today's going to be a wonderful day. Grab it with both hands and don't let it go, and many, many more. But this is what you've got. Look at this. Look at the quality of that foiling there. Isn't that just amazing? Life has brought you a special gift to fill your heart with joy. Isn't it brilliant? Congratulations, you deserve all the happiness in the world. Bless this day with an abundance of peace, joy, and love. But you might think, okay, what's the big deal about this then? Why is it called Trim Me? Well, depending on what card you're making and what size of card you're making, depends on how big you need your insert. So all of the card shapes, all the most popular ones, have been printed in like a grayscale, isn't it, on the back here?
Yep.
And that means that wherever you cut, decide what size you need, and then follow the guide, and your sentiment will always be in the middle.
So you've got landscape and portrait on there.
Yeah.
And actually, you remember the card we made that you said to send to my mom?
Yes.
Well, I've got to do the insert for it, so I can show you exactly how to do it.
Terrific. Excellent. We'll do that in a second. So that one is Celebrations Gold. Exactly the same in the silver option, is exactly the same price. And that is coming up on the screen now, so it's a different item number. A lot of people going for both silver and gold the other day, actually. $9.99, KWHD 83. I'll show you the silver.
It'll be hard to choose, won't it? Because sometimes you're working with a gold trim, and sometimes you've got silver. And you can guarantee if you buy a silver, the card you want to work on is a gold one.
Exactly. So there is your silver, if you fancy that. All 48 sheets. They've all got the grayscale printing on the back as well, so you'll always get your verse exactly in the centre where you want it.
And all of these are all brand new sentiments.
Yes.
None of them have been repeated.
So
They
we've got
are all brand
celebration. If you want happy birthday is probably after Christmas the second most made card in anyone's year. It's got to be birthdays, isn't it? Christmas first, birthday second, maybe anniversaries third. Again, lots of lovely verses on here. They're printed on the front, so if you forget what's in there, you can easily see at a glance what you've got. 42 sheets of gold, 42 sheets of silver. I'll give you a
new.
little...
They're lovely. The mix of fonts is great.
Yeah, it's good. Even though this message comes to you a little late, the wish it brings for happiness is good on any date. There we go. So that's if you forget someone's birthday, but the other ones are kind of just generic. Just close your eyes tight, make a wish, dreams come true every day. That's not necessarily for birthday, that could be for anything. So you get multiples of the same ones. Today is your birthday, celebrate in style, have fun, creating memories to look back on and smile. They're lovely, aren't they?
They are nice. They're really nice.
So that's the gold, $9.99 if you want the gold one. VKHD 78 for that one. And you do get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different verses. And then if you want the silver, here it is. Happy birthday in the silver. Exactly the same verses, just with the silver foil. That's the only difference. And we'll pop that up for you. There comes the silver. Close your eyes tight, make a wish. Dreams come true every day. That's your gold. There we go. Oh, that's the silver, beg your pardon. There's your silver. Let's show you a
And it's such beautiful foiling. And again, if you wanted to add inks or stamping on these, you can, because it's uncoated paper. The foiling will resist, so you can use any of your stamps and inks on these.
Do you know what? I'd be tempted, depending on the relationship of the person you're sending it to, add a knot in there.
You're wicked. You're wicked.
Yeah.
It hadn't better be on mine, Dave.
No, I wouldn't do that to you. No. Perish. No. My life would be worth living. May this day mark the beginning of a beautiful year filled with wonderful moments. It's fab, isn't it? Again, they've all got the grayscale. Sending you happy dancing, confetti popping, cake-filled birthday wishes. I love that. That's a new one. Love it. So there we are. That one is your silver, 42 sheets of silver. The last one we've got in the Trim Me is Special Memories, or Special Moments, beg your pardon, Special Moments. Special moments include, hope this card will brighten your day and help you feel better in every way.
And that's the one we're using, which matches
for your mum.
on the card.
Fantastic. Yeah. So that's in this one. Good luck. Your new journey is only just beginning. To the world, you're a mother. To our family, you are the world. Oh, I love these. Dad, I know you loved me as long as I've lived, but I've loved you my whole life. Ah, wow. So really special. There we go.
You'll have me filling up in a minute. That's so nice. I get all emotional.
I know. Special moments.
Woman of a certain age, anything like that, and you go.
Oh, now this is right up your street as well. Today is a good day for champagne. Congratulations.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Fab. So this one's the gold, I think. Yeah, gold one. Yep. So this one is called Special Moments. Remember, a thank you note from me to you for who you are and what you do.
That's just beautiful.
In memory of a life so beautifully loved and a heart so deeply loved. If you've not had these before, treat yourself. These are fantastic. They really are. And then the last one in the silver. And then we'll do it.
I don't know how you would pick from one. I mean, it could be that you're only going to use specific greetings and you won't. But I would, if the budget allows, I would get both the silver and the gold in the ones you want.
Yeah.
Because it's, I've done it myself, with inks. You buy certain colours, you get home and find, well, I really needed a grey one.
Yeah.
And you didn't buy it. And it's so frustrating when you
I just
can't
love
get
the
them
fact,
again.
if you tried to trim them blind, trying to get the sentiment in the right place with exactly the right size for the insert in the card you're making, it's not easy. This makes it easy with that grid on the back.
Because these are all centred in the middle, whether you're using them landscape or portrait. Now, I have wasted so many in the past. Ones I've printed at home on a computer, and then it's like, okay, well, if I cut 3 inches off that side and 5 centimetres off, and you can never get it right. Hunkydory have come up with the absolute belter of an idea on
and
here.
because it's grey printing, it doesn't show through.
No, it doesn't. But I do
lovely.
suggest, Dave, that you do glue this down or tape it down, the whole thing, because you don't want anyone to lift this and find all the workings on
No,
the
no,
back.
no.
But it doesn't show through the paper
And
at
to be honest,
all.
what you did, Pauline, earlier on, you used one of them on the front of the card.
Yep.
And then you can use the other one as the insert inside the middle of it.
So by using it, by just cutting it to whatever size you want, really. But I did still use the measurements on the back. I think I went down to 4x3 or something.
You went down to the smallest
The
one.
smallest one. And it just works. And then with that foiling, it makes such a nice change to have something like that on the front.
Yeah.
So this is a 6x6 card. Now, when we say 6x6, what Hunkydory have done on this is allowed for no overhang. So it's done so it's
A little bit below.
tiny fraction below. So, right, so I picked the same one again to have on the inside, and then this one is square, so we know we're fine. If I was doing a 6x4, and can you see this one? Yeah. So if I was doing a 6x4 and I wanted it landscape, I would go 6x4 there to 6x4 there.
Right.
And 6x4 there to there, okay? And that then is landscape, okay? 7x5, if I was doing landscape, it would be there. But if I was doing portrait, it would be there.
Yeah.
Okay? So you just follow the lines.
So don't mix your portrait and landscape
No,
up.
that won't work.
That won't work.
It won't work. Right, so this should be quite simple. So I'm going 6x6 square. So I look for my measurement, 6x6, and you know where it is because it goes slightly darker where the measurements are. The instructions just go slightly darker. You know that's the angle that you're using.
Yep.
So you say, well, okay, I'm eyeing it up. Is that right? When you lower this, bring your blade, and you can see where your blade runs, and you can know when you lower it that is on your 6x6.
Because also your Hunkydory trimmer has actually got little arrowheads that show you exactly where the point of the blade is, so you can be exactly accurate.
So now I've done that one, I know that is going to run that line there. See, it's the other angle?
Yeah.
So we know it's going straight in there, because there, I haven't got the line.
Right.
Because it's there. So I can make sure by, all the way down. And then we turn it again, and I look for not 6x4, 6x6.
It's only a little thing, but it's so clever.
It really,
brains
I
behind
couldn't,
this.
when they first brought these out, because we have so many of them now, and I thought, what a brilliant idea. There we go. So now I have my 6x6 square, but I know that is centred.
There's your foiled sentiment exactly in the middle of the size you want.
So now, again, I can show that even with construction glue, I can use that directly on here. Again, you know, you only need a little bit. Don't soak it. But can you see now how we have a border all around the edge?
Yep.
So in a 6x6 card, you've got no overhang. It fits perfectly.
Professional.
It is now, you put extra money on that card.
Yeah. Professional,
So there
top
it is.
quality. There you go. That's why you need the trim me's. $9.99 for each of the pads, and that's 42 inserts in each one, but the foiling is spectacular, and that's what I love about Hunkydory. Everything they do, whether it's foiling on card, foiling on paper, designs, prints, quality of the cardstock, everything's top quality, and all produced and printed and foiled in the UK as well. It's a UK-based family business. So KWHD 83 if you want the celebrations in the silver, different item number if you want the celebrations in the gold, and they're all on the website right now. If you go to hobbymaker.co.uk, basically you can watch us that way as well. I noticed by some of your photographs that you sent in earlier on today, some of you are watching on your tablets, which is great. Maybe someone else has commanded the television and you can't watch it on the TV, you've got to watch it on your tablet or on your smartphone. You can order everything from your tablet and smartphone as well. You can see all the products that are featured in the show, pop them in your basket. 1 P&P per day is how we roll. $3.95, no matter how many things you buy between midnight and midnight. So if you've maybe bought something already today, maybe something from our Polymer Clay show, the last show, something earlier from Pauline as well, you don't have to worry about P&P anymore. $3.95 all day long. Okay, now next demo is all about the foiled offer we've got for you today. That's 32 sheets of A4 foiled cardstock, a mixture of silver and gold, and you get each sheet is different, although you're going to get 2 of the same style, but one will be in a silver foil and one will be in a gold colour foil, okay, in different colourways. So this is a brilliant buy at $14.99, 50p a sheet, less than that actually, for foiled adorable scoreable is crazy. HMHD 85, and again, free phone number, free to order on the website. Ooh.
So again, Dave, we can see how this cardstock, it just goes perfectly. Hunkydory don't do a range and then leave you stranded with searching for colour.
So that's the block colour from the 2023.
Yeah, and then this is the foiled card.
So it all works.
So I'm telling you, you can cut this in strips. It's on the diagonal. I want you to show you with the cutter how easy it is.
Okay.
And how we can just make something. Let's do a couple of corners in it, okay? So I've got a 5x7 card. So I'm going to cut this to be, now again, right, I'm going to tell you a trick. I used to teach many, many years. And I give somebody a piece of card and I'll say, right, we've got a 5x7 card. We're going to cut a piece of card. And they would automatically go to the long length of 7.
Right.
And I'd say, don't do that. And they say, why not? You're wasting card.
Right.
Because you go to the smallest measurement first.
Right.
Because there's more than 7 inches on there.
Yeah.
But if I cut 7 inches that way and then there,
you've got a lot
I'm only cutting 5. And I'm like, no, cut 5 inches.
That's a good tip, actually.
Right. Don't know why I've never mentioned it before, but there you go. 5 inches, and then we do the 7. Okay.
Yeah.
So all I'm wasting is that
Tiny
bit,
piece.
and I've still got all that left over.
That makes sense.
Okay. It's one of those things that once you know, you know. Right. Okay. So let's glue that on there before I do anything else.
I wonder how many people watching have just gone, oh, I didn't realise that.
Yeah,
Think
it's
about that.
one of those moments when you think, oh, it's so silly, but it works. And it just saves you wasting so much card.
Save you a fortune.
Yeah. So we've cut that to fit on the front of there, okay? Usually I leave a border, but this time I'm not because we're gonna cover this corner and this corner. But I'm not just gonna cut that off and put it on there. Remembering what we did before, sort of like that.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
But different. So same but another style. Right. So now, if I want to cut this, and you're thinking, well, how do I know that it's straight? I don't just want to cut the tiny strips. I want to cut so that it's either side. Put your card up to your base.
Yeah.
Okay? And then pick a number. Okay? Now, what you can also do, can I show you something else first before I cut it? Because we can add something else to this cardstock. Okay?
Yep. Oh, the award-winning adorable scoreboard.
I can't emboss it because to emboss it and make it stand out, I'd have to do it on that side for it to show.
And you can't
If I
see
do
the
it on
lines.
that side, I can't see it, but we can deboss.
Right.
Okay. So, using my centre point, I want to use the centre point as my debossing. Okay. I run my blade, my cutter, what's it called?
Scoring tool.
Thank you. Okay, down there, and then put that back onto, I can't use the nought, I'm going to the next one.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 6 and 1
Why don't you use the
8.
nought?
Because the nought takes me straight on the foiling, and I don't want to use the foiling. I want to
Oh, I see, right.
deboss
Yeah.
on there. So I'm going to the next one. Yeah.
Yeah.
On there, and I know I'm in the right line. So from there, I can go back up, yeah, I'm in the right line. Oh, perhaps I'm not. And then, hang on. You get the, you know what I'm doing though, don't you?
Yeah, I know what you're up to.
Yeah. And then, Pauline, I'm going to find, there we go. There she, oh, no it isn't. There we go. Oh, what am I like? I'm going off. I want to go that way. A bit more. Right.
Got it?
No, it's going off again. I'm in the right one, but I need to bring it over every time. Got it?
Ah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So you can just go down and you can deboss in between each one.
It's a lot easier to
You've
do
got
when you sat down
another
at home.
pattern. Yeah, you probably can't see it, but there it is there. So yeah, you can do that, but get your line straight first.
Okay. Well, the
Right.
adorable scoreboard is on the website. The award-winning has won so many awards, that scoreboard. It's on the website right now for you, if that's what you're in the market for your box making and all your scoring needs.
Okay.
Oh, it
So-
came back in stock. It did sell out at one point, but I think it's back in stock right now.
Yeah.
Have we got it in the purple and the pink? Or was it just the... We haven't got the pink, it's just the purple. Okay. That was a one-off limited edition, but
Yeah.
we do have it in the purple available for you.
Okay, so I'm getting this where I want it. So I can see here, we're running down the middle there, and I can cut, okay? I'm moving it across. I'm making sure I'm butted up to the bottom. I can see I'm in the middle there, and I'm cutting, okay? And then move it across again. All right. Oh, move that one out of the way. And we're cutting. And this cutter cuts up and down.
Yep.
So you don't have to worry. Just make sure it's butted up so it's not going to move. Okay, so let's do this. So we're going to take the card, and then, yes, you can put it on, look at that, you see?
Perfect.
You can put it on pads, but let's just do glue for now.
Okay.
But to raise it, oh, you can do every other one. Let's do every other one. Okay, so we know that fits there. You can, wherever you want it, I want to start there. So you can line it up, but I'm just going to do an overhang.
Okay.
There. The next one, let's put that on a pad.
It's something so satisfying when the colours match beautifully and perfectly, and
Yeah.
that's what Hunkydory, makes sure happens.
So pad
Give one a
on
bit
that
of height, give one flat, one height.
Yeah. So you've got so many options with how to do it. You can make up your own designs. So let's pop that one on there. I always think if you do them a bit longer than you want.
It's amazing the difference it makes having the height there, because you get that shadow.
Yeah, yeah. And then we'll put that one on there, trying to keep the same distance. When you've used glue, give it a moment to dry, and then we could put our sentiment, we could do another corner there, you could do the bottom corners, but don't forget, you can turn it, it can be that way up. Okay, so once that's
Now we have found the details
dry.
for the scoreboard. It's the purple one, and this is the large size of the scoreboard. Find out why it's an award-winning scoreboard, because it's back in stock, and it's coming up.
Yeah, my purple one's
There we go.
at home.
$39.98, but we're going to give you a better deal than that today. ZOHD 92, $34.98 your price for the big purple award-winning adorable scoreboard.
I have got sticky,
Sticky blades.
oh bless.
We're having messages from people saying, "Can you write a book about the #1 crafting tips?"
Do you know,
you could write a book.
It's something I've always wanted to do, and I haven't got a clue how to go about it. I really haven't. There's so many things that I would have to, do one, but then, what is it, cross-reference?
Yeah.
Because you do it one way, but there's something else that you could do, and it's like all that, well, don't know how I could do that, but I've always wanted to
Well,
do
if you
it.
write it, get it written, and then you could easily get it printed.
Oh.
We know people that print books.
Oh, I would love to do it. I truly would love to do it.
People are asking him for it. There you go. Now, if you want that, by the way, the actual adorable scoreboard comes with a handbook. I'd forgotten that. You do get a scoreboard handbook with it. That's worth $9.99. You're getting that with the scoreboard as well for $34.98. It's an absolute godsend. It really is. $34.98 for that. If you want, though, to go for the adorable scoreboard that we've got for you in the show, we've got two options. We've got the edge-to-edge foiled adorable scoreboard, 32 sheets, each one different, but you will have the same design twice, but in different colorways. So we've got gold and green, we've got silver and blue, but in the same Harlequin style. There we've got your print, a kind of newsprint, and that's in two colorways. You've got like a lovely charcoal grey.
I have a love of script, I really do.
Beautiful.
I think
So,
they're gorgeous colours.
$14.99 for 32 sheets. It's less than 50p a sheet. Isn't it gorgeous? What are you going to be making out of your foiled adorable scoreboard? Boxes, card blanks, all of the above. There's just so much that you can do when you've got adorable scoreboard. How do you store your cardstock? Do you put it in a drawer or something? Or?
Mine is in a cube. You know the ones
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I think
that Swedish company cube thing.
Oh, I know. Yeah, yeah.
And then I store them that way.
Okay.
Not that way. There's too much, but that way.
Okay. That keeps them in good condition, yeah.
But it keeps them. They're more. It's more. I don't know. It just seems to. You've got more across here holding them than you've got there going like that. It's too technical for me, Dave. Just,
Well,
yeah, but I store them that way.
talk about variety. If you want a couple of sets of this, if you know that this isn't going to be enough, 32, you get 64 for under £30, 1 P&P of $3.95 and 350 GSM. So really good. It's basically construction weight, this. You can make boxes with it, you can make your frames out of it, whatever you want to do with Adorable Scoreable. No matter how many times you score it, you could score it every 3 mil. And have it all kind of concertinaed, and that ink would never ever crack. It really wouldn't. And look at that for a colour. I'd love wallpaper that colour or a wall that colour in my house. Really nice, like a sagey green. Beautiful. Treat yourself.
Very calming colour.
That's probably why I like it.
Yeah.
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 There's your cupcakes. Cupcakes in vivid fuchsia pink and cupcakes in green. There's your love hearts. That's a lovely one, isn't it? I really do like that, actually. And that'll make a lovely box lid. Do a plain box bottom in red, and then have that as the lid with something romantic as a gift inside it, maybe for Valentine's Day or anniversaries. Beautiful, beautiful. $14.99 for all 32 sheets. Get it while we've got this deal, because it's a fantastic opportunity. And if you do want the block colours of the 2023 Adorable Scoreable, what we were using, we've got those available as well. Now, we have very limited stock on the pack of 60. Now, this is the best deal. This is the best way to get your Adorable Scoreable for 2023. $14.99 for 60 sheets, okay? So that's 2 of each colour. 30 brand new colours. There's 28 chances to get this. Yeah, they should be $9.99 for 30, which is brilliant. So that would make it $19.98 for 60. But you get the other 30 half price at $14.99. RUHD, and these are the colours. RUHD 17. There's that orange that Pauline was using to go with the beautiful, adorable, scoreable foil cardstock. All those other colourways will work with not only what we've got here in the show today, with the beautiful printed adorable scoreable and the foiled, but also all the card collections coming throughout the year as well. So if you've got that as your base card, you know it's all going to work and nothing's going to clash. $14.99 for 60 sheets, or you can buy 30 sheets for $9.99. Why buy 30 for $9.99 when you can get double for £5 more? Makes sense? $14.99. 28 chances to get that. We'll try and get it back in stock in the future, but the last 28 of those remaining. Now, the seasonal collection of the Adorable Scoreable, this one, is only a few days old. When did this launch? Was it 2 days ago?
I did it when I was here last.
With you and me?
Thursday.
You and me on Thursday, that's right, yeah, it was. Here we go. So you've got the stripes, you get 3 of each design. You get your animal print in purple. You've got, this is the first demo that Pauline did about half an hour ago or thereabouts. That's the one that we chopped into half and then chopped the panels to make it kind of 3-dimensional. Very nice. That's like the country kitchen, which is your favourite.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love that one.
Crystal maze, a bit like that, isn't it? Very much like that. Then you've got this beautiful fuchsia, pink and orange, really on trend at the moment in fashion, I know that. Then you've got your crisscross, and that could be mosaic
demo.
tiles.
Yeah, I'm going to do a demo. That one.
Ditsy daisies, 3 of those.
I love that.
That's a
Yeah.
puff of wind.
It's proper storybook
Or
wind.
waves.
Storybook
wind. And then you've got your marbling, or it could be, you know, the cross-section of a gem, anything like that. Like a, what do they call them? Or agates?
Agate, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I'm not up on my jewellery, only wearing it.
Or geodes as well, that's another word for them, isn't it? I do like that antique wallpaper effect. I do
Yeah.
that. And they're love hearts.
They're beautiful.
Harlequin in green. Tropical leaves and palms, beautiful.
Gorgeous.
There's the bumblebee.
I love a bumblebee.
We do too. And that could be hundreds and thousands. It could be, what did you say, Neapolitan ice cream?
Neapolitan ice cream.
And then your musical notes as well, 3 of those. So this is the brand new, only launched on Thursday, 2023 Adorable Scoreable, with the kind of seasonal nod towards spring in this one. And it's $14.99. We've got 10 minutes left, Pauline.
Okay, easy. This is what you've seen me do this before, but if you haven't, I want to show, because this, it's when you've got cardstock like this, you can do it with the foiled or this or the spring. It doesn't matter. You can just, it makes a great, and you can alter the sizes to make small, medium, large. I call it my cheese box, but it's a cake slice box.
Okay.
But you can do lots of them to make a centerpiece.
By the way, the Adorable Scoreboard, this is it. We don't have it in pink.
No,
it will
I
be
keep
purple.
bringing my pink in. I must get my purple one out.
The purple one with the handbook is what you got, and that's in stock right now. It did sell out recently, so grab it if you want it.
Okay, so I've got a whole sheet here, and it's 21 by 29.7. So half of 21 is 10.5, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm going to pop a little point there. I'm going to turn it round. I'm doing the same again. 10.5 there. So I've just got a little marker. And then, you know my trick? 29.7 is no man's land for me. So I'm going to just shuffle it a smidgen over. And then I can score all the way at 15. And I know I've got a halfway.
Yeah.
Okay? So what we're going to do now is where I have used that half point mark at the top and at the bottom, okay? I'm going to, again, use any row, it doesn't matter, right? I'm going to go down and I'm going to put that halfway point on a number. I've picked number, am I on number 13? Yes, my lucky number.
Is it?
Right, it is.
Were
And
you lucky yesterday?
no, I wasn't. And neither was
don't-
my mother. Bless her. Right, okay, so with that marking there and this at the halfway point there, on number 13, I'm going to score down to that halfway,
Oh, right, yep.
okay?
Yep.
And then the same again, using number 13, because once you've got a number, stick to it. You can use the 0 on the other side, right? So that's on 13, and that is on 13 at the centre, right? That there. We're going to score that. So now we've got that. Now I need to repeat it this side. So 13, halfway, on 13, bring it till it's in line there. There we go. There we are. And then down. And then the same again. 13, bring it down. This time we're going to put the halfway mark on the 13. And we're going to bring that round to that point there. So that on 13 there.
And this is showing the versatility of Adorable
That
Scoreboard.
on
You can
there.
do so much with it, box making, all sorts of things.
And then we're going to score that, okay? So what you've got basically is a diamond score all the way round and a halfway there. So what we're going to do now is fold that in half, okay?
Yep.
We're going to fold that in. Always go from the middle when you're, because it keeps it, like if you do it from one end, you've got a chance of it going off kilter. So that one there, okay. This one here, now this you can do with any rectangle, okay? So now you put the one over the other, and you have got
Cake box.
a triangle cake box. Now the opening is like so, okay? So what you do, you open that end and you punch a hole there, okay?
Right, yep.
So you'd put that down and you'd punch a hole. Then you'd do the same, that end, okay? So you'd open that one and you'd punch a hole. And then you put ribbon through and then you can do it up. So that can be done in the smallest wedges, the biggest wedges, but you can get a hell of a lot of sweeties or cake
And
in
do you
there.
know what? Favour boxes for weddings.
You can hang them on the tree at Christmas. No, that's really wide. What I usually do is cut that in half
Right.
and do it there, so you get a small wedge.
Make them half
But
the
I wanted
size.
to show you how you can do it.
With any rectangle. So
With
make
any
your own
rectangle.
cake boxes, jewellery boxes, favour boxes, it could be for anything. But you know what? The key thing is the adorable scorable. Once you've got that quality of cardstock, you've got the rigidity, you've got the flexibility of the ink, you've just got a quality premium product. But the price is, you know, if you were to buy that sort of cardstock, buy the sheet.
Yeah.
If they were charging £1 a sheet, I wouldn't think that that was expensive. But when you're getting it from us for less than 50 pence a sheet, for beautiful, that's the spring, so that's 48 sheets of £14.99. So that's actually less than 50p a sheet, isn't it? 48 sheets at £14.99. What does that work out to? 30 something.
31?
Yeah, it's less than 50p a sheet for the foiled.
If I remember what we did the other day. Is it 31?
We're just
31
working it out.
pence. I'm probably way off.
divided by 48.
Trying to remember from Thursday.
31 pence, spot on. 31p a sheet for adorable scorable.
Only I can
That is
remember everything else in life
bonkers,
like that.
absolute bonkers value. What do you think of when you see that? I was thinking of like Smarties in a cookie, or M&M's in a cookie, or something like that.
Do you know
You were
what?
saying Neapolitan ice cream.
Put a die cut of someone with an umbrella
Yeah,
on
because
that
if you look at it
range.
that way, it looks like raindrops. No, well, actually, it looks like little balloons, actually.
Beautiful.
And then the other way, multicoloured raindrops. Rainbow raindrops. There you go.
Yeah.
Then the beautiful bumblebee with a honeycomb. That I just love that colour. It's just joy and happiness. There's your harlequin. Then you've got your jungle leaves as well. Is it three of each? Yes, it is. Three of
Yeah,
each.
3 of each.
That lovely vintage heart as well. Then you've got that look of, I was going to say marbling, if you've ever seen marbling, where you dip things in water, and the actual, and tie-dye effect as well, or a geode cutting through a gemstone. It's that sort of effect. Your favourite.
But even if you only cut a small piece and put it on top of a box or round the sides.
I mean, isn't that just absolute spring and summer?
Lovely summer dress in that.
Absolutely. Great jewellery box in that as well, maybe. And remember, what your idea, I think, is a really good one, in that use these sheets for the top lid of a box, but use your standard block colours, okay? Use your standard block colours as the base, because then, you know, you're going to make that go much further. But also, if you did a base and a lid in that, it'd be a bit too much, wouldn't it, really? Yeah. This is the one that we used in the last demonstration with that lovely mosaic, kind of crisscross raffia look. Look at that. What a bouquet that would be.
Gorgeous.
I mean, that looks like an antique painting in a
It does, yeah.
in a gallery somewhere, maybe in France or something like that. Love that. Very geometric.
Could cut those shapes out.
You could. That's your favourite of all. You got the
Yeah.
country kitchen. That was our first demonstration, or Pauline's first demonstration, just after 4 o'clock. And then that could be a nice shirt, deck chair fabric maybe. I mean, it makes me think nautical, definitely. And then you got that lovely purple animal print. So this is 48 sheets for under £15. Adorable scorable, obviously, you know, that 48 sheets weighs quite a bit. We'll deliver it for £3.95 unless you've already bought something. In that case, There's no more charge of P&P. We always do that. 1 day postage of $3.95 no matter how many orders you've made. And coming up in the next show, we've got a return trip to show you the Cricut machine. Lovely Julia's come back. She's given up her weekend for us. She's coming back to talk about the Cricut Maker 3 and also the fantastic cinch machine as well.
I've got one of those. I've got the.
Have you got a Cricut or cinch?
No, I had the original Cricut.
Yeah.
I mean, way back, the little one. I've got the original cinch.
Okay.
Love it.
It's great, isn't it?
Because I love making notebooks.
Okay, well, you can make notebooks with the cinch, and that's at a brilliant price with us. It was one of the busiest items yesterday, actually, in the Cricut Maker 3, the ultimate cutting machine. That's coming up to see us out for today. That'll be our last live show. Pauline, thank you ever so much.
It's been a pleasure, Dave.
We must sign that card for your
Oh,
mum.
that would be lovely. She'd be
We
thrilled.
must. Yeah, send her a love.
I will.
You do. And when are you back next then?
The 23rd with Burton Gertz.
23rd? Oh, got a week off.
Yeah.
Oh, enjoy.
Well, it's not really a week off, but I'm not here.
All right. Well, we'll see you then. Whatever you do, though, make sure you go and check the Hunkydory section of our website. If you go to hobbymaker.co.uk, you see the brand section. You'll see Burton Gertz brand shop. You'll see Hunkydory's brand shop. You'll see Crafter's Companion. You'll see probably the Cricut brand shop as well. Have a little look. All I can hear is people cutting in here. I don't know what's going on.
She's making another box in the gallery.
I'm making more boxes. Okay, I'll see you with Julie in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
When you purchase anything on Hobby Maker, you have a 30-day money-back guarantee, meaning that you can shop with confidence. Happy shopping with Hobby Maker. Here at Hobby Maker, we want your shopping experience to be as simple as possible. That's why you can buy as many items as you like all day and only pay one postage and packaging fee. It doesn't matter what weight, size or quantity of your order or how many times you check out that day, you still will only be charged one P&P. Shopping made simple with Hobby Maker. Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Very exciting times here at Hobby Maker. We're looking forward to this coming Thursday at 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock for brand new items from We Are Memory Keepers. I'm going to be joined by the brilliant Carla Bagshaw, my very good friend, the UK ambassador for We Are Memory Keepers. We're launching the Crocodile at 2 o'clock, not to be missed. And at 4 o'clock, the envelope punch board with many other brand new items from We Are Memory Keepers. See you on Thursday, 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock.
It's a new year, so that can only mean one thing.
It's time for those New Year resolutions.
And it's the perfect time to start a new hobby.
Jewellery Maker, Sewing Street and Hobby Maker are here whether you're starting something new or advancing your skills on a current hobby.
With all the tools you need to start, as well as expert demonstrations from our great guests.
Are you starting a new hobby this January? Share your new makes with us by tagging Jewellery Maker, Hobby Maker or Sewing Street using the hashtag New Year New Hobby.
And watch us every day from 8 AM to 1 PM on Jewellery Maker.
On Hobby Maker, 6 to 8 AM and 1 to 6 PM.
And 8 AM till 1 PM on Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
Here at Hobby Maker, we love seeing what you've been making, and it's our job to keep you inspired. So how does a £100 credit to your Hobby Maker account sound? Every month, we're going to be giving away a £100 credit to one lucky hobby maker's account. And all you have to do to enter is simply send a photo of your craft you makes to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. We will be picking one winner each month at random and will announce the lucky winner on air in the 5 p.m. show on the last Saturday of every month. So what are you waiting for? Get crafting, get motivated and get inspired with Hobby Maker.
Hi everybody, good afternoon. We're still live. We are Hobby Maker with you through until 6 o'clock on this Sunday. I hope you're okay. It's not too wet and too cold where you are. And we're here for another hour and we're dedicating it basically to the Cricut Maker 3. Now, we are so delighted to have Cricut on board with us at Hobby Maker and they're delighted as well. It's a great partnership. And just to give you a heads up, if you've been lucky enough to buy the Cricut Maker 3 in recent shows, going forward later this month, Hobby Maker will have the entire Cricut inventory available. So we will be your one-stop shop for everything Cricut, whether it's new blades that you need, new mats that you need, new vinyl that you need, anything at all to do with the Cricut Maker 3. Before we go to the machine, can I just give you a heads up? Now, if you're an owner of a Cricut machine and you just heard Pauline talking about that she bought the very first Cricut machine, no matter what model you own of the Cricut machine, whether it's the latest one, whether it's one that's a few years old, whether it's the Joy, whatever it might be, Maker 3, they are all featured in this. Now, we're very well aware, and I know with cutting machines, some people go to town and learn everything inside out about what the machine can do, and that's great. But equally, there are other people that buy the machine and they maybe just use it for one or two things and do the same thing over and over again and don't get the most out of the machine. That, if that's you, is why this is such a good idea, because for $17.99, this has been released so that you can, at literally the turn of a page, get the most out of your Cricut machine. Whichever model it may be, it does not matter. Whether it's one that's years old, whether it's a brand new one, it features all the features and the benefits and what you can do with your Cricut machine. It talks about the software, it talks about canvas, because remember, with the Cricut machine, it doesn't actually have a memory, unlike other machines on the market that have got a memory that could, fill up quite easily. It uses the software. And if you want to see the Cricut software, all you've got to do is go to design.cricut.com. Go there, you can actually register an account with them there, and then it's free to do that. And then you can enjoy Canvas Workspace, which is basically your craft mat to design all of your fantastic cuts that you want to actually cut out. So if you've got a machine and you know you're not getting the most out of it, for $17.99, this is going to be the best £18 you've ever spent, because it's literally page by page going to show you how you can do all these wonderful things that you know your Cricut machine can do. Giving up her weekend, it's been the lovely Julie from our office. Hello.
Hello.
Right. Welcome back.
Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday. Julie works with us during the week, Monday through Friday, scheduling all the shows, getting all the products ready for the show.
Yeah, booking everything that you see on the show. We have to book it all in, dealing with the suppliers. So when something sells out on a show, it might be me that's getting the stock back in so you can have a bit more. It's a lovely job. I love it.
Now, we've dragged Julie on because we realised very early in the days of getting Cricut onto the channel that actually Julie had a Cricut machine and had a Cricut machine for quite some time. And we thought, well, actually, rather than getting like a demonstrator over from, I don't know, America or something like that, why not get Julie to do it? Because you're a customer, you're a viewer, you work here, and you've had a Cricut for, what, 2 years or what?
Yeah, I've had this Maker now for 18 months. Right. I've had a Cricut machine probably for about 6 or 7 years. Wow. And I've had different models through that time.
So why did you buy a Cricut over other machines that are on the market?
I suppose just because I'd seen it around, on the internet and things, and I liked what it could do. I'm a customer of shopping TV, so I'd seen it, on the TV, so I just thought.
Took the plunge.
Yeah.
Well, let me just
never look back.
Let me give you the details. I mean, Julie is really passionate about this machine, and that comes across. I'm sure you agree. What this is, it's a cutting machine, it's a drawing machine, it's an embossing machine. Now, the Maker 3 is the latest model. Okay, this will cut up to 300 different types of material. So not just vinyl, not just cardstock, not just paper, not just fabric, cork. Wood chip, well, not wood chip, the kind of grey board, that sort of
grey board, yeah, it'll cut through your grey board. Balsa wood, right down to very thin material, so vellum, acetate, You know, don't just think of it on the thicker end. It does very fine materials and really delicate, intricate cuts on that thin material too.
Sure. Now, the detail that we've got for you today and the deal that we got for you today, I think is absolutely brilliant because you get the machine. As I said before, there's no memory in this. It's all done through your either tablet, mobile phone, a laptop, PC, okay? It's all internet-based. So you go to design.cricut.com. That will take you to their website, and then you just basically register yourself. And that then gives you access to all the design capabilities on that website. You can find loads of free cutting files. Some you have to pay for, which can be anywhere between like 80p upwards, and you choose whether you want to do that or not. Or what Julie does is she subscribes to Cricut on a monthly basis for £7.50, and then that opens up thousands of every single cutting file that's on their website you get access to, okay, for just £7.50 a month. And Julie decided to actually stop subscribing to a magazine and do that instead. So, yeah, magazines are brilliant, but if you think to yourself, well, £7.50 a month, I've got access to thousands of cutting files, and I can change them, I can make them bigger, smaller, edit them, and all that sort of thing. It's a great thing. So, the deal we've got for you today is going to give you the Cricut Maker 3, the beautiful new machine. You're going to get your transfer foil, okay? So what this transfer tape does, when you're doing a cut, maybe on vinyl, and you want to transfer it from the actual vinyl backing to a glass or to a piece of furniture or to a card, whatever, it allows you to remove what you've cut and transfer it onto that surface. So the transfer tape, we're going to show you how to use that in a minute. You've then got 4 rolls of smart vinyl. What is smart vinyl? Smart vinyl means you don't need a mat. It literally feed it into the machine, it will cut for you perfectly. You get 4 rolls. You get a roll of the green, a roll of the aqua, a roll of purple, which we haven't got here, and a roll of pink. That will be in your box, all right? As well as that, you also then get a comprehensive tool kit from Cricut too. Now, the deal that we've got is absolutely brilliant. If you are lucky enough to own a Hobby Maker calendar, which is down here, oh, hang on. Bend down and pick it up. If you've got one of these, and I know literally hundreds of you bought one the other day, you'll notice on the post-it notes section, there's a 20% off discount code. Now, we've covered up the code because we want you to buy the calendar, obviously, to get the code. But if you've got that and you want to buy this is going to give you £98 discount off this, taking it to under £400. And we have split pay available as well, which is an interest-free option. You can interest-free split the payments interest-free into 5 payments. So it's just £97.99 to pay today if you want to get your brand new Cricut Maker 3. And Julie, I mean, this isn't just a cutting machine. This is a whole new dimension to crafting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to open up a whole new world of crafting to you, from just everything you make, really. I was always a paper crafter. I now do a lot of home decor. Yeah. Gifts. You probably won't buy a gift once you've got that because you'll be personalising gifts for everybody, all your friends and family. There's just so much you can do with it.
I mean, if you go on websites like, you know, there's Etsy and
Yeah.
on the high street, all those sort of places that offer personalisation, they've got great businesses, but you pay a premium for having personalised gifts. I mean, all of this has been done on the Cricut Maker 3. Personalised glasses, we've got personalised pictures, trays up there. I mean, these are the cinch books that you made the other day, Julia.
Yep.
These have all been personalised as well. This is our story. That's been done on the Cricut Maker. Look.
Yeah, use your vinyl to create personalisation, stickers, the heart, an initial or a name on the front of it. Things to decorate if you do journaling. Cut some stickers out to add to your journal pages. That's I made one for tangling. You know, you're not going to be short of things to make.
No.
You'll not have enough time to make what you want to make.
Absolutely.
There's that much to do with it.
Well, if you want it today, if you've been putting off or been wanting it and you want to see a whole show dedicated to it, that's what we're majorly focusing on for the hour. You're also going to get some extra goodies as well, some extra 12 by 12 sheets of various extras here, which we've got. We've got the smart vinyl in black. We've got transfer tape squares. You've got smart iron-on. You get a 12 by 12 of that. Because think about it, you could actually do iron-on stickers for T-shirts and bags for life. We've got sticker cardstock here, make your own stickers, that's included with it as well. So these are almost like try-me sheets of that.
Yeah,
you can buy bigger quantities of it.
Yeah, obviously you're going to get your vinyl in your bundle,
Yeah.
but use those first few sheets that you get as standard in the box just to try, you know, buy yourself a cheap glass, or glasses and plain mugs are quite inexpensive. Get yourself a couple and just cut the vinyl and just have a go.
Okay.
You won't, when you get it and you open it, you'll be so overwhelmed, you'll think, what am I going to make first? But if anybody's had it, brought it from us, let us know what you've been making
Absolutely.
since you've brought it.
Yeah,
It'd be
take a
lovely
picture.
to know.
Take a picture of what you've made, send it in,
Yeah.
share your makes. You could win yourself a £100 credit. But equally, just under £100 today, one P&P, unless you've already bought something, of £3.95, it'll be on its way to you straight away. You're going to be in your element.
Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking that you are going to make to sell, with the split payment, you could start selling towards your next month's payment straight away. I mean, I didn't have that option when I brought mine. I had to save up and then go and buy it because it's a considered purchase.
Yeah.
But with interest-free split pay, I'd have jumped on that straight away.
Absolutely. And do bear in mind, you know, it may well be that you haven't got a website or anything like that. You don't need one. Maybe you've just got friends in the street that when they know that you can personalise, they'll be knocking your door down. People at work, for example. Word spreads. When they know what you can do and you've got the equipment to do it, this could be a little cottage business.
When we were in lockdown, I sold so much to neighbours and then they told their... And I was making gifts for all kinds of people because you couldn't go to a shop and buy something, and you also can't buy the things you're going to make. They're going to be a one-off.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got a lot of custom, and those people still ask me to make things now because I did things through lockdown. So yeah, you won't be short. Somebody will say, "Oh, where'd you get this from?" They'll tell them, and then somebody else will be asking you to make something.
Okay, so we got the PC set up.
Yep.
We've gone on to design.cricut.com.
Yep, you can do that today. You don't need to wait for your machine to come. You can start putting things onto your canvas mat and saving them straight away so that once you do get it, you can literally just start making. Because there's so many projects on here. There's free ones, and then obviously there's ones that you purchase, or if you decide to subscribe, they'll be free to you as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, just make yourself a cup of tea and go through the whole thing. So if I just show you, when you sign in, you automatically come onto your home screen. From there then, if you're not sure what you're wanting to make, you could just click onto, you see it's got projects there, click onto it, and there's 7,492 projects there. So you can literally just spend an hour or so just scrolling down. As you see them, if you decide, oh, actually, I like that card, you'll see you've got a little bookmark tab.
Yeah.
You can click on that, and that will save that for you. So rather than have to go back and then think, oh, where did I see that?
Oh, you see, I'm going to scroll through 7,000 every time.
Yeah, so you can just save projects as you're looking through if you're not sure what you want to make. And then if you go up into your top corner, you'll see you've got My Stuff. Click in there, and then you've got My Projects and Bookmarks.
So these are all the things you've done.
Yeah, these are things that I've done
Yeah.
and that I'm going to do today. But if I go into my bookmark ones, you'll see the one that I've just saved.
Yeah.
So everything you bookmark will be in there as well. So it's really straightforward to use.
It's very user-friendly.
Yeah, I'm not the most technical person, so if I can use it, anybody can use it. And then if you've been asked for something in particular, you can then search something. So rather than just look through, so I don't know, if we put in fairy, say, or something like, if you've got a little girl that's been asked, you know, and then it will come up with, first it will come up with your images. So these are ones that you can cut out with your vinyl, or some of them are, you can put your pen in and draw them. So if you're wanting to do a card topper or banners or anything like that, you can draw them. Then as you come down, you'll see you've got projects. So there you can click on and look at anything that's got a fairy on will be in there.
Right.
And then further down, then you've got community projects. So that gives you extra. The community on Cricut is amazing because this is things that people, everyday people like myself, just crafters, have created, and then they share them so that you can then go on and make their makes.
Yeah.
You can also like them. And it's constantly updates. So these projects, they'll constantly change. You might go on tomorrow and there'll be like 50 more or something. You know, it's constantly updating, which I think makes it worth the subscription to me. because it just means I can literally cut anything or draw anything that I see.
And we're not saying that magazine subscriptions aren't
No.
a good idea. I took one out for my mum actually for Christmas. They're a great idea. But, you know, if you're finding that maybe, oh, that magazine wasn't appropriate for me, but I got it anyway, you know, $7.50 a month to get access to all those thousands and thousands and thousands of images.
Definitely. And to be honest, some magazines now, you pay more than that. I mean, I brought one a couple of weeks ago because I liked what was in it. I think it was nearly $9.99, just over, or $10.99. So it's, in some ways, it's a bit cheaper than some magazines. And I did subscribe every month. I had one come through the door. And I was just finding I wasn't reading it. I was having a quick flick through and it was just going on a pile. And then I thought, why am I doing that when I can subscribe to this? Just, you know, because...
Just knowing every time you go on that everything is accessible to you.
Yes, that's right. And they, like I say, they're constantly adding new material onto it, seasonal content, everyday content. They update the fonts on there so that, you know, there's always a different font for you to use. The software updates, so they make it easier and easier and more simple.
And do you need a certain type of PC, a certain speed
No,
of PC? Or...
I've just got an everyday laptop. I've also got it on my iPad and I also use it on my phone. I find you can, whatever you've got, you can download the app to. I find the phone is very useful because then you can literally design something while you're on your lunch break, if you commute on the train, on the bus, and then when you get home, you can literally just crack on and straight away and make it.
Then your device connects to your Cricut Maker 3 with Bluetooth.
Yep.
So what you've been designing during the day, when you were nowhere near your machine, when you get home, boom, cut it out. Love it.
So it's really straightforward, and everything is self-explanatory. So you know. I would definitely recommend buying the book. If you're going to buy the machine, I'd buy the book too. Yeah. Because I'm definitely going to buy one because there's things in there that I haven't tried. And I think as a crafter, when you make things, if you're stuck on something you make, you tend to just perhaps go on the internet and Google help with that specific project that you're working on. But with that book, because I actually sat and read it, I thought, I didn't know it did that. I didn't know it did this. Yeah. And then you'll perhaps get more out of your machine.
And also, just before we start to demo, I just want to show you that no matter what make or not make, what model of machine you've got from Cricut, whether it's the current one, whether it's the Joy, which is the Go Anywhere portable one, or whether it's any of these, you can see whether it's the very first one, like Pauline was saying, she had the very first Cricut machine. Whatever model you've got, this book is for you. Yeah. It's relevant to each of the models. It's not just relevant for the new one. And it's just going to help you get the most out of your machine, because I think anyone who buys a machine like this, maybe daunted by it is the wrong word, but maybe don't know how to get the most out of it. You know, they use it for a certain type of technique, and that's where they get stuck, and that's all they do. But there's so much more you can do with it. If you're spending nearly £500, you want your machine to work for you.
That's why I think the book is definitely worth adding in with it as well, because there's so much in there that it will teach you. And you'll try, and it is a literal step-by-step as well. So just things like slicing your material, which I've got a project that I'll show you as we do the demo. So you can cut apertures in card and things like that. There's so much in it.
And treat yourself to the machine and that at the same time.
Definitely.
That's perfect. There's been a need for this for so long.
Yeah, there has. So we're going to go for a demo.
Let's do it.
Yep. Okay, so like I say, when you go on to that, you'll go to your home screen. And then we're going to make, I'm going to show you how to make the roses that go into the box.
Okay.
And then I'm going to cut some vinyl so that we can just finish off as well. These take a little bit of time to make, so that's why I've already pre-done the actual rose bit. But I thought if I show you some demonstration, we can do that. So I'm just going to pop that to one side. So if you go onto your home, you'll see you've got 3 lines there. If you click on that, that comes up then with home and canvas. You want to go onto your canvas.
So canvas is the virtual...
It's like a virtual mat. Basically, anything that you're wanting to cut, draw or score, you'll place onto this mat. Alter your sizes, or you might want to add some font onto it or something like that. Everything that you're going to do to create, you're going to place on here, and then once you're happy, then you go on to the next step.
Okay, good.
So down the side, you've got lots of options. So you've got templates, projects, shapes, images. We're going to go on to images. And then from here, again, you can search for anything you want to, whatever you've been asked to search. I'm just going to pop in, I know these are called rolled flowers, so I'm going to just pop that in, and then you'll see it's come up with 17,196 results.
What?
So
What did you search for?
I just search rolled flowers, these are called, because you literally just roll them up. And you can see that you can literally scroll down and it'll give you anything that's a rolled flower.
Right, all connected to it.
Yes, yeah. So the one we are using is...
Do bear in mind, if you're not interested in subscribing, a lot of these files are free. Some are you pay for, but it's obvious which ones are free.
You'll see. If I just show you, I'm going to use this one. This is the one that I've used, but you'll see it's not highlighted. It says 89 pence.
Right.
So obviously, if you didn't subscribe, that's going to cost you 89 pence. But then once you've purchased it, you've got it.
Right.
So you don't need to buy it again. It'll sit in your saved files. So everything is priced before you click onto it. So you haven't got to worry about accidentally racking up money or anything like that. Everything's sort of labelled. So
if something's not got a price on it, it means it's free.
Yeah, that's right. So once you've decided which one you want to cut, you'll see it's down here. If you change your mind, if you click the cross, it'll take it back out again. But we know that's the one we want to use. So then you go to Add to Canvas. Once it's on your canvas mat, then you can literally resize to whatever you want. So if you're wanting to make, as long as it's going to fit on your mat or your smart vinyl.
Yep.
So your mats are 12 by 12. So as long as it's going to fit on, so you could do a 12 by 12 flower.
Okay.
It's entirely up to you.
The mat you'd use for things like cardstock and stuff like that.
I'm going to cut this out.
Smart vinyl, you don't need a mat.
No, smart vinyl, you don't need a mat. You just feed it straight into the machine, which I'll do for the wording. But I'm going to use some of the American Crafts cardstock just to cut some flowers out. So resizing it, it's just clicking and dragging. So you just literally pop it to the size you want. Once you're happy with that, you go to make it. And then I'm just going to turn my machine on. Hopefully. Oh, let's just get some power.
Are we not switched on?
I don't think so. Try again.
Uh-oh.
No, we don't seem to have any power.
Alex to the rescue on his hands and knees.
Alex to the rescue.
Okay, let's try that. Try a different plug socket.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Alex.
Thanks, Alex. Good work. Yeah, one of our plug sockets doesn't work very well, so...
It would be the one that I picked. Right, so then once your machine's turned on, it will ask you how you're going to cut it. So if you were using your smart vinyl, you'd pick without a mat. We're going to use the mat. So you click on mat and you confirm it. Another good thing, once you've got to this stage, to tell you is, if you're using up your scrap bits of card, you can move your image at this point. So if you've only got, say, like a 10 by 10 piece of card, you can position it to where you want it.
Right.
So you know it's going to fit onto the little bit of card that you've got, rather than thinking you've got to use a great big 12 by 12 every time.
So the measurements on the screen tally up with the measurements on the...
So if you'd got a couple, but you'd only got a thin bit of card, you could move one down underneath that one, and it would cut them that way. So you can have a play with that. Right, so once you're happy, go to continue, and then it'll connect to your maker. Your mats come with a clear sheet because obviously they're sticky. Don't throw your sheet away because obviously you want to replace it once you've finished your cut.
Okay.
I'm just going to get myself a piece of the American Crafts cardstock. Then it will ask you to connect to your device. This only asks me this because I've got more than one, because obviously I've got my one at home and then the one that I use here. Normally it would just automatically connect because you're only going to have the one machine unless you've got the Joy and the Maker.
If you're going to go for the Joy, and I know the Joy's been very popular recently, the smaller portable one, you can run both of them off the one account. Select which one you want to use. Yeah,
you just switch between machines. I can show you that once we've done the demo. I can show you how to switch. It's just a case of clicking which one you want. And it will always ask you. And the clever thing is, if you're using your Joy machine, it will only give you projects that the Joy machine will cut.
Oh, it knows?
Yes, it knows.
So you're not going to
So it's not going to offer you a huge project because obviously your mouth of your Joy is only 4.5 inches. So it'll only offer you the projects that will cut.
Genius.
Yeah, which is clever. You won't be disappointed then. So once you've confirmed on your mat, it will then ask you what material you're using. So we're going to use medium cardstock. And then you'll see on your maker, you've got a series of buttons. You've got your on-off. You've got these 2 up and down arrows, which is your feed. So if you just slide your mat into these 2 little slots that you've got, that holds it in place. And then just feed it into your machine.
Do you know what? There are so many people actually in this building that have got their eye on this machine. Dan, our director's other half, is very seriously tempted by it.
Yeah.
Can you see and hear how quiet it is? It's whisper quiet.
It is. It's really quiet. And I think that's a good feature on this compared to the other models because my old Cricut was a bit noisier. So, yeah, I like the fact it's quiet. So that then will cut. If I'm doing things like this, I would probably fill the whole sheet.
Yeah.
Just so you're maximising your cardstock, really. Because even if you're not going to use them for this project, things like these little flowers, you can use on your card and stuff like that.
Here it goes.
So
Your
this
very own personalised cutting robot.
This is one that I've pre-cut earlier. So I'm just going to pop it together while that one's cutting. So it's just a case of putting yourself some glue around it. And the great thing about it is you can, like I say, you can resize this to as big or as small as you want. Obviously, the smaller you go, the more difficult it would probably be to roll up. But I've just got a quilling tool here. But you could use a cocktail stick or something like that if you haven't got a quilling tool.
A pair of tweezers.
Tweezers, yeah. I'm just going to roll this up. And then for the frame that I did, I cut out a heart shape and used that as a little template just so I knew that my roses would then create the heart shape.
Now, you said to me yesterday, this is a really impressive statistic actually, that you've not changed your blade in your machine and you've had your machine for 18 months?
I've had my machine for 18 months.
And you use
my
it a lot?
maker. Yeah, and I used it a lot. And to be honest, the one I had before was the Explore, and I didn't change my blade in that, and I've had that about 4 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I didn't probably do as much crafting with that one, more so for time more than anything. But this one, I use my maker all the time. There's not many projects that I do that I don't use it for.
And also, if you use American craft cardstock as well, it's got very low chalk content, so it's less likely to blunt your blade in.
Yeah, the American cardstock in it is great. It cuts like a dream. So then you'll see I've just rolled that up and just popped a bit of glue underneath. You could perhaps use some hot glue for that because it's going to be a bit speedier. If you're making a lot, I'm just going to put a blob more on because... But this high-tack glue, I know we've probably got this on the website. I love this high-tack. It sort of sticks really sturdy once it's together. So that's that. I'm just going to pop that there to dry. And then once your design's cut, you just do the arrows again just to unfeed it.
Yeah.
Which it will then do. And then it's just a case of gently peeling off your cardstock.
And there is your next flower.
I would do a whole sheet of these, which I did do for the project that I've done. Cut yourself, if you've got some scraps of card, cut yourself various colours and pop them into a little tub, and then you've got them pre-cut, ready for the next time you want them.
I mean, that love heart made out of those little flowers.
Yeah.
You know, if you bought that from a shop, that would be $19.99.
Yeah,
or you make even more money than that.
There you have it. So I've just literally just peeled the excess away. You can see it doesn't waste much either. You know, there's that little bit, it's wasted on that cardstock. So next thing, so then, like I say, I cut myself a heart shape and then I've just stuck them to create that heart. And then once you're finished, if you press done, it'll then take you back to your canvas.
Right. So
from there then, you can either remove the project or you could resize it if you wanted to do bigger ones. I'm going to remove it because we don't want to do that. So if I go then into something I saved earlier, I just saved the word love. So I'm going to go to customize.
So you've used that one before, so that's in your own...
Yeah, that's in my saved one.
Yep.
So I'm going to replace what was on the mat, and then you'll see it'll load it onto the mat.
So you could actually make that, if you wanted to, that love, 12 inches wide.
Exactly. Once,
Imagine that on the wall.
yeah, you
wall
can.
art.
You could do it as long as it will fit on your mat. With the smart vinyl, you haven't even got that restriction.
No.
Because you can go much longer. As long as it's, the width is no more than, I think it's 30 centimetres or 12 inches. You could keep going. You could, you know, you could have the length as long as you wanted if you're wanting it onto your wall. So I'm just going to cut myself a little bit of this. This is the smart vinyl that
You are going to get 4 rolls of smart vinyl to get you started. We will have smart vinyl available 24/7. Very, very soon, we're actually going to be having the entire inventory of Cricut available on our website. We're partnering with them, so you'll be able to get everything that you need, small or large, tools or whatever it might be, transfer tape, more vinyl. It's all there, or it will be there, towards the end of January. It will all be there live on our website. So we are the one-stop shop for Cricut, whether it's machines or accessories, you'll find it all here.
Yeah.
But that's good news for you too.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. I'll definitely be getting, when I need my vinyl and things like that. Yeah, there's lots of exciting products coming up to do with the Cricut, so keep your eyes peeled.
Good.
So I've just gone to make it, so now it's asking me on material again. This time we're going to use the smart vinyl. Just confirm it again, and then you just go to continue. I'm going to pop my machine in. And then if you go to your materials, you can actually save your favourite materials.
Okay.
But I'm going to go for smart vinyl permanent because that's what we're using.
Yeah.
Pop it under the 2 little slots again, and then you don't need a mat for this, so you just feed it straight into your machine.
Is this transparent vinyl or?
This is white,
White
so
vinyl, right.
we're going to pop it onto the frame, and then you'll just to finish it off. I mean, the great thing about it is if you're wanting to put a personalised message onto this, you could. You can, you know, as long as you could put whatever you wanted on it. Maybe if it's for your mum, put the word mum on it, or
Well, whenever anything
an anniversary, a date.
Whenever anything is offered with personalisation, you quite rightly expect to pay more for it because it's a service, you know, it's a premium service. So if you're offering personalisation to customers of yours, you know, this is great for your own personal use as well. Let's not get carried away with it. Oh, it's only going to be useful to you if you want to start a business. No, it's brilliant if you want to start a business, but it's great just for your everyday crafting, whether it's card making, whether it's home decor, whether it's personalisation for members of the family, a pet's dog bowl that you want to put his name on, you know, whatever it might be.
I've done all sorts. I can't tell you, Dave. I've done so many different things for people probably the strangest thing I've probably done is personalised car mats.
Personalised car mats?
Yeah, for somebody's car with the heat vinyl.
Oh, right.
Yeah, somebody wanted their initials and a theme on them. So I did some bumblebee ones with some initials on.
Okay.
So, yes, it's...
But there's iron-on transfers for fabric, clothing, T-shirts, bags, all of that's available too.
Obviously, in your bundle, you get some sticker material.
Yeah.
So you can print and cut, so you can make your own personalised stickers.
You can try all those different techniques, and if you want to go for the full-size refills, then they will be on our website.
Yeah. So you get your weeding tool in with your bundle and your toolkit. This is an essential because I don't think you'd be able to pick all your little bits out without it. So you won't see the white very well until I pick it up on the transfer tape. But some designs are easier to weed than others, but take your time at this point because you can tear the vinyl if you sort of rush and pull it too much. So I would say take your time with it. I'm obviously being a bit quicker for demo. Right.
And you do get your tools with the machine as well, so you actually get a set of 5 tools in there.
So you'll get your transfer tape with your bundle as well. This again is an essential for picking up your designs and putting them onto whatever surface you want to put them onto. So just place your transfer tape over your image, and then with your scraper, just give it a gentle rub. And that, I always do it both sides. So I always do it one side and then I gently do it that side as well. And then if you use your weeding tool just to lift the backing off.
I'm so excited for you if you're buying this. You know, all
Oh,
you've got to
and me.
find today is $97.99 plus your P&P unless you've already paid it today,
Yeah.
and it's on its way. It'll be dispatched by us probably tomorrow. You should get it shortly after that.
So you'll see that's picked that up, and then you just place it wherever you're wanting to place it on your. I'm going to pop it down the bottom because I think I like it there. But you
No
could
shadow
put it-
boxes like that. You can buy them for a couple of quid.
Yeah, they're relatively inexpensive, and I like the fact you can decorate them on the outside like this. You can fill them on the inside.
Yeah, you can sell that for $19.99 now. You've
Yeah,
decorated it.
you could. I've done these for people for anniversaries.
Yeah.
You know, wedding gifts, maybe just even an engagement or.
And what I love is you design it on the screen. We're used to tablets, we're used to phones these days, we're used to laptops and so on, so much more than we used to be years ago. And it's so user-friendly and so easy to design it. You're happy with the colour of it, you're happy with the size of it, you're happy with the shape of it. You only then, when you're happy, ask the machine to cut it. It couldn't be simpler. It really could not be simpler. And this is never going to get boring. This machine, you're never going to outgrow the machine. The machine, especially if you subscribe to the Cricut subscription, when you've got access to literally thousands and thousands and thousands of images, elements, words, designs, you're not going to be asked for any more than that $7.50 a month. But if you don't want to pay that and you just want to cherry pick what you use, cutting files that you want, quite simply, you know, you just choose to actually buy a cutting file if you want to, or not if you don't want to. If there's no price on the cutting file is absolutely free. And there are loads of free ones on there. There really, really are.
And things like the wording. Let me just go.
Oh, we did get a question the other day, Julie, as well. I just want to kind of confirm that if you've bought USBs, maybe from other companies of cutting files, if you've got cutting files on those USBs, you can transfer them and use them in the software.
I mean, I can quickly show you that, because if you buy the book that we've got on the show today, you get 30 free SVG files with that. It's got a QR code or a link to the website. If you go on there, it will send you an email with 30 SVGs, which you then download to your computer. So if I just show you, I've got them there. Open it up and then you'll see you've got all different sorts of ones. So if we go to that one.
Yeah, so I don't think if you bought USBs from somewhere else that they're going to be, you know,
No,
thrown away.
the Crafty Witches that we have here, they have SVGs on their downloadable content, so you could download and then upload them to your design space. So once you've got your image, if you just save it, and then it will do that. And then if you go back to your canvas, you'll see right at the bottom you've got upload. If you go to upload an image and then browse, it will browse what you've got on your laptop. So if we go to the one that we've just saved, you'll see it's there. And then if you just upload it, it'll pop it into your file and then click on it again, add to canvas, and then there it is.
Hey.
And then from, oh, I don't know what it's doing. From there then, you can just resize it. So depending on how big or small you're wanting that, you could add to it. If you wanted to put, I don't know, go to your text. If you wanted to put the best dog mom, say, for example, we've got that, we've popped that in. Up here, you can change your fonts. You'll see there's so many fonts on it. Yeah, there is so many fonts on there. You'll be spoilt for choice on the fonts. Literally, you will need to sit and just make yourself a cup of tea and just go through everything on there and start saving things. Write the names down of the fonts you like if you want to. You can bookmark them the same as you do everything else. Yeah. So click on your font you want, and then it will do that. And then you can alter your size again. And then if you wanted it to cut all in one go, so it said the best dog mom, if you highlight the whole thing, and then you'll see you've got combine down here, go to weld, and it will then do the whole thing. Right. So you can alter it that way. You could add a name onto it. So don't think with the SVGs, you just have to cut it how it comes. You can add whatever you want to it.
Just play on that virtual craft map, which they call Canvas.
On your canvas, you'll spend hours on it. I do, because you'll think, oh, I like that, and then you'll think, oh, I'll I don't know, a couple of stars, or yeah, and you'll just build and build and build.
Now, the main focus of the show is the Cricut Maker 3, which is the big one, but we do still have a little bit of stock left of the Joy, which I just want to quickly mention. This is suitable for those of you that maybe are beginners with Cricut and you are thinking, okay, I don't want to spend £400 or £500 on something I'm not quite sure if I'm going to like or not. £189.99. This is the portable one. This is the one that's got the 4.5-inch mount that Julie and I were talking about. You do get, of course, a smart canvas to get you started, a transfer tape, some pens and some cardstock as well. But this has got the same capabilities as the other Cricut, but just smaller. And this is a 4.5-inch mount, as I mentioned before. So if you want the portability of a Cricut that you can take literally anywhere, I know, Julie, you've got the large one and the small one.
Yes, yeah.
And I know lots of people have that. So you've got the big one, maybe the Maker 3 at home in your craft room, but when you're out and about and you want to take it maybe to the local church hall, you want to take it to a local event where you offer personalisation, the Joy is go anywhere portability. £189.99. It's on split pay as well. That's on 3 split pays of £63.33. So 1 payment today, payment in 4 weeks, last payment in 8 weeks' time. So that's the Joy. That's the latest machine to come from Cricut. It's also featured in the book that we talked about earlier on. But if you're thinking about that, it is still in stock. It is available, and it's LX7113 for the Joy. Can I quickly just show you some of the things that are here? Because I just want to get across the total maximum versatility of the Cricut, whether it's personalising champagne glasses. I mean, that S and that Simon has been cut out of the vinyl and stuck onto the glasses there. The Happy Birthday has, the bumblebees have as well.
Yeah, the bumblebees. I've actually got some bumblebees that I've cut down here. You can pop them onto anything. Water bottles, glasses, candles.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Those I designed quickly on Friday night.
That E is just one of the fonts on the Cricut software on the Canvas workspace. Now imagine that, if that's maybe Evie's bedroom door and you've got E on the front door, that's just vinyl, but you can cut things this sort of size out. Spacecraft, planets, stars on a little boy's bedroom wall or on the ceiling or whatever.
Yeah.
And
the other thing you can do, if you're not wanting to stick the permanent on, you can get the removable vinyl.
Okay.
So that way, if you're painting the wall and then you pop it on and then, perhaps your child's going to change what they're into next year, it will peel off without tearing the wallpaper or removing the paint. Yeah. So that's another way of doing it. Obviously, what's better than creating something, your child, nobody else is going to have the same room as your child, because you can literally cut exactly what they like.
So, okay, card makers, remember the Maker 3 can cut up to 300 different types of material, from fabrics through to grey board and chipboard, you name it, it can cut through it. It really is a phenomenal thing. Even faux leather and things like that.
Yeah, you can make jewellery on it. Make faux. Somebody I know makes like faux leather earrings. Right. You can do all sorts on it.
I mean, it really is. I don't know what crafting you do at the moment, whether you're predominantly a card maker or maybe you're predominantly a sewer or a jewellery maker or whatever it might be. This is going to, without a shadow of a doubt, for the price it is, totally transform your crafting. And if, like a lot of people, myself included, when you're not working, are you looking to have something that's like a little bit of a secondary income, or I like to do radio occasionally and stuff like that, to do another little job. Well, this could be your workhorse. This could be your second income here, sitting right here, when people in your street know that you can offer personalisation, when people at work do, and your son or your daughter tells their friends at work as well. Before you know it, the orders will be coming in.
Yeah, definitely. Even with like the room decor, you could perhaps set up and be making those things to sell to people, personalised wall art or glasses. I sell so many gin glasses when I've done craft fairs, because people just like the fact that they're different. There's something that you can't buy in a shop. With your card making, I still use my stamps, I still use my metal dies, but because you can actually cut images out with this, it just adds to what you do already. So, I've got a demo, if we've got time to do one, on a card that I've made. You'll see that's the Hunkydory stamp. Oh, yeah. But all I've done, I've still done my stamping and colouring, my matting and layering, but I've cut some extra images out just to you know, decorate it. So don't think, oh, I'm never going to use my stamps again. I'm never going to use my metal dies again. You will. This will just enhance what you can do.
I mean, if you think about it, you buy a die, it's a shape and it's a defined size. That's it. That's what it does.
Yep.
You tap in any word, any object, any theme into your Cricut software, you're probably going to get hundreds of options. We tapped in fairies. You could tap in carrot if you want to.
Yeah.
Actually, can you put in carrot?
I can put in carrot.
Why I say carrot,
It will come up with carrots. I know it will because I've made Easter stuff before. So you go back to your home page, and then if we put in carrot,
It's a bit random, but just to prove that virtually anything you can put in there and it will come up with
it will give you projects. So you'll see, look here.
There you go.
You've got images of carrots. You can make carrot treat boxes. I did those last year for Easter. You can make the things to go on your treat bags.
Can you import your own images?
You can, yeah.
You can.
So you can upload your own images. So you can literally create, if you're clever enough that you do that kind of thing.
So you could make a sticker of your cat or dog?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you could. Yeah, you can.
All right.
Sometimes you might need to use an extra piece of software, but you would know that if you do that kind of thing, because I was going to say I did one for my friend of their dog, and then I literally just weeded out and it left the sort of outline of the dog with the dog's face.
So like a
but I
silhouette.
used a software where it sort of made it easier to create the SVG. It took some of the background away and just gave me the back. But yeah, if you're technically minded, even not that technically, because I'm not, you can create there's so much you can do with it.
That's why this book's a godsend. You know, £489.99 is a bit of money. You know, it's a considered purchase. And that's why we always find we get busier at the end of the shows, because people sit and talk about it, discuss it, check their finances. If you're spending that sort of money for £17.99, this is going to answer any questions you may have got. Or if you haven't got questions, but you know you're just using the Cricut for the same thing every time, the same technique, the same use, this is going to make you realise that your machine can do so much more than probably you ever realised. And it's only just recently been released. So whether you've got a brand new Cricut Maker 3, a Cricut Joy, whether you've got any of the older models of the Cricut, it doesn't matter what Cricut you've got now, whether it's the Explore or before that, they're featured in here. So it's good for you. It's good for you if you're buying the machine today. It's good for you if you had a machine maybe 6 years ago, because I dare say, I don't think there are many people in the world that use their Cricut machine to its maximum.
No.
It does so much.
Yeah, just from looking through that book, there's so much that I haven't done. And like I say, I've had mine 18 months.
Were there things you didn't realise it could do?
Yeah, and the things that I probably wouldn't have had a go at doing, but now I'm thinking, I need to try that.
Yeah.
I need to have a go at that, you know. And because it's step by step, I actually feel like I can do it. I don't feel daunted. I think, yeah, I'm going to have a go. I'm going to try doing that.
This is what's so refreshing, because Julie doesn't work for Cricut. She works for us.
Yeah.
Julie is a viewer. She works at Hobby Maker. She's a crafter. Normally, when you see machines like this, there are expert demonstrators. Julie's an expert, but you know, not from the company. You know, they go on training courses. They learn how the machine works for years and years and years, and can sometimes kind of get carried away. Julie is a user of a Cricut, who's a customer, who's a crafter, who's telling you what she thinks about it. And I think that's what's so refreshing. Actually.
Yeah. I am literally talking to you from somebody that didn't know anything about a Cricut to now I make all sorts on it.
Yeah.
And I am just a crafter.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert. I know a lot about it, but that's just because I've crafted with it, you know. So anything I'm giving you is just from a crafter's point of view, really.
I think that's refreshing. So
nice. Yes, so I'm honestly telling you from my heart that, you know, this is, if you don't think about it, do it. Buy it today. You won't regret it. So are we going to have a demo? Time for a quick...
I think we just want to mention the cinch firstly, and then we'll get another demo in if that's all right. Now, the cinch that we talked about, this is, if you love making journals and making books like this cinch is absolutely brilliant. The cinch machine will punch the holes that you can actually put your wire binders into. It will also then close those wire binders up, and it's up to you what size you actually make your books into. Now, this cinch bundle, this is a great deal. You've got A4, you've got 8x8, you've got all of your different color coordinated rings there as well that you can see. You've got your elasticated straps, so that will hold your pages in place when you're opening it up. You've actually got your touch fastening hook and eye Velcro fasteners there as well for your fastener at the front of the book, and then you've also got your multicolored rings here as well. Now, this is $109.99. 109.99, and it's on split pay of 54.99 today. So basically, everything you need to actually make your own journals, photo albums, whatever it might be, 54.99 plus your P&P today, and it's on its way to you. And the cinch itself is £85 on its own on a well-known website online right now. So for just literally £25 more than what you pay for this on its own, you've got so much more in this bundle. All of those accessories to make your fantastic photo albums, scrapbooks, whatever you want to make them into. And you're a fan of the cinch as well, aren't you?
Oh, this is my new toy. This is my newest of toys. I absolutely love it.
Brilliant.
As soon as I saw we'd got it, I said to Liam, I need to have that. I need to have a go. And I've obviously made the samples that you've got there, but I've got so many things in mind that I want to do with it. I've got somebody that's getting married. I want to make them a personalised wedding album. I'm going to make my diaries next year. I'm going to make notebooks to give to friends for presents with.
You're not going to have enough time to cover work.
With the great thing about using it with your Cricut, you know, I know what sort of things my friends like. So I know I've got a friend that likes bumblebees, so I'm planning on making a bumblebee notebook, personalised. Yeah.
And there we go. That's the cinch book that's been made with the grey board covered and also then decorated with a fantastic word from the Cricut.
Yep.
Okay, demo then.
So I'm going to just show you quickly, if we've got time, just how you can use it with your card making stuff, because I know a lot of our viewers are card makers. So like I say, don't think it's going to take away from anything you've got in your stash, because it won't. I've just like I say, this is a Hunkydory dinosaur set that I had to have not that long ago. So I've just stamped and coloured that. And then I'm going to go onto my canvas and I'm going to cut an aperture. So you'll see on the side you've got shapes. If you pick the square, if that's the aperture you're using, and then resize it to what size you want, and then you'll go back to your shapes and get a circle. I like to change, up here you'll see you've got a box that you can change colour in. I always do that just so I can see it when it's on top of the square. So again, size your circle to what you want. If you highlight the whole thing, you'll see you've got a line. If you align it horizontally, it will make sure it's centrally that way. If you highlight it again and you centre it vertically, you know now that your circle is perfectly in the middle.
Right, good.
If you then highlight the whole thing, you'll see down the bottom here, you've got slice. Click on that, and it will then take your circle out of the middle. Yeah. So I don't want the circle, so you'll see you've got the eye there, so we can literally just take those out, because I just literally want to cut the aperture. If I then go to my images and go quickly to dinosaur, I will try and cut a dinosaur as well as the aperture. So let's just pick a random one. We'll go for that one, just for quickness. Add that onto your mat as well. And as long as both your images are the same colour, it will cut on the one, it will cut out the one colour of card. So if we turn them both to purple, just for example, you know then that both of those things are going to cut on your mat. So we'll just go, then you go to make it, and you'll see, we're going to go for any material because we're going to cut it out of the card, and you'll see there then. So, you know, I said earlier, so you could drag that there if you'd only got a thin piece of card. So we'll just go to continue.
And all of this can be done on an iPad, tablet?
Yeah, your phone. Yeah, the only thing I find with my phone sometimes is I need my glasses, because it's obviously the screen's a lot smaller.
Yeah.
Right, so then again, it's going to ask you your material. So we're going to go for, let me just go off that because it was in our favourites. Popular, cardstock, feed it into your machine. And it'll cut away. So I've got one here that I've cut earlier. So I'm just going to pop the circle out to show you that it does your aperture.
How cool is this?
Yeah.
We've got 3 minutes on the show,
Right,
that's all.
so-
Enough time to see the cut.
Yeah, enough time to see the card. So I'm just going to quickly, I'm going to press play so that can go on cutting while we're doing this bit. So I'm just going to pop a little bit of tape round my eye because I want him to be peeping out of the hole. So just turn that over, pop that down, And then I'm just going to get some foam tape.
Off it goes.
This will be the quickest card I've ever made if I get it done in time. I'm no. Is it Natalie that normally does the speed thing where she gets them done in so many minutes? Right.
She loves a challenge, doesn't she?
She does. She's lovely. I love her. She's so friendly when she comes into the office. She's a lovely girl. Right, I'm just going to make sure my card's the right way, which it is. So pop. Like I say, don't think that, you know, oh, I don't know because I don't know if I'll use it. You'll use this with your card making stuff.
Yeah, you will.
So there, I'm just going to pop the eye down.
And it's just going to grow with you. You know, the
Yeah,
more you want
it
it to
will.
do, the more it will do it. It's
You'll
as simple as
still
that.
do all your favourite things. So you'll still do your card making and things like that if that's what you do, your scrapbooking. But you'll just be able to make so much more. I do so much home decor, and it's nice to be able to make a card and then make a present that matches. Everything matches. So
And
you'll
don't forget,
see there, look.
It's not just cutting, it's drawing. It can emboss if you've got the right tool, of course, there as well. You can do your vinyl, you can do wall art, you can do things to decorate outfits and T-shirts, maybe polo shirts for work.
I've done that. I did that where I used to work before. I used to make all of our work uniform. I used to personalise them. You can upload your if you've got a little business, upload your business logo onto your canvas and then cut it out and pop it onto your T-shirts.
Oh, terrific. I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah,
Wow.
you can. I've done. I have made some stuff for Hobby Maker. Oh, we see the sign up there, Dave?
Oh, yeah, Let's Craft Hobby Maker.
Yeah, I made that on the Cricut. So I uploaded our Hobby Maker logo onto my canvas.
It's been done with the Cricut.
And cut it, and we had some signs for the NEC when we had the show there. I cut those out and we made our own signs that went above our stalls with our logo on. I'm literally just going to put a couple of these leaves I've also cut out. So that's the quickest card I've ever made. But just to give you a rough idea, I mean, I've obviously gone into more detail with that one.
We're out of time, sadly. You're back at work tomorrow?
I am back at work tomorrow, bright and early.
I'll be back on Wednesday, though. Enjoy your Cricut Maker 3. The Joy's in stock and so's the cinch as well. It's all on the website. And watch the show back a bit later. Thank you, Julie.
That's all right. Thank you for having me.
See you soon.
See ya.